Love. Okay, that's odd. Love, light, peace, and harmony. Okay. Love, light, peace, and harmony. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everybody. I trust you guys are good. We are back again. It's a cold Monday today. It's a cold Monday. Yeah. Love, light, peace, and harmony. Thokozani tribe. Hi, Mwande. Thokozani tribe. Come one, come all. Guys. I'm so tired. I'm so tired today. Okay, I don't want this. Yeah. Thokozani, everybody. Sorry, my people. I understand what's happening. I thought I turned this thing off, but it's fine. Hi, Brett Koza. Hi, everybody. Come on, come on. Yeah, I am tired today. I'm extremely tired. I feel like the creation of these earrings just drained me to the bits. It wasn't coming the way I wanted it to come, so it kind of drained me, and I'm so tired, you guys. Hey, my phone. Maybe I'm just not supposed to be here today. Who knows? Because when they got paid. Sorry, guys. My phone is really slow. Okay. All right. Let's tap the screen, guys. Let's tap the screen, everybody. Let's tap the screen. Okay, we are back again today on our live sessions. Today I wanted to talk about the moon. Am I even on the right account? Where are people? I don't get this. Where is everybody? I've noticed this thing yet on TikTok. There are these live creators I normally follow, and no, please don't do that. Buddy, please tap the screen, guys. Okay, sorry, can I pause this live a bit? I'm coming back now. Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's just do this, get over and done with it, because wow, it's like today I'm just not supposed to be live. I don't know what's happening. I've been following most live creators, and people people I knew that would rank in your hundreds of viewers, but then they're like 5 viewers, 6 viewers, and I'm shocked as to what is happening. And I can see even with me, it's the same thing. I don't know why TikTok is restricting our viewers, but it's fine. That's not where we are. Breathe. That's not where we are. Okay, guys, today I want us to talk about the moon, right? In our previous live, last week, Monday, we spoke about the new year. We spoke about the sun as to why we mean that spring, especially the 22nd, 23rd of September every year, is considered as the southern hemisphere new year. We delved deeper into that, and we even stated the fact that it's the southern hemisphere following the sun. It is the time whereby the sun is returning to the southern hemisphere. It's spring season. It's when nature is blooming. It's when nature is starting to come out of hibernation. Human beings are supposed to go into hibernation too, but then we don't hibernate anymore because of capitalism and materialism. So I then channeled the fact that we're too focused on the sun, we're too focused on the masculine energy. We should also consider the feminine energy, right? And we all know, in fact, we've all been taught, and some of us have even channeled the fact that the moon is the feminine energy. It is the counterpart of the sun. Let me let that sink in. We've been told, and some of us have even channeled that the moon is the counterpart of the sun, meaning that the moon and the sun is considered to be the masculine celestial body. Even on our life, we even went on to the extent that we believed that the sun, in fact, one of the speakers put me in order to say that let's not focus solely on the masculine. Every time we talk about the masculine, we should also talk about the feminine, right? So this week, I literally channeled, sorry about that, I literally channeled the fact that let's talk about the feminine. Let's talk about the moon. So every time I finish, I just click end now. I end the live. Every time I end my live, I then channel my next week's topic. It's just a thing that happens, and I've learned to live with it, right? So last week, after being done with the sun energy or the sun lesson, I was then forced to channel the moon lesson. So I meditated. I asked my inner guides, my ancestors, whatever you choose to call it. I asked them that, okay, guys, let's talk about the moon then, because you said you want to talk about the feminine, right? So let's talk about the moon. And what I received was bizarre. I was told that no, the moon is not part of nature. What now? What do you mean the moon is not part of nature? I even went to an extent to disagree with my inner guides. I said, no, guys, no inner guides. No, sit down. Try to remember. Yeah, come back. We are talking about the moon, as in the moon, the celestial body that lights up the planet at night. They said yes. We're talking about that moon too. It is not nature. It's not part of nature. I said, what do you mean the moon is not part of nature, guys? Right now I am talking back and forth with my inner guides. I am disagreeing with my ancestors, my inner guides, my higher self, her who knows better. I'm saying, no, higher self, please think again, come back. Go and think, and then come back and tell me that, oh, you made a mistake. What do you mean the moon is not nature, is not natural? I said, the moon, the celestial body. They said, yes, the moon, the celestial body. It's not part of nature. Talking about this southern hemisphere new year. And then Tuesday, I'm waking up. I'm so conflicted. I'm starting to Google this thing. Guys, what do they mean? Blah, 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 blah. In fact, okay, I'm not there. I have never Google things. My inner guys don't know what they are talking about. So let me just go Google. Google this thing. So I just Googled, okay, guys, Google, how do we live in line with, like, and the more I watched, sorry, guys, ooh, what is happening? Sorry, I am not yet inviting. Guys, please don't request. Wait, what is happening? I'm still channeling. Woo, my TikTok today. Oh, what is happening? Guys, I don't know what is happening. Sorry, guys, I am not yet inviting. I'm not yet inviting, so I don't know what's happening. Somebody please tell me how to go back to being big. How do I go back to being big? I'm not yet inviting anyone. I'm still channeling. I don't know what happened, guys. TikTok these days, I think TikTok is guys. TikTok these days is not make sure. I don't know what's wrong with TikTok these days. There's a lot of problems happening with TikTok. I've just noticed it. Right now, I'm not receiving anyone. Okay. I'm not receiving anyone yet. Guys, please don't request, because I don't know what's wrong with TikTok. I've switched off the volume keeps on going low. I don't know what's happening with my phone, guys. Hi Tulam. How is it now? How is the volume now? Yo, guys, TikTok is doing things these days. Okay, I hope you'll tell me how that volume is doing now. Hi Tula, hi Tula. Okay, I was just telling my story, what happened with the moon. So, I went on to Google it to say that, okay, can you please tell me about the moon? How do we align with the moon and all that? And the more I searched, about it, the more my spirit just went like, I'm not interested in this. And I forced myself. I even went on YouTube. And the more I went on YouTube, my spirit just went like, no, I couldn't finish a video. Imagine me not interested in listening and gaining knowledge. I just couldn't. So that's when I was like, you know what? I'm giving up. Maybe this is just not meant to be. Let me find another topic altogether. See, now I'm using my ego. I was using my ego. I was using my carnal mind. I was fighting, really fighting. So on Wednesday, it came back again. The moon is not a natural celestial body. It's not part of nature. I was like, you know what? I'm done listening to this message. I'm switching off any form of channeling, any form of brain activity. I'm just switching it off. So I just slept like an amoeba. I literally slept like an amoeba. So last night, as I was depressed that, okay, tomorrow I have to be live, but I don't know what I'm going to teach or communicate to the world about. And then I was directed to a live, Yagwantu. So they were just talking about things, and then I started asking about the moon. Oh, no. In fact, I found somebody talking about the moon. Yes, I found somebody talking about, I'm still going to add him here. Ryan Cage. Yes, he was talking about the moon. I said, oh, and he was mentioning the fact that the moon is not a natural celestial body. I was like, what the poof? This is it. So when I aligned with that information, that's when my guides, my inner compass came to me to tell me what the moon is. Gosh, the things of the I hate calling them spiritual things, because when you talk about the spiritual, it carries so much karma and so much baggage to an extent that most people are not willing to listen to you once you start talking spiritual. So I hate that name too, because even with me, it carries so much baggage. Let me just say the things of the unseen. Yeah. The things of the unseen are so deep. And that's when I started receiving these things. I am just going to read, and then, hi Pluto, I'm just going to read on what I channeled in line with the moon, and then I'd love to hear from you, because maybe out there are some people who truly believe and who have truly channeled the fact that the moon is a celestial body, and they have evidence. So I love to hear both sides of the spectrum as to what you guys think and what you guys have channeled, because for me, my inner compass has been floating me the whole week, telling me that the moon is not a natural celestial body. I was like, what do you mean? Guys, I have been channeling for the past years. Should manifest during the full moon. You should purge during the new moon. Write things down during the waning crescent. Do this and this during the waning keepers. I had a whole lot of things written down. And I don't know whether, hi, Pluto. I don't know whether it's me or maybe I don't know. I trust my inner compass. However, I want to hear from you guys. And this is what I heard from my inner compass. Listen to this. I also heard what Ryan Cage said. Let me just invite him. Oh no, I'll invite him on my panel. But I would have loved him to hear this part. But it's fine. It's fine. His inner compass will know what we were talking about. Okay. The first one was, it is possible, it is possible that the moon is an artificial satellite. Ryan Cage knows too much. He's too young to. Right. Guys, Celestial, can you please share this live to him? He told me that I should share this live to him. However, right now I'm in my channeling mode, so I can't share it to him right now. I was planning to share it to him when I'm done channeling. But then, what my inner compass said, I hope the rain doesn't affect us, guys. I don't have a ceiling, so it will be a bit loud. It said that, number one, the moon, it's possible that the moon is an artificial satellite. Hi, Mr. LJ. Meaning that it is an extraterrestrial satellite to watch and observe humans and things happening on Earth. Guys, what the hell? Yes, go and tell them. Go and tell them. Go and tell them to give you juice. Tell them to give you juice, babe. Go. Right. High kinetic energy. And then another possibility, they said that. Thank you, Celestial. About the moon is the energy harvester. Exactly, Tula, exactly, my God. So you're what now of my moon water? I know, right? I know. Sorry, guys. Can I pause a bit? I'm coming back. I need to pause. Sorry, guys. Being a full-time mom and doing this is a hassle. Okay, sorry guys, I'm a full-time mom. And it's a mess. Again, Miss Bag. Yo guys, I don't know what to do. But then, sorry, I'll be very, very fast. I'll be back just now. Guys, today it's a mess. Thank you guys. Woo! Okay, let's do this. Okay, where was I? Okay, we're done with the fact that I know. Mpumi said what about my moon water? I know, my love. I know. Men don't know the pain of raising a child. This is spectrum. Oh, thank you, Celestial. Right. It's a mess because on the side I'm an entrepreneur, on the side I'm a channeler and a shaman, and also I have to be a mom. So it's a bit devastating on the flesh. I don't want to lie. We need a village. We need a village. As women, we need a village, but then villages are no more. But okay, we're not there today. Today, let's focus on the moon. Guys, listen to this. I was so shocked this week to channel this thing. The second one, they said that it could be an energetic construct. And all of these three things I was given by my higher self, they click, they interlink. They all lead to the fact that the moon was formulated by other celestial beings to watch over human beings. I was like, what is happening here? Guys, I am disoriented because I can't. My mind is going crazy from this. I have to talk about this with you guys. Anyways, they said that secondly, it could be an energetic construct, right? It's a frequency regulator to influence human emotions, cycles, and consciousness. I can't. It's a spiritual technology, not a natural body created by extraterrestrial beings to watch over humanity. What is happening? 3, it's the matrix in a symbolic form. It's an energetic mirror that keeps humans locked in cycles, preventing ascension and promoting reincarnation. Damn, river and ocean. I am traumatized by this, guys. We have to talk about this. I can't be ruminating over this alone. Guys, I've been on this journey, seriously, like 100% and purely invested on this journey for the past 4 years now. Is it 4 or 5? For the past 5 years, yes. For the past 5 years now. Right, Celestial. Right. I've been on this journey for the past 5 years. And for the past 5 years, I have believed that during the new moon, we are purging. During the full moon, we are attracting. And something was off, man. Every time during the full moon, I would feel uneasy. I would feel a bit sick, a bit disoriented, and I just never liked the full moon. Every time when it's time for the full moon, I would just be unhappy that, oh, here comes the full moon. And I would think to myself, the moon is supposed to influence us. But then who said that the moon should influence us? Why should the moon influence us in the first place? I never thought of that. I was just like, oh, Pillar Valley, it's a celestial body. Celestial bodies interconnect. They pass frequencies around. They exchange energies here and there. Just like Saturn sometimes influences Earth. Just like the sun sometimes influences the Earth. Valley Pillar is a normal thing. But I never delved this deep to understand that, okay, yeah. Yes, moon, we see you're influencing our emotions, but why and how? And now I'm receiving this. I am not saying that I'm going to believe it yet, but I don't know, man. I was told by my inner guides, and I don't know, guys. You see, indoctrination is so dangerous. The moon is very dangerous, you know what you are doing. Right, Tula. Right. But however, why is it dangerous? Like, is it dangerous because it's a celestial body that is too close to Earth, or is it dangerous because of what I've been told? Because I've been told this thing, that it's one of these three things. It's either an artificial satellite, it's either an energetic construct, it's either a symbolic matrix. One of these three things. But whatever, the bottom line I was told by my inner compass, by my guides, is the fact that the moon is not a natural celestial body. It was created by extraterrestrial beings to watch over humans and the activity on Earth. I can't assimilate this alone. Can I open up for you guys to join? And then we talk about this. Because wow, guys. Fixed panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, today let's have 6 guys. Let's have 6 of you. Please, now you can you can request. Guys, guys. Hi, Guantu. I'm just talking about the moon, my guy. Please join. And also, please forward it to Ryan Cage. He promised me that he was going to be there to help me out with the moon because I have also channeled Guantu. I ended up channeling that it's one of three. Guys, sorry, my phone pressure is low, so sometimes it does this shenanigans. One, two. I have channeled this information after I went live with you about the Saturn. Hi, man, Pluto fan. Stop traumatizing me further. Pluto fan, stop traumatizing me further. Please join. Please join. Let's talk about this. Yeah, one. I channeled this after I went off your live. That the moon is either one of these three possibilities. That one, it's an artificial satellite or spaceship for extraterrestrial beings to watch over humanity. Number two, it's an energetic construct. It's a regulator for human emotions, cycles, and consciousness. It's a spiritual technology, not a natural body. Or number three, I was told that it's a symbolic matrix, which was placed there to be a mirror that keeps humanity locked in shocks on the planet, right? Tula, I am so wow, Mother Nature, how are you, your Majesty? Today we're discussing something that is of this world. They are saying that it's a mirror that keeps us locked in on the planet and keeps us in cycles, preventing ascension and discouraging, and promoting reincarnation. Mother Nature, Mother Nature, please join my queen. Please join Empress. And please also bring views on what you think the moon is. Is it truly a celestial body, a natural celestial body? Or it's this artificial satellite, or it's a spaceship that is just there to monitor the activity on Earth? Because yesterday I was so shocked to hear from my guides that the moon is not what I think it is. What the? Guys, let's talk about this. One, two. Over to your Majesty. What do you think about this? I'm going to switch off my camera right now and then I'm going to write the topic here. Over to you, my guy. It's raining. Gonna forget my headphones, guys. It's raining. Over to you. You can join, guys, and just tell me your views on what you think the moon is, my guys.
Yeah, thank you for greetings to everyone on the panel and also to everyone on the comment section. As the moon, for me, basically, what I am channeling like right now is that it is a way of keeping us in a state of forgetfulness. When you talk about reincarnation is the state whereby the memories of your past lives get wiped away and then you make new memories in this lifetime. So the main thing that makes us forget is the moon. We has the when it comes to religion, a legion of lies are compiled together to make up a book that inflicts doctrines upon humanity, like that actually these beings need to keep us worshipping or worshipping. We are war we are worshipping. We are we are the slaves in this reality. And the only thing and the only construct that is making that to be possible is the moon itself. So as much as yesterday I was talking about what I was talking about in the state of the reptilians, it also plays an impact when it comes to the moon because they feed from the moon. When you talk about reptilians, you talk about Talk about these fairy tales that they like to put in front of your faces, the werewolves and vampires. You see, you talk about reptilians, you talk about these beings. So where do they get their power from? Where do they obtain their power from? They obtain their power from the moon. So for a werewolf to shapeshift into its form, it has to be first exposed to the full moon to become a lycanthrope. You see, the moon basically is a way of keeping us asleep. It's keeping us asleep, and this cycle of reincarnation is done through the worshipping of a certain deity or entity, because you don't look within to understand who you are. You look outside of you and look for a god outside of you. The same god that you're worshiping is the one that is taking away your energy, because they are not. Earth is a, let me put it out there. Earth is an economic planet out for trade in the celestial dimensions. Each and every species out there, they are fighting to control the world, to control the earth. That's why you have these religions. Those religions are political. Those religions are political structures in the spiritual realm. It depends on how many worshippers you have, then you will have much power. The more the worshippers you have, the powerful you become. So that is why now they made religions, the doctrines, to make people believe Guti, you should only worship and not question. You should only follow and not question, believe and not question, have faith and not question. Because they want to keep humanity in a state of reincarnation. Because without questioning, you reincarnate. You come back. You come back and repeat the same cycle. That is what is that is what is possible through the manifestation of the moon, the reincarnation and coming back and doing the same process again, going back and dying and coming back and reincarnating again, because they are feeding from your energy. To become powerful, they are feeding from your energy. They need your energy. You are very valuable as a human. You are very, very valuable, because they feed from your energy and give you a legion of lies and call it religion, give you Bible, a black book for you to be. Awuyazi siswami bengiyivala lapho kwamanje, yazi anginikeza abanye isikhathi sokuthi bake bangene vele, yazi nikeza abanye isikhathi sokuthi bangene.
You want to bet in share what you are promoting my anxiety. Because the more I think about this thing and the more I hear about it, never even more anxious. Because what else are we being lied about? Like what lies are we being fed here? Like there's a lot. If we're being lied, ngemunch. What else gay are we being fed out there? This is really, it's truly anxiety inducing for me, because I didn't know it. I truly believed that the moon is this attraction thing. It's even controlling a woman's cycles, very in line with the cycle. I was like, what when I learned of this? That what else are we being fed? Yeah. Yo, guys. Azi. Hi, Your Majesty. What's your take on the topic, my angel? Azi, are you there? Azi. I think Their Majesty was a question from the phone. Nish K, Your Majesty, over to you. What's your take?
Um, Hello everyone. My take on the topic is I feel like I have a dual understanding that let's see. You can hear me?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You're audible, but just to.
Okay. Um, yeah, it's how to say, it's both artificial and natural because it's a reflection of going within and finding the light within. And then when you go into the darkness at night, you still have this light, even if it is maybe artificial, but it's still the aspect of the light being shown. And also in nature, there's a light and dark cycle. Um, the plants have to go through after photosynthesis. So if we did, as that brings me to where if we did not have a moon, I feel the plants would be making their own fluorescent light from the sun. And that was a good point you made about the cycle, our womb cycle being aligned with the moon. Um, I'm I'm curious about that as well.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. Sorry. I was putting my baby down. Yes, yes, exactly, Your Majesty. The fact that you brought forth the fact that plants would be producing their own fluorescent light. You know, and Ryan Page said something in line with that yesterday, that plants would glow in the dark, meaning that they would produce their own photosynthesis at night using their own natural light because the moon was never there in the ancient days. So, yeah, that point I take. And then the fact that the moon was, I mean, what the woman monthly cycles is in line with the moon. My guides, they even channeled me to that fact that lady, beacon of light, analyze your own cycle. Is it in line with the moon in the first place? And I said no. Then they said exactly. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we could have one person whose cycle is in line with the moon. Because I even challenged my guides to tell them that. But there are women out there whose cycles are in sync with the moon cycle. What about those? They said yes, they are in sync because the moon was placed there by these extraterrestrial beings to manipulate emotions and frequencies, especially women's frequencies, because the moon controls the water, which means it also controls the blood in your human bodies, animal bodies, in the plants' bodies, but mostly humans. So if it controls the water, it means it will also control the way your blood works, which means it will also control your cycles. Not unless you are awake. You are awakened. I was like, what the hell are you guys talking about? So yeah, I'm also in the process of I'm also in the process of analyzing this whole thing. That what is happening here? What is like? Oh, it's a lot for me. I'm just here to put this topic forth because I'm also trying to deconstruct and also to learn. I'm also in the process of assimilating. That's why I'm saying, guys, let's talk about this. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. Yeah, guys. Nishke, I don't know. Were you were you answered? Were you answered?
You got me thinking. You brought up some very good points, and like you said, like trying to get some answers or trying to untangle these web of lies, so to speak, and where to begin, because we're just like thrown in the middle of it. Oh, you have to, this goes that way, this goes this way, and now we're able to go back and question, or um just trying to untangle the knots that have been to us. Oh, and also,
And
with the circles, excuse me, I've only had my cycle match up with the moon like once that I can recall. Any other times I never paid it any attention.
Exactly, Your Majesty. So I feel like let's start paying attention. Okay, for me, it's extremely haywire. It's just neither here nor there. It's my cycle is just a mess. So it was easier for my guides to tell me that see what we mean, see what we mean. So I was like, oh okay, yeah, but so sorry guys, my phone is a bit full. Like I asked them that what if I'm just an outlier? Maybe there are women out there who are in sync with the moon, and that's when I got this thing of them telling me that yeah, they're in sync because that's what the moon is there to do, to control women's emotions and control everything. Blah 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 blah. Hands patriarchy, hands. So yeah, there were a lot of hands. So that's why I'm here with you guys to say, guys, help me out with these hands. Yes. Oh, you're kind of busy. Oh, okay, Pisam. We'll come back to you when you are okay. Can you please go to the loo? Please go to the loo so that we can talk about this. I need you. I need you on this. Okay, PK, whenever you're ready, you guys, please don't be afraid to join. Also, if you're able to go to the loo, just to give us wisdom, guys. I need help. Help me. Inyanza leyo. I need to understand what is happening here. Oh yes, hi said you are more fere. One more what? One more fere. Hey, one more fere. I'm
Vamos
lagging. Hi, yo. Oh yes, I'm more fere. Hi, Your Majesty. Yes, please enlighten us. We've just received into Enshashala. We are being told by my guides that the moon is not a natural celestial body. It's just an artificial thing put there by extraterrestrial beings to monitor life on Earth. I'm like, what? What are you guys telling me? Said, what is your take here?
With me, I like to observe things from this perspective. So my perspective is that one must never subject themselves to victimhood. So now I have established and I have convicted that I am a god. So everything that I allow in my space needs to work for my favor. So when it comes to the moon being natural or artificial, you need to understand that every living or existing energy comes from one source. So we are here to experience things. We are here to play our part in the universe. So whoever created the moon had their own purpose. So if the moon is not working on your favor, don't be part of that movement. Don't let it control you. Because now I have done my own studies. I've looked at African cosmologies, different kinds, because there's so many. Mostly I delved into the Basotho cosmology. And in Basotho cosmology, it was established and recorded that most celestial bodies or most planets and stars, as well as other bodies like the moon, were put there to represent the order of nature or of Imvelo or of the supreme being, the creation, the creator. It was there to represent certain parts of that. If you look at the history of the moon, generally so, it was given the word moon or lunar in English or in Latin because it means emotions. And even the people who are called lunatics, they call them lunatics because they say they are emotional beings, they are controlled by the moon and stuff like that. So when you look at it that way, that the moon carries emotion and it controls currencies and energy, fluid energy, because emotions are not solid, they are very fluid. So if you look at it like that and you are a goddess or a god on earth and you are trying to fulfill your own purpose and you somehow come to a conclusion that no man, this moon thing is disturbing my journey. It's not working. Like for me, I use the sun. I charge from the sun. Most of the energy that works with me is from the sun. It's fire, hence light. And you can, like my journey, the way I have come to understand it, it comes from light, and many sources of light has fire, and the moon does not have fire, so it does not work for me. I don't use the moon that much. But while I was still experimenting, doing things, I would, like, when you charge your tools, your tools that you use for your spiritual things, I would do an experiment whereby I would do some of my tools, I would charge them using the sun, and then I would also charge other tools using the moon at night, and I came to an understanding of which these things that I've been charging with the moon, they don't work for me, and they bring more confusion than ever. So when you bring this thing off, they say it was placed there by other celestial bodies or extraterrestrials. Oh, that word. Anyways, aliens. I think they did it for their own purpose. Because once you take a physical body, you must survive. My other name means Cindy, the survivor. So you must survive. So for them it works because they need certain things from it. They need to harvest certain things from the moon. So obviously the people who would be using the moon for their journeys, and people who would be, I would say, worshipping the moon or giving their energy sources to the moon, whoever created the moon will benefit from that. It's like we are creators. So when I create a painting and people give their attention or their energy to that painting, I gain more power. I get more artistic power, or I get more energy from them worshipping or liking or being fans of my work. So even a person who is working with the moon, they are giving their energy to the creator of the moon so that they could get certain things. It's like an exchange, because I also have convicted that you can never create something out of nothing. You must transfer that energy from one point to another. You must change it. You must transform it. So if you want something and you worship to the moon, or you put your energy towards the moon and the moon is giving you that, that's fine. It's working for you. It doesn't matter the cost. But when you are giving your energy to the moon and you are worshiping the moon or whatever, trying to establish whatever you are doing using the moon, and it's not working for you, stop. Don't do it. Because I believe we must never become victims, guys. Don't make yourself a victim to things that are not working for you. And if you do not understand it, don't try to understand, because now you are wasting your time. Not time. No, time does not exist. You are wasting your energy to that thing. So yeah, that's my take. If something is not working for anyone, don't entertain it. Focus on what's working for you and what your purpose is.
Oh, loved it. Powerful. Do you understand how powerful what you've just said is? Huh? Does that even make sense? Do you understand? Do you understand how powerful it is? Because if I can just take this pen, a pen, this writing tool right now, and tell the world that if we use this pen, you will be delivered. Do you understand that if enough people believe that if they use this pen, they will be delivered? This pen will be energetically charged to an extent that it literally delivers people. So I hear what Sadie is saying. Is saying that whether the moon is artificial or natural, it doesn't matter. If it works for your good, then use it, my darling. And if it's not working for your good, then just discard it. I truly love that. I love your point of view. Truly, truly, I love it. That's how I always look at things, Nami, myself, as a human being. However, Sadie, I didn't know that it could be possible that it's not natural. That's why I was like, huh? Let me go and discuss this thing with my people. That was their take. Is it even natural in Valley, or maybe it's just my guides? They're just doing shenanigans. They want to turn me crazy. because it's one of the things I never thought would be. I understand that, okay, a pen is man-made. It's established. I'll use it as a writing tool, fine and well. But the moon, I never thought that far. In fact, I never even felt the fact that it could be even unnatural. I don't know, my please try to guys, guys, when I'm so traumatized. Anybody wants to tackle? I am him. Welcome, Your Majesty.
Thank you for having me. I hope I'm audible. I
We can hear you.
am I
Yes, we can hear
okay.
you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, my darling. Today's topic is very interesting to me because I don't even know what to say. Um, Let me just say, so I thought you guys were talking about is it a debate about whether the moon is literally a physical thing, or is it like I'm not really sure because I came here ready to
Okay.
argue different things. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay to argue. We just want to get to the root of it. Okay, when I am him, I just discovered recently that the moon, it could be highly possible that it's artificial. There were three things that were listed to me by my what you call ancestors, inner guides, whatever you choose to call it. That number one, it could be an artificial satellite put there by extraterrestrial beings to watch human activities or all the activities that are happening on Earth, or number two, it could be an energetic construct, something that's a frequency regulator put there by extraterrestrial beings to influence human emotions, human cycles, and human consciousness. And the third part said that it's possible that it's a symbolic matrix. It's an energetic mirror that keeps souls locked in on Earth and preventing ascension and allowing or promoting reincarnation. Damn. Oh, can you take that?
That's a tough follow. That's a very tough follow. Anyway, um, I personally think that the moon is. I'm not very spiritual. I'm a Christian, but I think the moon is. I think the moon is a reflection of the sun. I don't think it's a physical thing. I think it's plasma. I think there are several scientists who have argued that. I don't think we ever landed on the moon because you can't land on something which is plasma. Yeah, I agree with you that about all the stories of uh, the moon being used by people or an entity out there to suck energies from people. This is very evident if you go and look at what most of the people who perform witchcraft or Freemasonry or Satan worship, Luciferianism, during the full moon is when they do their business. So I think there is some validity to that. However, I'm not very versed in most of what you said, Beacon, because yeah, about when you come to the topic of the moon, I'm mostly a conspiracy theorist, and I don't want to embarrass myself here in front of all these people, but I'm literally a conspiracy theorist towards. I don't believe the moon is a physical place. Yeah, I believe it's a transparent thing. That's why when the moon changes, you can see when it. How can a physical thing become a crescent? How can it become a quarter? How can it become a full moon? All these things are things that I don't believe they can be possible if the moon was a physical place. Most of the people who were in the Apollo mission to go to the moon, most of them denied it. So I don't even think it's a place you can go to. But when it comes to the spiritual parts that you alluded to, I actually agree with you. I agree with you. I just can't follow up with more information because you are obviously more knowledgeable than me on this.
No, I'm him. I'm not knowledgeable. I just received this like yesterday, so I'm just here to. I want to hear these conspiracy theories. So I'll protect you. I'll protect you from anyone. I just want to hear what people think about what I've just channeled, because I myself, I haven't really assimilated it. I can't even believe it yet. So I just want to hear. Tell us more about this plasma thing. What are you talking about? Plasma? How? I understand blood plasma, but yes, Nishke, I understand blood plasma. I did biology. However, I can't fathom the fact that a thing up there could. I don't know. Okay, just go on with these conspiracy theories. Maybe something
Let
will
me
click.
try and explain the plasma thing, because I think, yeah, when I'm talking about plasma, I mean in physics, for example, when you take, I think it's two protons. When two protons collide with each other at a very high speed, they form a plasma. That's what I mean by the plasma. That's the plasma that I mean. I don't mean plasma as in the blood plasma. I mean the physics plasma, where protons and electrons, when they collide at each other at very high speeds, they form a plasma. That's what I
And
mean.
also, that's how plasma is extracted from the blood. It's spun at a high speed to separate.
Okay, okay. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot. However, I am him. Can you please just spew out your conspiracy theories? I'll protect you. I promise. We're all ears.
Okay. My conspiracy theories are basically based on the moon landing. It's there's a certain video by this. First of all, it's so unbelievable that we landed on the moon, because with all the technology that we have right now, why have we not gone yet there right now with all the technology that we have right now? If you just look at the transformation of, let's say, just a simple thing like a transistor used to be a huge thing that you needed a huge place for. That's why computers used to be very big back in the day, because the transistors used to store energy in a computer used to be very big, and they couldn't store enough energy to process big information or big data. But if we look at nowadays, transistors can literally be printed on a motherboard, and they are tiny. You can't even see them. Okay, very tiny, and they store more energy than can be than used to be stored in those gigantic transistors of the old days. So if you just look at how technology has advanced over the years and how they are telling us that we can't go back to the moon, it's just ludicrous. Then another thing, there is this almost all, if not, yeah, I think all of the 8 astronauts that were part of the Apollo mission, all of them were Freemasons. This is just a fact. Then one of them came out and said that they never went to the moon. It's all fabricated. I forget his name. He has a very interesting name, but one of them came and just. There are several videos on the internet where he says that they never went to the moon because the moon is not a real place, as in a physical place where you can go to. If I could remember his name, it would be so interesting. But right now, I can't remember. But yeah, that's basically how I started moving myself away from the whole mainstream narrative that the moon is actually a physical place where you can go to and all that. Yeah. That's my conspiracy theory.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Spirit is saying that a moon is not a moon to itself. Whatever that means, I agree with you, Spirit. I agree with you. Okay, I am him. I hear you. I hear you. And yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense to me. So if they didn't land on the moon,
Oh,
where did they land? Did they
sorry,
even
madam.
go?
I remember the name. He was called Buzz Aldrin. That's the name of one of the 8 astronauts who crumbled the whole narrative that we went to the moon.
Okay. Okay, I hear. So, what did he say that they landed? What did they land then?
It was basically a series of fakes. There are a lot of uh, deep fakes that used to exist back in the day. The whole Apollo mission was a fake. If you go and look when they were announcing that the Apollo astronauts had landed on the moon, you can see Jimmy Carter. I think Jimmy Carter was the president of the U.S. at that time. He calls one of the astronauts from a landline in the USA, a landline that is supposed to use wires can connect to the moon. That's what they wanted us to believe. That video is still on YouTube of him calling the astronauts through a landline, which is basically impossible because you need satellites to transmit those radio waves to the moon. But yeah, that's another part of the conspiracy.
Interesting. Couldn't they see that though? Couldn't they see that? Huh, that's very interesting. I am him. Can you pause a bit and also collect more conspiracy theories because it's opening my mind a bit what you're saying. Back to Guanju. Yes. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, man. Hey, it's deep, Bagiti. But channeling is a problem. Hey, sometimes it's a problem. Sometimes you channel something that is not even written. Right now, as we are speaking, there's something that is coming up. That this is not the original moon that we see in the sky. Because when you go to the Sumerians had a goddess named Tiamat, the one that was destroyed. Then the part of herself was turned into the earth, and the other part was turned into the moon. I'm just making an example. This is not the original moon. So with that understanding, we begin to understand the human race, how was it in the beginning, because we use frequencies, vibration, telepathy to communicate, to do things, levitation. That's why you get great civilization like Atlantic and Lumeria. So, yes, when you look at those civilization, even the civilization of the Olmec and the civilization of Mu. So, if you look at those civilizations, those people had higher understanding of spirituality, had higher understanding of the physical realm and how it intersects or collides with spirituality. So these people, by that time, they were using the original moon because the moon was all about emotions and control, you see, because it's the feminine. But now, throughout the wiping of civilization or the evolution, but they're not really they're not really evolving. Humans are not really evolving. Each and every civilization that becomes great spiritually, they make sure that they wipe it out. Even when you talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, I just think about it and look at it. If they talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, they're talking about Lumeria and Atlantic, because those two civilizations were the only civilizations that were in the primax or the pinnacle of their spirituality. So the destruction to every civilization that reaches the climax of enlightenment comes about to keep us asleep. So from there, when they destroyed each and every civilization that was there before, they had to destroy the original moon too. What do I mean by they had to destroy the original moon? Because the moon was waking up the people, and also the sun was doing the same thing. You see, these two energies, they do the same thing, wake up the people. But now, with this moon that we have today, this moon, we go through, women go through phases of 28 days. And yes, they are kept out of their own balance because the woman is supposed to be in balance and in synchronicity with the moon, because that is the original energy of the feminine. When you look at it, the subconscious operates in a way of the moon. You see, so go deep. Let me go deeper now into why they had to destroy the original one to give you an artificial moon for harvesting. Because with the original moon available, they are not able to harvest souls to return in the process of reincarnation. They are not able to harvest. So, in order to harvest, you need to do what? You need to put something that will make sure that they dump down the frequencies, because we operate with frequencies. Channeling operates with frequencies. Channeling your guides or channeling your ancestors operates with frequencies. So now giving you a moon that is the reflection of the original one, because this is the reflection of the original moon. This is not the original moon, but the reflection of what it used to do, or the reflection of what it was. Not if it's the reflection of what it was, then it's not doing the right job that it was supposed to be doing in the beginning of time. So now you find that women are out of synchronicity with the 28-day cycle, and also they're out of synchronicity with their divine femininity, because we are operating in a masculine run system. The masculine is the action, the feminine is the motion. So the feminine operates. Wait, who's opening the mic? The feminine operates at a slower speed compared to the masculine. So actually, in actuality, that would mean that we are not tapping into they are not tapping into their feminine nature fully. That is why they are not in synchronicity with the moon itself. And this is not the original moon. That's why they can't be in synchronicity, because it's not the original one, the one that they used to connect with. It's not the one that they used to connect with, because women used to connect with the moon naturally, but now you find that they are not in synchronicity with it. Yazi gogo, ngizobe ngiyivala lapho kwamanje, because hey, sisazojula as time goes on, safuna ukujula kahle. But okwamanje ithi ngibe ngiyivala lapho.
I know that is deep. That is deep, Your Majesty, and I truly resonate. And the more ngilalela is the more my inner compass. It's yes, uyabeva ke bakhuluma iqiniso. So that's the truth. That's the truth. Guys, Shem, thank you for shedding light. Thank you to each and every one of you. Okay, but I have a question, one follow-up question. So if this is the shadow of the real moon, where is the real moon?
Yazi ngithe ngisaqala ngiye ngathi they destroyed the real moon and put the reflection of what it used to do. Because this, when we talk about extraterrestrials or beings from the stars, as Baba Credo Muto used to say, used to call them. Can you please close your mic, Prayaga? Because LT, please close your mic, my guy, or my sister.
LT, please close your mic. Oh, okay, he's
Right.
gone.
Yeah. So, hey, what was I saying now? Hey, disturbance. You know, when you talk about extraterrestrials or speak about these entities from the stars or beings from the stars, as Baba Credo Muta used to say, these beings were not the gods, or they were not God, or they were never godly. You see, but they understood, or they knew, or they had science that surpasses humans by 1 billion years apart from us. You see, we can never catch up in a way. But the thing is, it's not about catching up, because we had what? We had ancestral intelligence, which was the AI that is within our DNA. As soon as we unlock it, we unlock all those probabilities and all those truths that they keep hiding from us. So they destroyed the real moon because they didn't want us to wake up. Because the real moon was doing what? Was awakening that junk DNA, the one that they call junk DNA today. The real moon was awakening that junk DNA. That is that is why previous civilizations seem to be more civilized than our civilization today, because they were using the word the junk DNA, and they knew how to use each and every mineral and each and every particle of the universe to actually bend it to their own benefit, because they were the gods. Uyayizwa ke sister ukuthi the real moon was destroyed. Yeah, but you can't fully destroy a sentient being, because a sentient being is like the planet Earth. I said these are reflections of the same motherly body, which was Tiamat. One became the Earth and one became the moon. So how do you destroy the sentient being? You keep it away. So what do I mean by destruction of the moon, of the original moon? They trapped it in a time loop. What do I mean by that? The universe is ran by wormholes. Yeah, boy. These wormholes pass one thing from one state of existence to another. So they passed it. They use the wormhole to portal it to another dimension and put something that is a reflection of what it used to be. But the real moon that it was supposed to be ours is not within our dimension right now. Not within this physical plane that we live in. It's somewhere else. But now they took another reflection and made, if it's made from plasma, then it's supposed to benefit us. That's what baffles me, ukuthi, because the sun is also made from plasma, but it's benefiting us. But if it's made from plasma, then it's supposed to benefit us because we are plasma beings as the human beings. Uyabo. So manje it begs the question, what is this thing really made from plasma? Because it's not helping us ascend spiritually, but it's helping them to trap us when we are supposed to ascend from the physical into the spiritual, or from the physical into Havana or the state of nirvana. So we're not ascending into those two states, nirvana and Havana. We're not ascending into other dimensions when you die. We remain in this physical dimension and reincarnate again and think that reincarnation is something that is normal. But no, it's not normal. It's not normal because uyazi uma ngibe ngiyivala lapho sisi wami, so that nginike abanye isikhathi uyazi.
No, but Sekubega is not normal because we want to hear. Don't censor yourself. It's not normal because. Go on.
Reincarnation is not normal, sisi wami, yabo. Reincarnation is not normal. We were supposed to ascend from the bar to the car to become the Sahu. That was what the ancient Egyptians were teaching in their mystery schools. Their process of ascension from one from one physical plane to another. There are vast places in the universe. And when you think about heaven, you're not thinking only about one place. You think about the vast paradise that is out there of potent emotions. There are realms where there's laws that govern this universe that we live in. They don't operate there. Even time and space, that they don't operate there. Time and space doesn't exist in some universes. Those are the universes that we're supposed to be experiencing life from, even us as human beings. But now we are trapped in the same cycle of reincarnation. If you die, you're gonna come back. You're gonna come back and fix your mistakes. You're gonna have to worship someone. You're gonna have to praise someone. You're gonna have to pray to someone. You're gonna have to do that because they are what they are feeding from your energy. So let me, yazi ngifuna ukunika something within the story of the Anunnaki, because I don't like to read the stories, but this is something that is within your human body. Within the human body, there's a worship gene. When Enki was creating humans with Nintu or Ninhusak, because I like the story of the Anunnaki when it comes to creation, because it includes the role of the woman or the role of the mother. Yeah, but good no, Adam and Eve were not created out of mere words or out of mere clay, but they were born by a woman or they came from a woman. Because the woman is the only portal that can bring souls into this world or this physical dimension. You see, now when you say that no, creation of man only happened from the masculine, where is the feminine there? So you're discarding the woman, but at the same time, you see evidence every day because children are getting born each and every day in the hospital that the woman is the portal to this physical dimension. So let me go straight into what Enki was doing. Enki was one of the brothers, the Enki and Enlil. Enlil was the one that took the throne. So Enki was the one who was designing humans. So Enlil wanted them to have what? A worship gene within the human. What is a worship gene? It's a gene that allows humans to worship. Why is that Enlil wanted that gene to be installed in humans? Because they understood that they could feed from humanity energy by using that gene. By simply worshiping some entity outside of you, you are giving it energy. That's why they installed that gene, the worship gene. So automatically humans have that gene open to them. The rebellion in the Garden of Eden is not a rebellion of saying now Eve ate the apple. Eve turned off that gene. So when you take it from the Sumerian tablets, or you take it from this perspective, you see that this is science mixed with spirituality, mixed with genetic modification, because there were humans that were here before the Homo habilis, before there were Homo sapiens. So these beings came through and found the Homo habilis and fucked up and messed with the process of evolution and said that they created humans by messing up the process of evolution, because the Homo habilis were still evolving to become what? Homo sapiens. That is why I read this type of stories, because they give you something to think about as a human. Which, okay, these people came with an agenda. So the moon, installation of the moon was to what? To further on enhance the power of the what? Of the worship gene that they installed. Pela, the destruction of all these past civilizations were not worshipping. They were not benefiting them. They were not benefiting these celestials because they knew who they were. They knew who they were and they understood who they were. So when you start to know who you are and start to understand who you are no longer beneficial to the system. So we have to erase you, because Earth, I said it before, it is the financial playground between the celestial forces. Abanye bathengisa thina, abanye bayasithenga. But depending on how much power you have, and you see it through what? You see it through religion is politics, but celestial politics. Ogoti, who is ruling now? If it's Enlil, then what is his way? His way is the ways of Yahweh. Who is ruling now? It is who? It is Enki. What is his way? They called him the serpent because he told Eve not to worship. His ways are the ways of the devil. You're gonna put it like that? But the serpent was never evil. Last time I checked, it was the symbol of wisdom. If you're looking for wisdom, look at the serpent. That is the Kundalini, the one that they tell you to let it rise from the bottom of your base chakra to the highest pinnacle of human existence. Reach the CSF, which is the Christ conscious. Yazi, these are things sisiwami yazi man bengiyivala lapho ke okwamanje. Bengiyivala la.
Yeah, powerful. I hope I'm audible. Rihanna, like Rihanna, it's bad. But am I audible though?
Yeah, uyazwakala sisiwami. It's just that you have a background sound, that's all. Yemvula.
It's raining, man. It's raining. Okay. So, okay, what I'm getting from this is that the moon was taken away, the real moon was taken away for the sole purpose of harvesting energy, earthlings' energies. Okay, by these gods, Leba installer this worship Jinn in us as humans. Okay, let's talk about humans for today. And then Enki liberated humanity by telling Eve to rise her Kundalini up, which is the snake. Now laws are labeled as the evil one. So, in short, the aim is to oppress and suppress souls on this plane, on this dimension. Ngifuna ukuthi na ubuya ke kwantu when you come back, when it's your turn again, tell us why. Oh, for entertainment purposes. Oh, okay, throw this one. Oh, okay, bengibuka Pluto lapha. This is for oh, okay. Wait, guys, wait. Whatever is happening down there, what did we do? Is this the F1 thing? We're like, so when they get manje, what is happening? What did I do? What did somebody do? What's the F1 for? Okay, but anyways, when you come back, please tell us why. What's the whole purpose behind this whole thing? Niche K is a set tea break. Okay, left. Nhlanganisi, Your Majesty, please take over.
Yebo, sanibona. Ngiyabingelela enkundleni, ngiyabingelela abantu abadala. Ngingenise kuphakathi inkosazana yazi I'm not sure ukuthi nawo lo mbuzo uthi imuni naturally or artificially. Why abantu bacabanga ukuthi ngaba artificial, like I'm confused okwangempela kahle. So ngizoveza wami umbono ukuthi immune ayikho artificial, and if bengazama ukukhohlisa angazi manibeka ngokwamagods obani laba baxoxayo. I'm sorry, angifinyeleli lapho. Mina ngila kumuntu nje nemuni nelanga. Okay, immune kimi cela ukubeka ngokwami. Okokuqala nje masithi as above so below. Sisuke sithi lokho sikubonayo phezulu ikhona lokho kuphansi. So nemuni nayo siyayibona phezulu, so iphansi. Ikephi ke mayiphansi kimi iphakathi olwandle imuni, and then ilanga lingaphansi komhlaba. Iqondene kushuthi nomhlaba imuni iqondene nolwandle. Irula ulwandle imuni, ilanga lirula umhlaba lo esihamba kuona thina. Lezi zinto zombili kimi ziyalingana, zi-equal, zi-identical lezi zinto kimi. Ziyasebenzisana, ziyakomplementana. Enye iyaletha la emhlabeni, enye iyathatha la emhlabeni. Okay, ngithi mina imuni isolwandle. Iyini imuni? ngithi mina iyitshe iyito eyimaterial ilosawoti obhukuda kuwo kimi njengoba ubona usawoti ungawuboni nje olwandle iyo imuni le isivela phezulu isekuyi-reflection. Angazi-ke ukuthi ngizothi kuyenzeka kanjani ukuthi-ke ama-dimension ashintshe sibone ngale ndlela esesibona ngayo uma sibuka phezulu, kodwa as izinto lapho esiqale khona from laphaya phezulu ebumnyameni ney'nkanyezi, ngoba kimi inkanyezi yona le yiyo le nyanga nale langa, inkanyezi ko-2 yimi futhi loyo, nami ngiyinkanyezi. Lo mhlaba sowuwonke as a whole nawo futhi uyinkanyezi. So kushintsha ama-dimension as sibuka phezulu sibuka naphansi, nakuwe emzimbeni nawe ungenye nje i-dimension kwayiwena emzimbeni wakho, kodwa uyikho konke lokhu engikubalayo njengoba ngikubalile. From laphaya ebumnyameni wavela ekukhanyeni uyinkanyezi. Iyavela-ke kimi le nkanyezi ehambayo ebizwa ngekhwezi, enye ibizwa angazi indasa, angazi noma ngilisho kahle yini leli gama, kodwa kunalezi nkanyezi eriphothayo ekuseni neyantambama. Azihlali ubusuku bonke lezi nkanyezi, kimi inkanyezi eyodwa. Iya-circulate le nkanyezi, iyahamba through the universe, wonke lamanye ama-planet, ibuye futhi ihamba usuku nje futhi olulodwa njengoba siyibona ekuseni siyibona ntambama. So-ke la emhlabeni siyabona ukuthi kune-material, kune-spirit, yabona, kunalo plus nalo minus, kunomoya. So kunama-side amabili, physical and spiritual realm. Uyikho ko-2 lokhu wena emzimbeni lo wakho awukho wodwa, unaleli side-ke engilishoyo futhi ukuthi elakamoya, leli esilibiza ngesoul. Lo mzimba wakho oyisoul yilo mzimba wakho oyinyama, bahlanganiswe yilesi spirit semvelo lesi naso esiyiso, ekuwukuthi-ke lesi spirit esiyiso thina mase siphila la enyameni sesifunde konke lokho esikufundayo, siyahlukana nalesi spirit esiyiso. Lesi spirit mina ngisibiza ngaso lesi enisibiza ngedlozi, umadlozi okumela kimi lo, uye futhi umvela inqange lo, uye wavela kuqala la emhlabeni. Njengoba sim-associate nomuntu wesifazane, njengabantu befika through umuntu wesifazane, kimi ulwandle lolo, yabo, ulwandle lolo flat, ulwandle akukho mhlaba, ulwandle lodwa. That's a spiritual realm sami, ilo babumnyama obulapha phezulu ubuka without inkanyezi. Then wavela umhlaba from olwandle. Lapho kwase kwenzakalani le nkanyezi bengiyichaza ngithi iyahamba ifike la, it's going through lama lokhunjana ama-planet njengoba kade ngisho, mayifika la at the same time kimi lama-planet ayiyo futhi le rainbow ayilo 7 days uNkulunkulu abathi wakha ngawo umhlaba. Shuthi le nkanyezi-ke it's going through le rainbow ne, mayifika la ekukhanyeni kwi-enlightenment isifika it divide itself into 2 identical cells. I-biology isifundisa lokho nayo, i-biology ngokwama-cells, ukuthi umuntu udevelopa from i-cell A1, just 1. Ngitsheleke wena ukuthi le cell eyi-1 ikwaze ukukhipha isibindi, yakhipha ubhozo, yakhipha ikhanda, yakhipha le cell eyi-1. Uyangizwa ngithini? Mangabe siqonda kahle ukuthi the word universe isho ukuthini, ngoba wena lapho uhleli khona kuyimanje unama-system within emzimbeni wakho, inqwaba ama-system a-operator without your concern. That is consciousness itself. Yilokho okulapha ebumnyameni esingakuboni ngamehlo wenyama. Kuningi-ke singakuboni ngamehlo enyama la emhlabeni ekufanele sikwazi kodwa ukuthi thina siyikho kodwa njengerembo. Irembo ngiyithanda kabi ngoba yinto ecommon abantu abayaziyo kodwa abangayijuleli ngempela ukuthi yini. Ngiyithathe ngiyibeke ngisho kuma-chakra mina, ngiyithathe ngiyibeke ngisho lapha phezulu emkhathini kulama-planet. Angithi asiwaboni nama-planet, nama-chakra siwaboni, yiyo irembo asiyiboni la kwi-atmosphere kodwa iyavela uma ngabe i-reflect emanzini. So sithini-ke ngayo? Imizwa yona emzimbeni yethu siyayibona yini? Usawoti olwandle siyawubona yini wona? Yabo? Ziningi izinto oyizo wena kodwa ongazibuzisi. Ukhalini ukuthi awuzibuzi ngani ukuthi kuhambani kani manje, kwenzakalani, yabo? Ngoba kuningi oyikho ongazibona kukho wena self. Imvelo yonke kahle kahle uma uzibuka ngehlo lamoya ufuna u-understand ukuthi le voice ekhuluma ngaphakathi kuwe ayiyo i-voice nje kuphela, iphelele leyo voice leyo, iwumzimba njengoba uwumzimba nawo uphelele njengoba uhleli lapho ohleli khona, nayo iphelele, so is your soul. Yabona? So-ke manje-ke wena uqondanisa kanjani noma ufuna ukuthi uhambe ngokuthi ufundiswe ukuthi, yabona, awukuphume emfundisweni oyifundisiwe noma yona leyo mfundiso uyi-analyze uyibheke ukuthi isho ukuthini kuwe wena self, yabo? Ngoba konke ngisho nawo amafoni ney'moto amakhompyutha in uzothi uma uyixilonga kahle lento ubone ukuthi yonke into idevelophe from i-study somuntu, kufundwe ngomuntu qala, kwaphuma yonke lento oyibonayo ngamehlo akho njengoba manje uhleli la uhleli khona. Kuyimanje kusukela nini izinto ziqala ebumnyameni bese ziyavela ekukhanyeni. Akuna beginning, akuna end. Umzimba wakho wena self yiwo oyisiqalo, yiwo oyisiphetho. Umzimba wakho lokho okubona i-consciousness forever and ever. Muzi-understanda wena ukuthi uyini uzokwazi ngisho ukwazi ukuthi-ke umzimba wakho kushuthi ngempela uma usudlula emhlabeni sewufa kuyenzeka vele lento ohlala uyenza everyday, lokhu ukulala, lokhu uphinde uvuke, lokhu ulala uphinde uvuke, lokhu ulala, usuke usuyoyenza permanently-ke lapha ma usufile. Sekwenzakalani-ke? Angithi la emhlabeni kufanele ukhumbule ukuthi ungubani la emhlabeni enyameni ngoba uyazikhohlwa, kodwa lo mzimba lo owugqokile yiwo ekumele ukutshele ukuthi wena ungubani before uyofunda iBhayibheli, uyofunda iy'ncwadi ethi lo mzimba wakho owugqokile ngqo yiwona ekumele kuqala ukutshele ukuthi ungubani wena. Uzokhunjuzwa yini-ke ukuthi ungubani? Imvelo le khona la uyibonayo, shiya-ke lokhu esesikwenzile thina. Ukhunjuzwa imvelo. Uma usufika-ke ngale ekufeni kwakho awusakudingi ukuthi ukhumbule, sewuyazi. And manje lento sewuyazi yile oyenze la emhlabeni. Sewukhohliwe wena ukuthi le spirit sakho njalo sihamba si-travel all through the universe, all through the chakras, each and every day. Ma usufile ungakwazi lokho wena ubona ukuthi uzokwazi ukuthi uyenze lento oyenzayo? Ngeke. Uma ungabe ungazi ispirit uzoqala uxakwe usawoti ngoba ispirit sakho kufanele siyovaya through the moon, ilapha kuloya sawoti engukhomba lapho olwandle. Yabona indlela eyaphezulu iphuma ngapha ishona phansi, indlela eyaphezulu ishona phansi, indlela eyaphezulu ishona phansi. So-ke manje-ke mase kumele uyihambe le ndlela wena sewudlulile emhlabeni ngokwenyama sewunenkinga-ke manje ngoba wena bewumfundisi la emhlabeni, bewuyinyanga la emhlabeni waphelela ebunyangeni, bewuyini wangayiqedelela le full circle le ekufanele uyenze uma usufile. Bewuphila ngale ndlela yakho-ke abanye-ke abaphila ngobutsotsi. Kimi iyona ndlela leyo eyenza ukuthi sibe nalabantu ababizwa ngamadimoni, sibe nalabantu ababizwa ngama-angel, sibe nalabantu ababizwa ngani. Konke lokho okuku-spiritual kukhandeka ngoba wena indlela obuphila ngayo iba yidatha lakho ofika uphile ngale ka-spirituality. Sewusidakile kahle kahle ngoba awusakhoni ukuba ilo moya wokudlozomela ukuthi ushaye le full circle le okade vele wayishaya kusukela mandulo kukhandeka lo mhlaba. Njoba ngithi mina kwavumbuka-ke umhlaba from ngaphansi olwandle kwaphakama kwaze kwayofika ey'ntabeni lapho ifika khona iy'ntaba ifike ithinta i-spirituality uqobo lwaso kukhandeka u-ayisi lapho kubuye mina la manzi a-fresh abuya ngentaba ehla suka entabeni yiwo awumuntu wesilisa yiwo ayi-masculine awesolwandle ayi-feminine. Maningi ama-dimension lento ngingayikhuluma kushona ilanga ngichaza lama-dimension ukuhlukahluka kwabo ngoba nakho lokho engikushoyo even lo mhlaba njengoba kade ngithi mina uyinkanyezi ngiphinde ngithi futhi uyi-heart chakra lo mhlaba futhi. La uzofunda ngebalance ukuthi uwazi ukuthi ilanga nenyanga into eyodwa, umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane into eyodwa, bayafana bayalingana. Ungaboni wena sewubona kuhlukile, ungathathi wena ngoba sewunamandla kakhulu mhlampe wena njengoba uwumuntu wesilisa sewubona ukuthi uyisigora umuntu wesifazane kumele abe mncane kunawe. Cha, asifanani for a reason, siyakomplementana, siyadingana. Ingane iqathakala phansi ngothando. Yeka-ke njengoba senirephana senenza yonke lento eningayazi ukuthi niyenzani. So sizofunda ngebalance lana, sizogeza leli gazi esilifice vele okhokho bethu nabo sebemoshile bamosha sibuyisela emvelweni. Nayiyo lesiyibonayo, ayikho enye into esiyiyo, yikhona lokho esikubona phezulu lokho ilanga nenyanga yithi sonke. Ungakhethi, ungabandlululi, waqala wakhetha umuntu omnyama. Ingalesi sikhathi uqala ulahlekelwa uwe uqobo ngoba sewuyazilimitha kuleyo nto oyikhethayo ngoba ukhetha wena, konke kuwena, akukho okungasiwena, konke kuwena. Ungadidwa ukuthi unaloyo mzimba wakho kuphela, uyikho konke. Funda ukuthi njengoba ulala uvuka yini lento oyenzayo. Uyazi ngesiZulu mawuthi la usuke ukhomba, kodwa futhi mawusuthi lala umuntu useyalala useginqika phansi, sewukhomba kabili kushuthi manje. Uyabona ukuthi abantu besiZulu angingasho ukuthi abantu besiZulu, ngizothi isintu noma ngizothi ilanguage yesiZulu ngalesi sikhathi abantu beyiqamba or iqala yakhiwa iconstructeka babe spiritual labantu. Njengoba ekhomba kabili umuntu olalayo, uyazi ukuthi lo muntu njengoba ngimkhomba la angimkhombi kodwa endaweni yodwa ngimkhomba la nalaya khona phezulu ezulwini ngoba siyakwazi thina ezulwini igama lezulu alifikanga labelungu. Emkhathini igama lithi mkhathi siyalazi thina ngesintu sesiZulu, hayi ukuthi lifike nabelungu. Siyakwazi emkhathini, siyazi ukuthi lapha phezulu it's exactly as time. Wena mzimba wakho is time itself, uyisikhathi wena, udingi lesi esifake la esandleni. Esakhe isikhathi ilokulala uvuke ilokushintsha kwamasizini ukuze wazi ukuthi utshala nini inini ngasikhathini. Wena nje uyimvelo, wena uqobo lwakho uvelile ekukhanyeni, kuyimanje usebumnyameni. Ngikhuluma nawe nje, umoya wakho usebumnyameni, kuyimanje siyakhuluma, kodwa wena uvele ekukhanyeni la ukhona manje, uvelile. Lungisa, mawufa uphindele ekhaya, that's your higher self. Mawufa manje lokho okwenzayo uma ucabanga lo mgodla ukhandayo manje uzobuyela nawe emuva, uzofica amathonga mhlampe nawe uyoba yithonga uthonge. Amathonga nawo areporta kulowo wamoya odlozomelayo. Uyabona lo moya odlozomelayo esibiza ngedlozi, iyona universal spirit leyo. Mawuse wena sewuyothonga, sewuphethe lo mgodla wakho, mawusuyofika laphana kufanele uyodlozomela, uthola ukuthi awuyazi alignment oyiyona wena. ngoba kusuke kusawuwe loyo sowuvinjwa uwe manje phela wena uyikho konke uyisiqalo uyisiphetho uplus uminus unegative upositive uyikho konke ilanga nenyanga kukuwe phakathi njengoba i-temperature yakho ihlale ilento eyiyona make yakhuphuka uba nenkinga make yehla uba nenkinga awuzibuzi ngani ukuthi ibhalansiswe yini yona wena ubhalansile i-friction imele ikufundise ibalance ukuthi ucabanga umhlaba ongenayo i-friction ukuthi ngabe umhlaba onjani loyo ikhozwa ke yiyo le voice le abathi yona ewumdali le voice le iqhamukapi uwe yile friction esenhlizweni yile friction eyenziwa ulwandle lapha lithi hadla yiyo le shala kuwe enhlizweni ngaphakathi exactly yiyo le nkanyezi ethi shwi engisho yiyo le kundalina oil bayibiza kundalina oil noma kundalina white kimi leza inkanyezi le kundalina oil lenyuka la iyehlinyuka ama chakra njengoba ngichaza ukuthi iyehlinyuka ama universe lapha phezulu ama planets yonke into via through the moon mayiphuma la ibuya ngelanga simple isekhle nje le emnandi circulation engaphakathi kuwe efuna nje wena uunderstand ukuthi izinto zihamba zishintsha ziza la zishintsha ama dimension simple as that wena uzobona ukuthi uhlanganisa nani ubone ukuthi uphuma nani ukhohle uNkulunkulu emva kwalo baba umnyama lobuya that's your higher self futhi that is you ubumnyama isikhathi itself akupheli bona lokhu kukhanya okubona la akukho kwenye indawo ingoba khona wena akukho kwenye indawo ngahamba uzuyephi le universe yonke lephelelo oyibonayo wena uphakathi kuwena njoba ngikhuluma nawe la uphakathi kuwena futhi wena uphakathi kuwena so ke manje ke ngicela ukuyibamba lapho abantu abadala soze kunyuka umoya ngiyabonga
hayi no sowuvele sowunyukile usathi uzanyuke sowuvele sowunyukile mhlanganisi my guy, that was as powerful vele as always, and I feel like what Mhlanganisi has said, what I am him said, because I am him said ubeke as if the moon is not really a physical thing, just like we are fed at school. It's a reflection of something. And Mhlanganisi figure also you see the salt in the sea. There is a certain dimension laying on this physical realm. Layenda the salt, it touches the shape. Let's see, go up there. I'm like, wow, it makes sense. Okay, Mhlanganisi, because you were not there. Okay, since you were not there, this topic after every live session I have, I then get to channel the next live next week. What my inner guides, my people always do is after I just press end on a live session, they then give me the topic here, the next live, and then they tell me what to say. Like they give me the information on what to say and how to teach, blah blah blah, all that things. And then after Sikine with that September thingy, the New Year festival, in line with the sun, the spring season, the coming back of the sun. What you and Hobo Joe said, Logusi, if we're talking about the masculine, we should also talk about the feminine, because focusing on one energy is what propels Logusi basically imbalance. And my guides felt that, and Basabasi, let's talk about the feminine energy. Minega, I thought we were going to talk about the moon. They said, no, the moon is not the counterpart of the sun. I was like, what do they mean? They said, no, the moon is not a real thing. They said I get 3 prompts. Oh no, prompts. They said that number 1, but all in all, they gave me 3 prompts, but now was summarizer. They bring out the fact that the moon it could be possible which is just something that was put there by other entities as extraterrestrial entities to control my emotions, cycles, and yeah, just the actioning of nature on earth to control and observe, and then Pinze Foods, it was made by these extraterrestrial entities to prevent the ascension of Emma souls and to promote reincarnation, just to keep souls on earth. It's something that was created for that by extraterrestrial beings. And I'm sort of collecting information. I'm hearing good it's plasma, I'm hearing good it's also a mirror that is in the ocean. It's a thingy that reflects the salt in the ocean. So and then I'll sit down with my people and be like, okay, this is what I've received from other gods. Yes, Pela, you are gods, Pela, you guys. You are gods manifesting in the human. I mean, you're gods manifesting in the flesh. So I'll write it down and be like, okay, this is the information I'm getting, and then come out with the conclusion. I've heard, guys, I've done in video like a lot of you guys, and I'm learning a lot because me, for one, I thought Kutsi the moon was this planet, just this entity whereby people landed on it. It's a physical thing, only to be told that it's not that. So guys, as usual, thank you for giving us information. Ad break, ad break again. Ad break, it's you guys. We appreciate you guys. We are 14 of you guys. Please tap the screen. Also, if speaker sikuluma and you don't have a gift, pela, if somebody can get information, pela, you give, guys. So if my panelists there saying something and you don't have a gift, you can click on the square sale panelist le kulmago, and then you click on their profile picture on your left after. So I'm click here, and then once you click their profile picture, there's just this tiny heart on the far right. You tap that heart. If Utema gives you tap that heart, give them likes, so because it then advances them to certain stages. Next time when they are live, they earn from TikTok. Also, to appreciate the host, just click that heart next to my name. It looks like the bum. Just click that bum and then send a heart to me so that we form a community. Anyways, Piwe, my guy, you are next. Go. Over to you, Your Majesty.
Oh, hey, bengalinde ukuthi ngizokhuluma. Kodwa ke ngoba vele inkulumo yami emfushane la. Kulungile, ake ngibingelele kuwo wonke umuntu okhona. Ngithemba ukuthi niyaphila. Sibonge i-topic la ekhuluma ngemoon, whether it's natural or artificial. Yeah, I do get a sense yokuthi by artificial you mean that it was man-made, in that it was made by some creatures or some aliens, in a simple language. Yeah, but mina angwazi ama-alien or celestial bodies, or anything that is beyond ukuphila kwethu nje. Hayi ngabe nginephutha lapho. Kodwa ke ngoba sikhuluma ngamagama nje la, amagama ke siyawazi sonke. Masikhuluma ngokuthi into i-natural, normally siyazama ukuthi sikhulume ngento eyivelele yona, bese ke ngala ku-unnatural noma artificial, into man-made or into engayivelelanga yona eyenziwe. Kodwa ke mawukuthi uyakulandela lokho, uyayubona ukuthi even nezinto ezenziwe zisuke zenziwe ngezinto ezitholakele khona la, okuyagcine kungazi ukuthi into vele ehambisanayo nje, ukuhluka nje ukuthi mhlambe lezo zinto lezo zishintshiwe, kodwa lezo zinto lezo the material were actually natural. Yeah, so as ngikhuluma la ngiyacabanga nje izinto eziningi even nabantu sinabantu mawubheka ngokwabantu kukhona abantu esiyayisithi ama-coloured la kusuke kuhlangene khona izizwe mhlampe ezimbili bese kuphuma-ke leso sizwe leso bese siyanda-ke isizwe leso yabo. Kodwa-ke uma ukuthi ukubuka ngalokhu kwamagama ukuthi natural mhlawumbe ukuthi kuvele nini njalo njalo ungacishe uyele lapho. Noma ubuka-ke nje emvelweni uma ubuka ey'hlahleni nakhona ey'hlahleni kuyenzeka ukuthi uthathe imbewu yakwenye indawo yabo uyibeke kwenye indawo okusho ukuthi kulowo mhlaba lowo sasingakaze sibe khona isihlahla esinjalo. Kodwa-ke manje sesibe khona ngenxa yokuthi khona mhlawumbe umuntu osithathile noma inyoni noma ini ethathe leyo mbewu njalo njalo. So konke lokhu ngikushiso ukuthi bengifisa ukuveza ukuthi unatural no-unnatural ekuhambeni kwesikhathi kukhona la kuvela khona ukuthi hhayi ngathi into eyodwa kahle kahle. Kodwa-ke ngiyakubona lokho ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi celestial beings which created the moon. Yabona-ke lapho-ke hhayi ngeke ngifakaze lapho. Kodwa-ke ake ngivele kanje ngithi ukuze sithi moon ithina esayiqambayo sathi moon. So nakhona ngeke ngazi noma kuyona yona iyimoon yini izizwa iyimoon yini yabo nokuthi izazi iyimoon yini noma ilanga lizazi liyilanga njalo njalo. Kodwa-ke ukuze siqambe izinto siyaye sibheke i-effects yabo noma ngingazi ukuthi kupho kuvela kuqala ukuthi siqambe inyanga ngenyanga noma inyanga eyaba inyanga kuqala mawubheka between the month and the moon ngoba makubhekwa-ke lokhu kuyavela ukuthi uqala abantu babebheka ngokuthi inyanga injani ngokuthi iyayivele iwucwezu luye ngokuya ucwezu uma iqala-ke sivela isi-full yabo sebazi ukuthi sekushintshile kusho ukuthi sekuyenye inyanga njalo njalo. Kwagcina-ke sewukuthi sekubhalwa phansi yabo sekubhalwa phansi ukuthi hhayi kusho ukuthi isikhathi singakwazi ukuthi silandelise kanje. Uma ukuthi umuntu o-observer usengaphumela eminyango makuqala inyanga bese ulokhu ubheka-ke uhlola kanjalo mhlampe yenye indlela ezongabheka between natural and unnatural yabo. Angena-ke umuntu obuka kakhulu kodwa nje lezo zinto ngiyayiqaphelisisa. Okunye engaye ngakufunda-ke ngingazi-ke kodwa into ebhalwe phansi ithi imoon le masiyibheka inawo umthelela wezinto ezenzakalayo la emhlabeni nje. Okunye ilokhu okusolwandle okuthiwa amagagasi. Sinamagagasi ngenxa yokuthi khona i-interaction eyenzakalayo phakathi kwamanzi nemoon. Siphinde futhi kube khona umthelela okhona ey'tshalweni yabo phakathi kwenyanga ney'tshalo ukuthi uma utshalile lezi stages zama-photosynthesis njalo njalo kukhona indima edlalwa ilanga iphinde futhi ibe khona indima edlalwa inyanga yabo. So ngokuhluka kwezinto-ke kodwa-ke konke lokho ngikusholo ukuthini ukuthi ngokwethu abantu masibheka ama-processes inyanga iseyinyanga nje awukho umehluko khona makubheka ukuthi amagagasi asekhona kusekhona futhi umthelela othize owenzakalayo phakathi kowesimame nenyanga makukhulunywa ngama-cycles njalo njalo. Makubhekwa lokho engikushoyo ngokwey'tshalo njalo njalo. So konke lokho mina kungitshela ukuthi hhayi kungidrayivela nje kulokhu kokuthi hhayi ku-natural ngoba konke lokhu kusekhona lokhu kuxhumana esikwazi ukuthi sikubone yabo. Kodwa-ke okungale ilokhu-ke mhlampe-ke esingalalela masizwa ukuthi kukhona ama-aliens yabo yini umthelela wawo njalo njalo-ke konke lokho ukulalela nje ukuthekela i-information ngoba nalokho okunye engikhuluma ngakho ilokho okubhalwe phansi nakho kwabanye nabo ababe-observer engicabanga ukuthi indlela yokuthi sikubheke ubuqiniso bakho ukuthi nathi si-observe ukuthi wa-observe lokhu, ake sibheke ukuthi ngempela ukhona nomthelela okanje njalo njalo. Ake ngime lapho nje okwamanje bese ngibonga ithuba sidedele nabanye.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Spirit. I always love your POV. You always balance between logic and spirituality. I really love that about you. That's why I'm like, Spirit, that's why I'm always okay, guys. Mr. 10, Mr. LJ has network issues. Okay, don't worry, Mr. 10, Mr. 10, Mr. We'll wait for you. We'll wait for you. Okay, Spiwe, no, thank you for your presentation. However, what was observing Jan, phela ngoba sishokona ukuthi we are not sure whether it's physical or but what sister we are Jan lapha. Spiwe fana. We can't observe. Okay, guys, ngicela siye ngeline ke nyalo. We will go to Sibusi, then Pluto, then Sedi, then Mkonto, then Mwari. I remember kusengene njani, you guys. Busi, over to you, Your Majesty.
Molweni ipanel ndiyathemba ukubana niyaphila. Okay, so in my perspective, I would say like the moon is artificial, but like I'm starting to have like doubts ngaye le nto ukuba artificial because like I've been like receiving some downloads. So do you notice lokubana whenever it is like full moon, I would have like problems sleeping, yabo, and kwazulala. So naqomba no man can hlala phansi ndizibuza ukuba utheni kunje. Okay, so months later sendilibele, but I think it's been like 3 years ago since ndibone le nto. Ndabona enye video i-video of i-movie kaShaka Zulu, and he was saying and he was saying kule video ubana,
oh my god, sorry guys, my mic is on. Oh my god, sorry guys. Continue Busi, sorry.
And he was saying kule video ubana the time abelungu bafika sebaqala ukubona into efana njengemoon in the sky. Okay, so I did not really pay much attention to the video, so ndayiyeke njalo. And then bese notice ukubana, okay, then I started like questioning myself like years later ukubana hayibo, what if like moon it controls like our mood swings, including women's menstrual cycle. I'm speaking like on my behalf and other women that I've like sat with, and you know we did like kind of have a discussion about this. And banixelele nabo bana xa full moon like menstrual cycle yabo iba inokuba off. So then I started becoming skeptical, these bulls, and then like I wanted to know, yabo. Then I noticed as well bana moon into kukho aphi inceda khona, inceda abantu abazi-herbalist amaxhwele, because abanye babo basebenzisa moon ukuze bakwazi ukucreate ii-herbs zokuphilisa abantu. So like I'm starting like to be skeptical about this. Maringati it goes both ways. It affects abanye abantu and like isebenzela abanye abantu moon. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Busi. Yeah, and Fusi, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense because even with me, with the full moon, but it's things that I'm not comfortable. It's things like, but like, oh God, it's a full moon. Oh, there we go again. I mean, if it didn't, I just get extremely sick. So and that's what my guys said to me. Look, number one, that really are you aligned in Vele? Your monthly cycles, are they aligned with the moon? Then I said no. And then they were like, exactly, correct, number one. And then number two, are you in, like, when it's time for the full moon, do you feel energized? And then I said, no, but exactly, correct. So those are the things that they were just giving me. You see this source of energy, it's not natural. Because if it was natural, and then he said something. He was like, yes, it does work for some people, but if it doesn't work for you, then just forget about it. Because engaze ngenda analogy pen kusi yes we can even send a pen CBC divination tool and it would work because say charged to be a divination tool. It could be possible kusi moon is a satellite or maybe a spacecraft lesilapha reflected the light of the sun. It's possible, it is possible, but because some people that light reflected by the spacecraft siyabasebentela bona, then fine and well, let them be. So let's not play victim. I really loved what said. He said let's not play victim. Just use it if it works for you. If it doesn't work for you, then fine, just focus on the sun, blah 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 blah. Thank you, Shambusi, and truly thank you for that. And there's somebody lapha Nkosiyami, who is this guy? Sorry, Sham, my people. Rory the philosopher. Yay, winner. He said something that my guys said, wakusho word for word. Ooh, P. I want to say it. Because I didn't want to say it here because I felt like nyahlanya. But when he said it, oh no, where's the comment? Okay, yes. The moon is where the Galactic Confederation have their meetings. Exactly. The Galactic Confederation. They said to me, it's possible. Mineke my guys abathanzi kuba factual. Kusi, this is it. Kanje na vele no. They always bring it kusi asokubuke kanje because they love it. Because our guides are people that lived in the past. They are not sure of the technology, let's say, so they always prompt me towards, okay, since it's your time to leave, maybe but what they were sure of, they said it is where intergalactic confederations reside. And then this guy is saying it's where the Intergalactic Confederation have their meetings. I'm like, what is happening? So, guys, I don't know. Mane usi ageko at home, so he can't join. I truly wanted to hear from him because ngeke, it cannot be good. See, I get this message. Intergalactic, what have you, what have not. I didn't even write it down because I just thought, and then this guy is saying it. I'm like, no, it can't be. It can't. It's fine. When he joins. Okay. And then, sorry guys, said he was gone. Guys, that's beautiful. Thank you, Bossy. Thank you for adding that. I truly needed to hear that. Gusina somebody else na moon affect, especially the full moon. Pluto, over to you, Your Majesty.
Thank you. Bengingafuna ukungena ku-live today because I'm a little bit busy, but songs of bamfishane, then I will leave. Sanibona first and foremost. Hope niphilile. Is the moon natural or artificial? Sankhulume abantu abakhulume before me sabekhulume into eziningi ezingishiya with a lot of questions. The way I learn me is I question. That's how I learn or unlearn. But I'm a little bit I'm off track now. Why I came up here because my head is spinning with a million questions. But as guess we'll move to the point, to the question rather, is the moon artificial or natural? For me, I don't know. But some years ago, I took a deep dive on these questions and I came out, my head was spinning and it's still spinning to this day. I don't know. However, I do understand why people would say it's natural. I also understand why people would say it's artificial. The artificial point of view, I think for most people came about it actually came about from the scientific community, and then it's just went to different tangents after that. I think there's this theory of the what they call the hollow moon theory. What basically happened was, I think around 1968, 69 or somewhere around there, when NASA went to orbit the moon and subsequently landed or not landed to the moon and all those things. But one of those missions, what they did was to, as they were preparing to come back, they drop. I'm not sure if it was the landing mission or was the one where they just orbited and came back. But what happened was they dropped some of the material that they some of the craft or whatnot, or at least part of it, to lessen their load and whatnot. So they drop this thing as they were orbiting to the moon, and the moon, they said the moon rang like a bell for almost an hour. And that's where the theories came about, Tuguti, or the way it happened. The moon must be hollow inside, because otherwise, why would something as small in relative to the moon, as small as whatever they drop, make the moon vibrate for that long? I know some people, Bazoti, how did it ring? Because there's no air up there and whatnot, and so it couldn't have rang. But it vibrated, which is similar, is akin to sound. So it created these waves where it vibrated for. They say it's almost an hour or a little bit over an hour that vibration happened. So you can imagine if you drop something and it vibrates for that long, so it would suggest that the moon is not solid. So the hollow moon theory iqale lapho ngokwazi kwami, I could be wrong obviously. Iqale lapho. So then after that, people were asking all kinds of questions. What would it mean if it was hollow? Is it artificial then? Is it natural? If it's natural, why is it hollow inside? But then yakula lento, because people started questioning the craters. If you notice the craters on the moon, they are all same shape. So the way the craters are created is when whatever asteroids, comets and whatnot, all these rocks that are up there, if they hit the moon, but they never hit the moon or anything. Even when they hit the earth, they always come in an angle, just because of how we can go. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Why things comes in an angle rather than come straight down. So if they come in an angle, you should see where it hit and it moved sort of. So there shouldn't be like a perfect circle round shape of these craters, because it doesn't just drop from top to bottom. But then that was the question, Uguti. If it's natural, these craters shouldn't be all same shape. And some are suggesting that these craters also have the same depth. And then obviously that also fuel the hollow moon theory, because then it suggests that inside the moon there's all these things going on. There's a world out there, there's a city or whatever people call it. There's where the galactic confederation meet and all that, but obviously they had to cover it with a layer of I don't know, natural rock and whatnot. So hence, when these asteroids and comets hit the moon, they can only go so far before they hit this core or this layer, or some sort of, you can imagine it as a roof, if you will. So that's where people took this information and ran with it to the moon is hollow. So if the moon is hollow, if the moon is not natural, so it must be put there by somebody or something. And then what would that mean? But then there's the shape of the moon and the size of the moon in comparison to the Earth, you know, and how did the moon came about. There's a lot of theories. There was another planet that crashed with the planet Earth, and but then the size of it doesn't match the known, at least the scientific theories. It should have been a little bit, it's either should be a little bit further away from the planet, or it should be a little bit smaller. And then the perfect round shape, which it's not consistent with other moons around the solar systems and wherever. For example, when you look at the Mars, the moon from the Mars, it's very small, and the shape, it's a little bit odd shape. It's almost shaped like a potato. I don't know what the potato is shaped like, but it comes in all kinds of shape. So that fuel the artificial moon theory. But where it gets complicated for me is that if we go with that idea that the moon is artificial, does that mean Earth is also artificial, which would mean we are also artificial beings? People, they might argue that, oh, the Earth might not be, but then there's a lot of questions that comes with the artificial moon theory. Again, I'm not
Master Pluto, how is it?
yeah.
I like the way you're bringing it in on one reason. Is it, will it mean that are we fake ourselves and so forth? That's a deep
Yeah.
question, a very, very deep question. It goes to ask the question, do we exist or not?
Yes. Thank you, Maury. So these are really, really deep questions, and some of the theories about the moon being artificial can easily be dismissed. Some of them are, they're just rubbish. They just don't make sense. But some of them are not so easy to dismiss. They leave you with questions. Hence, I say I don't know. But if the moon is natural, then again the same questions arises. Why it is the way it is? Why is it so close to us? And so forth. You know, but if we are going with all, because people have mentioned too many things which left my head scratching, and I know where these things comes from. Some of them, some of them that just doesn't make sense, because people were mentioning the Anunnakis and whatnot. Again, if we go with the story of the Anunnaki, which the Bible is mainly based on those mythologies, if you read it correctly, then that will suggest ukuthi even Tina, we are not natural beings. Not maybe some
Okay,
theories
so
will say we are
with,
natural.
with that being said,
Sorry, can you please hold that thought, write it down if possible, because there is a line we're following here, if it's
oh,
possible.
sorry, I thought it's a back
Yes,
and forth kind
it's
of a
okay.
thing. No, I'll leave.
Oh, no, no, no,
My
no.
apologies.
Don't, no, don't leave. Just please mute. Oh, okay. Sorry, Pluto. Go.
Yeah, thank you. So if we're going with those theories, then there's those theories suggest that ourselves we may be biological beings, but what gave us our humanness, if you will, was it wasn't natural. It was a manipulation of some sort, which then leaves me scratching my head, because we know now ukuthi when we go down to the chromosomes and whatnot, we do know ukuthi something happens roughly 200,000 years ago where we change from whatever primates that and to be who we are now. So some of these stories, they match up somewhere, some then they take a different tangents. And these goes to again, I didn't want to talk about these things because there's a lot that goes with it. It's not just about the moon. It's also about the whole solar system, basically, or at least mostly, and us as humans. So it's all intertwined, which then it makes you question the gods. If we are talking about gods, are we talking about these aliens then? And then it goes back to where these aliens come from, what's their nature, and but then it goes back down to the scientific theories ukuthi we could, the whole universe is akin to a video game, basically. So we are just characters in a video game. So ngiyabezwa abantu bayakhuluma, but I think some of us, we are taking these things lightly, or we don't dig deep enough. I hear people saying it's made out of salt and plasma, and and again, there's a lot of different questions, because when you plasma, what is plasma? Plasma it's just a fourth state of matter. So you got solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. So but you can't say it's not plasma, because almost everything can be it can go back into being plasma, and then you go into frequencies and whatnot, and density and all those things. So I don't know. I'm here to listen and learn. But I think what I can say is, let's be cautious when we say these things, that let's question them rather than saying this is what's happening, because there's so many different tangents. There's so many theories around these questions, and these are serious and deep questions. So let's not just jump into conclusion and say, I think that's dangerous, at least for me, to say the moon is this or the moon is not this, because these are still ongoing questions, and angime lapho kwamanje before jump into more. But when you go back to, I mentioned the Saturn earlier on, planet Saturn. When you go back to the especially the Abrahamic religions, a lot of it is also based on the you could say maybe the original Holy Trinity is the moon, the planet Saturn, and the sun. And when you look at the religious symbolism, it's also such as that their symbols come from these three planets mainly. You know, what's intriguing for me when we're talking about these things, you know, you have the Islam, for example. They go and into Mecca and circle around this black box, and that black box is sort of comes from the Saturn, and but then their main symbols are the moon. But then you take the cross, and the cross, if you look at a 2D version of a box, if you unpack a box into 2D, then it becomes a cross. And if you roll it back into 3D, it becomes a box, if you will, a square. So those things are connected. But where it got me puzzled, intrigued some years ago, and it got my head spinning, the modern religions, they talk about the Saturn and being the god of time and Chronos and all that, and they sort of, they have figured out that on the planet Saturn there's this box, or this hexagonal shape on the northern side, northern hemisphere, at the top of the planet Saturn. And they've known this for over 1,000 years, and modern science confirmed this. I think it was the 1980s where the scientific theories came about and say there's actually this sort of storm, but it's an ongoing, they call it a storm, but there's this shape, there's this actual hexagonal shape on top of the planet Saturn. And then I think very, very recently, up to year 2000 and something, when that Cassini spacecraft went over Saturn, it took images which just confirmed there's this hexagonal shape. So it goes back to how did the ancient knew about this box, this hexagonal shape on the planet Saturn, without all the modern tech, without the satellites, without all this. So how did they know about it? Because now it's been confirmed, which again goes back to the Dawkins and talking about we came from these other solar systems that even modern science didn't know about up until very recently, but our people were talking about it. So all I can say is that we don't know anything. And the more we know, the more we realize we don't know. So when we are questioning these things, let's try and take a deep dive without trying to. There's this thing as scenario as humans. I think it almost comes natural. The confirmation bias, which must funa information, or when we are looking at different things, or when we are arguing, we only want to look for evidence that supports our beliefs, rather than sibuke izinto with an open mind. That's all I can ask for all of us. So let's look at everything with an open mind, without quickly taking a side or saying this is this or this is that. Angime lapho manje. Thank you.
Amazing, Pluto. As usual, futhi you're shaking our brains. Yes, King. So we happy, Sadie, come back. Ngoba kulandzela wena nje just now. Okay. Okay. Okay, ngiyakuva ukhuluma ngaNASA. Uyathi Pluto, I usually don't trust NASA, guys. Yo! I want anything that has to do with more government or these collective things, guys. Nishema, I don't trust it. And you said something about a simulation,
Rightly
like a
so.
game.
Rightly so. You shouldn't. But the thing is about the scientific method. It doesn't mean it's not manipulated and there's no false statement about Farai. But because it doesn't, it's not for a particular. Na angibuye lapha because sizongena kwenye ukuthi who runs the world and all that. But the thing about scientific method, nothing is just set in stone. Everything is questioned. They might think this is a fact, and then 100 years later, someone looking at something completely different and be able to go back and say that was a false narrative. That was, so I'm not saying Uguti take everything. When I don't trust anything, that's the thing with belief. Again, don't believe anything. Just try and find out as much as you can, and don't look at things that only support your beliefs or your side of the story. But yeah, that's just too much going on. Because a lot of these things that we know how many people knows about the Tartarian Empire, but there's a lot of evidence that we were cruising, we had flying things and flying cars and whatnot, or whatever, even flying scooters. There's pictures, there's videos, but we are not told. So I do agree when you say don't trust these things that comes from these so-called governments and whatnot. But the information is out there, but it's very muddied. It's very and then I don't even want to go into the Vatican because niggas pull me up. Thank you.
Yeah, so ufuna kusifaka deeper. No, don't go deeper, Papa. No, don't. Bengifuna ukukhuluma about the simulation thing, that my daughter currently is playing this game called The Sims. I don't know if you guys know it, but she came to me and she said to me, Mommy, I think that since I'm playing a game, I'm moving people around. What if there's also somebody who's playing us as a game, moving us around? So to me, I was like, get it, Vele. Anything is possible in this lifetime. And also, Pluto mentioned something about the box, that if it's in 2D, when you open it up, it becomes a cross. And when you fold it up into 3D, it becomes a box. I think this echoes the theory Mhlanganis, in line with the moon, that maybe when the salt is opened up in this 3D in the sea, it becomes the salt in the sea. And then up there, Nasai moon, maybe it's folded up into 4D. Who knows? Like, it's just a thing. Like, what if Mhlanganisi was in line with this? So yeah. And also the part whereby you said, Pluto, we should stop looking for evidence that supports our beliefs. I truly agree with that, because for me, as I said, I discovered this topic last week when I ended my last week topic, and I was trying to find results in line with what I believed in. I knew during the new moon you are attracting what you want to manifest, and during the full moon but during the full moon you are purging. Those things in line with the moon, just like the sun, you move along with the moon, you move along with the cycles, depending on the emotions of the moon should be in sync, all those things. That's what I knew. And when I got in there to check, to verify with my inner compass, bangitshela ukuthi no, that's not the moon. The moon, you've been lied about the moon. That's why I'm like, guys, no. Vele Shem, I'm here. Ngicela kungahlanyi ngedwa, Shem. Ngicela sihlanye song. I want to hear from you. Sedi, over to you, Your Majesty. Then after Sedi, it's going to be Mkhonto. And then after Mkhonto, it's going to be Ryan Cage. After Ryan Cage, it's going to be Son of the Soil. Sedi, over to you, Your Majesty.
Hello to everyone again. Um, I'm gonna start by saying this. I usually share or do submissions based on my own personal research and my own personal experience. So I'll start by explaining to you guys my findings. While I was on this journey, I found ukuthi the universe okanye imvelo works with balance. So when these things are working with balance, which means balance, everything must either be equal. So when the other one is ruling, the other one lays dormant. And then when the other one has to rule, the other one goes to the bottom while the other one is ruling. Okanye, when they exist in the same space, they must be equal. Okay, so khona obuze ngama-chakra ukuthi uma uyibeka ngendlela yesintu, mina my findings tell me ukuthi when ubeha di-chakra ka setso ke tsela eo moya wa hao o sebetsang ka yona. So even in the chakras you'd find ukuthi there are chakras, this one means sexuality, ntontoni, passion, desire and whatnot. The other one means highly intellectual okanye highly spiritual and all of that. So chakra and we put it in a ngesinto. Remember, with us, haholo batho ba batsho, we never used to name things for the sake of just being able to name it. We work with experience and feeling, and most of the time we let our spirit guide us in many things. So when you try to take indaba spirituality okanye le, and you try to make it like a Bible, you want to replace the Bible with spirituality, it's going to be impossible for you to learn new things. And there's another one who asked ukuthi if sephume kukhanyeni, I can't remember umhlanganisi bekakhuluma, and then the other one on the comments asked ukuthi if sephume kukhanyeni, why semnyama, why do we come from the light but at the same time we are dark? Like I said, balance. If you have a feminine spirit or a feminine moya, umoya wakho is led by the feminine, obviously emhlabeni you're gonna have to be masculine. And then if emhlabeni you are feminine, emoyeni you would be masculine. It's all about balance. So it comes to the thing about when you try to explain, like me, most of my research mangiyenza, I would look at different types of cosmologies, and ebasuthwini hona le ntho e bitswang ka cholo, it's like cosmology, or the way they would put it. So cholo it's a thing whereby everything, science, spirituality, knowledge, the ways of life on earth and stuff like that, they were never separated and categorized. Everything was put in one because the laws were the same. The laws of the universe were the same. It's just that they applied in different states, differently so. So when you look at your body, you must eat in order to do daily activities, but at the same time this body, you must rest it. You can't say I'm always eating so I must never sleep. You understand? So it's all about balance. Even in the spirituality, when you want to grow, you need to experience certain things, exercise a few things, do research, ask questions, and do exercises with in your inner self. Do exercises so that you are able to experience what you need to experience in order to be able to accomplish certain things. So masses of funa ogo, like force ourselves to only look at spirituality on earth, which means now you want us to not focus on our spirituality outside of earth, because earth is not everything. We're not going to be stuck here on earth. So when you want us to experience things based on this, you end up putting yourself in a prison, because now you are creating a religion out of spirituality. You want to go back to the church, but you don't want to go back to Jesus. You want to go back to the church. You want to use spirituality as a church. So that is why I say Spirituality is very vast, it's very open, it's very diverse, it's very fluid. So if ufuna ukucater izinto, that's why there is specific things, because when there is balance and different things exist in the same space, that way there's form. Everything is energy. So that is why there is form in everything, because there is balance. Kunomthetho that imvelo isebenza ngayo, kunomthetho that the universe works with. So another thing about the moon, eBasuthwini, in the Basotho cosmology, is whereby they look at the stars, they look at the human body, they look at the earth, and they look at the solar system, and they check how is this correlating. So is the investigation of that, bongata ba bana ba babitsa ka batjholoko and stuff like that, people who actually practice that in Basotho, in the Basotho spiritual things. They don't usually heal or do masapo, but most of the time they do cosmology research. So they had weights, and another thing is they would say Tosa le Madinyana Iona. So Tosa is what? Is Jupiter. Jupiter has many moons. So if besides Earth, other planets have moons, which means somehow it exists, but now it depends on the representation, because some may look at, okay, fine, the Earth, there's this thing of Ramasedi, the father, the mother, and the son or the daughter. So, but okay, fine, if into the sun, our sun is our father, it's what feeds us and gives us energy, and they look at the moon and they say it's our mother, it's what is governing us and giving us the life that we need, sustaining us on earth. And then we look like, okay, we are the people who live on earth, so we are the children of these energies, different celestial bodies. And then the other one might ask, okay, which means now Jupiter, if you look at it in that sense, Jupiter has many mothers, and it must come to your own personal conviction, because we have balance, we have different energies, we have different vibrations, we have different frequencies. So whatever that you align with might not align with what I align with. And when we come here to share our own personal experiences, manje sengikhuluma nomkhonto, masizela ukuzokhuluma yabona isiZulu manje, masizela sizokhuluma ngama experience wethu. Mina, I speak from izinto engizithestile, izinto engize ngazilinga, I did what I did it spiritually, I did some things physically, because ngumuntu ophila enyameni. So when I want to know something, I usually look, okay, in order for my spirit, umoya wami, okanye my soul, umoya wami, to reach this level, I have to do 1, 2, 3. But now I remember I'm in a physical body. So now I must lie to my body so that my spirit can go and do whatever it needs to do. So then I perform these certain rituals on earth, so that my body can let my soul go and experience certain things. So from my side, I look at it like that. Everything here is an energy that exists, just vibrating on different vibrations. We are vibrating on different vibrations. Going back to why siphuma ekukhanyeni but singabantu abamnyama. We are black because black is the color that absorbs every vibration of the light, That's why even now I'm giving you into a practical line. They would tell you when it's hot, no, don't wear black clothes, you're gonna be hot. That means that black cloth is attracting all the light of the sun to you, and that's why we are dark, but we come from the light. So when we are on this earth, we need to be opposite of the light. That's how balance works. That is the law of the universe. So masiphume kukhanyeni on this physical earth, sizoba mnyama, because we must be the opposite of what we were, because we are now crossing what you call realities. You come from the other side, you are light, and you come from this side, then oba mnyama. So if you look at it in that manner, and most of the time, Mina, I am, yes, a person, an academic. Right now, I'm at the library. I'm doing research, I'm reading books. But most of the time, before I make a conviction about something, I don't wait for Ukobela or someone to come tell me. I must go and experience it myself. Thank you.
Ooh, Sadie, man. Sadie. Always dropping bombs, Your Highness. No, I heard that. And Shogusi, white people came from the dark. And it makes sense. It does. To me, it makes so much sense. Okay, loved it. Says gonna at break first before we go to Umkhonto. I guess chukucha ingqondo as usual. I'm Mkhonto, you and your choking of brains. Icon. Okay, at break, guys. If you like the panelist or whatever, labak shogo, if you up, please gift them. But then if we don't have gifts, just clicker on the cube yakhe, kutawuvela i-profile picture yakhe, just a tiny profile picture on your left, and then we click. After you click it, then on your right there will be a tiny heart laphetu. Just click those hearts, or it means we are giving them likes in Abogaba promoter in line with their creativity, my life creativities and all that. And then don't forget to touch that bum thing next to my name. It's a hot thing, it's a bum thing, whatever, however you view it, just touch it and then send a heart me so that you can be a fellow beam. You can follow the tribe. Mkhonto, chuku brains, Your Majesty, as usual. Awuvakali Mkhonto.
Ngiyazwakala manje.
Yes, uyavakala but ukhonto levakala kakhulu kunawe. Liyadumako.
No, ngisensimini mani ngamlungu. Ningixolele ngomsini.
Okay, so evakala ke nyana.
Yabona weBK. If bekuyiqiniso ukuthi umbala omnyama udonsa kakhulu ilanga noma ukushisa, ngabe thina abantu ithina esisebenzisa ama-sunscreen ngoba ilanga ngabe lisishisa kakhulu, ngoba ibala lethu lona lisidonsela ini ukushisa. Kodwa thina ilanga asilizwa nje noma, okusho khona ukuthi ibala lethu aliyona i-absorption ye-heat. So amanga lawo wayekeli. Okwesibili, la emhlabeni akekho umuntu ophila yedwa futhi akekho umuntu ohlukile kunabanye abantu. Izinto la emhlabeni ezenzeka kuwe ziyenzeka kuthina sonke. So akekho umuntu ozothi leli iqiniso lami ngedwa unamanga. Awuphile emhlabeni wakho wedwa, la kunelanga lakho wedwa, la kunesnow sakho wedwa. Uphila la khona yonke into nathi esiyitholayo. Malinetha la kimi eThekwini, nawe mola eThekwini lizonetha. Yabo, makuthi le emhlabeni kuyabanda, nawe uzowezwa lamakhasi. So akekho umuntu oneqiniso lakhe yedwa la. So yamanga. And izinto uma zijajwa ngani ngeningi ukuthi if lento yenzeka ivamsile ukwenzeka, then sizojaja sithi hayi kushuthi kwenzeka kanje. That's why mangabe kujajwa abantu kuyaye kucheck ukuthi yazi le behavior ethile ayitholakali kubantu besifazane, itholakala kubantu besilisa. Uma kwenzeka khona umuntu wesifazane oyenzayo lento usuke njani somewhere somehow tomboy nobe njani. So le behavior yabantu besilisa, judging from what? From behavior yabantu abaningi, not yomuntu oyedwa. So you can't ukuthi uze ne-experience yakho wedwa and ufuna ukusiconvince ukuthi that's how the world is. No, it can't be. Right. Imuni imvelo, and imuni umsebenzi wayo isikhathi. Yabona before kube khona amawash, kube khona nayo yonke into, kuney'nkathi ey'mbili thina abantu esiyisebenzisayo ngoba lezi y'nkathi lezi zisilethela ukudla. Uma ngabe kuyisehlobo, imuni ayibi khona. Uma ngabe iba khona ivela nje ngaleso sikhathi, ngoba kusuke kuyisikhathi sokuthi umhlaba ufudumale ukhiqize ukudla sikwazi ukuthi sidle. Kuney'nyoni ey'thile ey'phumayo ekuthi uma ngabe sekuza ubusika sekuqala kuvela inyanga ebusuku, ubusuku bakhona bukhanye sengathi semini, kanti ehlobo bekuba mnyama ebusuku, futhi nobusuku bakhona bube njani, bube bude ehlobo, but ebusika ubusuku bakhona bufishane futhi buyakhanya ubusuku bakhona. Umsebenzi wenyanga lowo, nomoya wakhona futhi unjani, womile, usuke uzobulala yonke into ekhona kephi emhlabathini, so that kuzokwenzeka lento ekuthiwa ukuqala kabusha. Umsebenzi wenyanga lowo, hayi ukuthi yonke into fanele ibe deep nize nikhulume ngezinto ezoma-chakras ezinga-exist kunina nabantu nje, athiwa ingekho igama layo lesizulu, lingekho negama layo lesixhosa. Okusho khona ukuthi lento le if awuzange uye esikoleni ngaba uyazi, then bese uzoqamba amanga la uthi no, your body must tell you what. Kanti what's the purpose sokuthi ube nomzali if your body can teach you? Angithi umzali wakho uyena ekumele akuguide. Ilanguage oyikhulumayo uyikhuluma because ubone kumzali wakho ekhuluma kanjalo, wakhuluma kanjalo nawe. If umhlanganisi kuthiwa wazalwa wena wathathwa wabekwa ehlathini nezimfene, ngabe ukotela izihlahla nezimfene, bese le within yakho ibiyosebenza kephi-ke uma kunjalo? Asiyekeni ukuqambelana amanga. Inyanga umsebenzi wayo ukutshena abantu isikhathi kanye nokwenza njani nokuproduce umoya wokuthi kubulawe iy'tshalo, kuvele iy'tshalo ezintsha uma ngabe sengena ihlobo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Mr. Mkonto. As practical as always. But again, here, everyone's opinion is very much welcome. No shame. Everybody,
Can I ask
welcome,
Mkonto a
Konto.
question?
Okay, yes.
Oh, okay, Babu Mkonto. Are you telling me, ukuthi wena, when you look at these things, you only look them on an earthly basis? Kusho ukuthi wena i-existence yakho yonke iphela la emhlabeni mawufa kuphelile dududu ngawe ngoba you only look at these things based on this earth. Ukhuluma nangesikhathi and you saying ukuthi these things you look at them on like they are kinako, so which means kadijo and stuff like that. And mawuphela ngawe la emhlabeni inyama yakho ifa, umoya wakho uyaphi? Uphelela la emhlabeni okanye what's happening?
Yabona leyo is a different story, but la besikhuluma ngemuni ukuthi imuni umsebenzi wayo ula emhlabeni, umsebenzi wayo ngoba ila emhlabeni esidinga khona ukuthi sidle. Kumele udle, umungadli uzofa, and imuni kumele ukuthi ivele uma ngabe sekuyisebusika yenze njani, ishise wonke amahlamvu lawa aseyihlahleni naloko kusensimini, so that kuzomila kabusha kukunikeza ukudla wena. It has nothing to do nokufa kwakho ngoba uma usufila usakudinga ukudla. So uma ungibuza ukuthi umuntu uyaphi uma ngabe sefile, that's another topic esingayingena kuyona siyichaze, but njengamanje sikhuluma ngenyanga ukuthi inyanga ayikho artificial, iyinto ekhona eyimvelo edalwe uNkulunkulu and umsebenzi wayo nawo.
Okay, so I hope you've been answered, Your Majesty. Okay, I had Son of the Soil, mane angisamboni where they went, and Ryan Yalo is petrified to come up because Uvangazutsi, and I understand, like his frequency is extremely high to an extent that he can be misunderstood, but I really wanted him to come up, guys. I think he carries so much deep esoteric knowledge which we would have learned so much from it. So okay, I feel like everybody has submitted. Nyalo, please, now ufuna kubuta something or to say something or to aid, just raise up your hand.
Umeza namanga nje ungamlethi ngoba somkhweshini.
Demanga. But I mean, I'm confident in Ryan, guys. He can answer the questions. However, man, Ryan, man, guys. Oh no. Ryan, can you please? Okay, just try. Okay, I'll protect you.
Please, Ryan, we will protect you.
Please, Ryan, please. The spaces are checking. I'll protect him, Sham. Let's face this, ngiyabona ama-invites, but I'm going to accept it because ngibekele yena, guys. Sengimele i-answer yakhe ukuthi what is he saying about this. I'll protect him. Mkhonto ungamnaki, Mkhonto is extremely practical, is how he views life, and it's fine. Lapha, we don't judge anybody. Whether you view life in this point of view or this point of view, it's just fine. It's okay. I don't know, Nyalo, if you have a question or you want to ask something or want to add, please raise up your hand. I saw Mkonto's hand, so I'll start with Mkonto. I'll be looking at the comment section to gather your guys' hands. So yeah, just raise your hand and we'll attend to you. The spaces are Ryan, guys. No one can request and some or something, Ryan. So yeah, okay. Pluto, over to you, Your Majesty.
Sorry. Again, bengingafuna ukubuza into esezikhulunyiwe, but Ryan, if you have the esoteric knowledge, I'm very, very interested in those kind of stuff. There's a lot to be learned. Please do come up. Umkhonto khohlwa here. Umkhonto uyazikhulumela nje akaphuzanga icoffee like Umkhonto this morning. Ungamnaki, please. Mkhonto benginama questions nawe, but sizophuma kulento because ukhuluma ngokuthi the moon umsebenzi wayo is to tell time or something like that, which just doesn't make sense. What makes you think moon umsebenzi wayo is to tell time or something like that, or even to do with is jalo? I'll say it again. Yeah, I'm going to dlala ngathi today, but I think we all need a little bit of entertainment. But I don't think he's serious. I think we are dlalela. But Ryan, please do come up.
While Ryan is coming up, I'd like to also say something, when you usually base your convictions on this earth, I tend to look at the languages sometimes or life experiences. Basotho ba re mo ke lefatsheng, and as a person who aligns everything with my spirituality and my umoya wami, when they say ke lefatsheng, which means it's down, that means you are at your lowest state or phansi. And when you want to base all your convictions on earthly basis, which means you are accepting Gotuena, you'll always vibrate lowly. You're gonna always be where it hurts, where you are not feeling at home, where there is no paradise, or where you are not functioning on your full capacity. Just look at it that way. Don't just I try my best not to come looking at things from, because I also have preconceived beliefs, and I always go into that because I know myself, I've seen things, I have experienced enough, and then boom, 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 everything I know crumbles down to nothing. Tomorrow I will be coming here preaching a different scenario from what I'm saying, but yeah.
Okay, it's pure. Can you tata ematoho? Please moderate my guy. Please moderate. Connect up busy. I go just now. Continue, but if I get my earphones again, never. Go, guys.
Ngifuna ukubuza sisi wami, what was the question again ngalesikhathi busithi unombuzo?
Okusho benginembuto kuwe. Ngabe ngiwubhale phi kwantu? Where is it nje? Usinisade kwantu Nkosi yami. Angisade sengiwubhale. I can't say it anywhere. Wow. I can't say. Manje sola ngimbona Ryan Cage kwantu uthini guys? Uthini Ryan? I can't say. Okay, but nje can you Can you take over? Can you take over? Want to just channel whatever feels right in line with what you want to say. Sister Wambang in line, and then Spiwe. Please, my guy, just keep on a restriction. La political static imagery. What is that? What does that even mean? Ah, okay, that's fine. Okay, we are going to see Busi's comment. Usina sengena Ryan Cage, please invite her. But Ryan, guys, agapendvuli, so I don't know what's happening. Okay, guys, please take over. Spiwe, moderate. Connects up is go just now, but our live has been restricted. I advertising for the next 10 minutes. It's fine. It's fine. Go on, guys.
yabona la manga eliwaqambayo siphiwe la yiwo la izinto la ingakusabhezwa manje la manga
Ngitseni mina manje Mkhonto. Ngitseni mina wangathi ngathi siyavumelana ngento neni.
omhlanganisi namhlanje abasazi ukuthi ubusika basehlobo nobasebusika buhlukaniswa ngokuthi obasebusika bunenyanga obasebusika buyakhanya. Omhlanganisi abasazi ukuthi iy'nsuku zikalwa ngokubheka inyanga ukuthi inyanga ngosuku lokuqala iba neshape ethile, ngosuku lesibili iba neshape ethile. Uma ngabe seyizophela iy'nsuku inyanga isuke isinenye ishape. That's why inyanga phela boyibheka inomuntu ongathi uthwele iy'nkuni. Uma ngabe vela kosuku lokuqala uvele egcwele kuthiwa inyanga igcwele lapho. Ngosuku lesibili alokhu ejika kancane, ngolesithathu ajike kancane, ngey'nsuku zize zibe u-30 uthole ukuthi useyosithela lo muntu bese kuthiwa hhayi inyanga isiyaphela. Namhlanje omhlanganisi abakwazi lokho, basitshela ngama-chakras.
Cha mfowethu, mana kamatshe akaze nje ngize ngiphikisane nawe mina khehla lami. Wena inkinga yakho ukuthi sikhuluma okunye ongakwazi phezu kwalokho okwaziyo wena. Manje mkhulu cha, mkhulu angiphikisani nawe. Yabo lento eyikhulumayo ngi-understanda to the fullest khehla lami, khuleka. Manje wena inkinga yakho yilokho okunye ongaku-understand. Esithatha thina yona lento oyishoyo siyiplastele kuyo yonke indawo, nakuma-chakras siyayibona, wena uyibone awazi kwama-chakra lawo mhlawumbe yabo.
Njengoba ngibuzile mhlanganisi ngathi yini chakra ngolimi lwakini?
Ngithe mina imizwa, ngiphendulile ngathi imizwa.
Ngoba nibhizi la mhlanganisi, nikhuluma into eningi zesingisi. Uyabo? Ngoba yakutshena mhlanganisi kwethu isingisi into oyifunda esikoleni. Uyabo? Futhi e-high school awafundwa lama chakra lawo enikhuluma ngawo, nalama vibration enikhuluma ngawo, nalama frequency enikhuluma ngawo. Siyifundile iscience esikoleni no geography. Asifunda lezo zinto esikoleni.
Mkhondo asikulethe uRyan akakhuluma.
Hayi
cela nimthathe
ndaba. Manje into engizama ukuyiveza ukuthi mhlanganisi le information inayo niyithekelile. That's why ningakwazi ukuyichaza ngesintu senu, kanti inyanga yayikhona mhlanganisi ngesikhathi uphula umfana likhona. Ibisebenza yenza imisebenzi yayo. Yini dinge
angikaze ngiphike.
Pho yindaba makachaza mana mhlanganisi. Yindaba isubmission yakho yonke ibe ngesingisi pho. Mina
manje fanele phela mina ngumhlanganisi nje. Umhlanganisi angizwela umkhonto.
Umhlanganisi wamanga. Ngoba zonke lento oyisho mhlanganisi.
Hayi anima Mkhonto. Anima Mkhonto sidlulele phambili. Ake sidlulele phambili lapha. Ryan, let us welcome you. The topic is still is a moon natural or artificial? I just want to remind Mr. Mr. LJ. He's been asking, did I miss anything? No, you didn't. We are still on the same topic. And you are on time, sir. You can request and come and tell us. Do you think moon is natural or artificial? Ryan, over to you.
Yeah, Grand Rising, my beautiful family, ndiyabingelela, dumelangi, namaste, yeah. So, first of all, I did not come here to debate with anyone. If I say something that doesn't resonate with you, keep your own beliefs, you know. So me myself, I'm just a theorist, So I'm gonna reveal, what others have revealed, who came before me. So yeah, so I'm not here to fight with anyone, and I'm not here to force anyone to believe in what I'm going to say. So if you are going to debate, please debate with facts. Yeah. So yeah, for me, the moon is natural or artificial. Well, the moon itself, it is natural, but in me saying that the moon is natural, and I will say again, the moon in this planet, it is artificial. If you can go in history itself, you will realize that actually we had two suns. And before the invaders who came into our planet could overcome us, they knew about the second sun, which was removed. So the moon itself, it is natural, but the frequency of it comes from another planet, which is planet Nen. So if you know the story of Zeus, whereby he created the six ether beings, so they can be able to dwell in this planet just like us. We black people, we are the nine ether beings, and there are six ether beings who invaded this planet. So them, realizing that actually we needed something, which could give us power, just like how the nine ether beings get their energy from the sun. They came with their own moon. So this moon itself is from planet Nen, the planet of Zeus, whereby these Draco reptilians and draconians came from. So for me, I would say, the moon is a natural thing, but in this planet, it was put, in purpose. So as I've started, when we look at the sun itself, we can see that the sun is far, from this planet. The distance of the sun, it is outside the firmament. But when we look at the moon, it looks like it is inside the firmament. Actually, the moon is within the planet itself. So I've been asking myself, this question, like how come that the sun is outside the firmament, whereby we cannot reach it. But when we look at the moon is very close to us. Why wouldn't you believe that actually this is a spaceship, or it is a satellite? So these are the things, which I started, to question. And as I went deep enough in the Bible, which is the esoteric book, I realized that in Genesis, we were told that actually God formed the world within 7 days. He mentioned about the light, but he didn't mention the moon itself, And we realized that even when we look at this esoteric book, the moon itself was being revealed in the book. It was revealed in the book of Revelation, whereby they told us the moon, will turn a red blood moon. So this is a very deep topic. So when we go into these theories, there are researchers, and there's this certain researcher. You can even go to YouTube. I forgot his name. This researcher actually revealed to us that actually we were able to go into the moon, just us by going with our ship. And as that researcher arrived at the moon, he realized that the moon, it is a satellite. That is why you can see the moon's color can change. They will tell you that the moon is red. They tell you that the moon is blue. They tell you that the moon is pink. It is actually changing colors. But when you look at the sun itself doesn't change no color. So this scientist, he has went there in the moon, because the moon, it is inside the firmament. And as he went into that moon, he realized that behind the moon there is a science lab, whereby there are Draco reptilians who are harvesting souls of those who are alive in this planet. That is why most of the people will tell you that when you die, you should never follow the light. because when you follow the light, you will be stuck in a reincarnation process. So as I tapped in, deep enough, in this knowledge, I even went into Egypt, and even in the story itself, of Mary and how we conceived Jesus, I began to learn many things about this moon. So I realized that when there is full moon, there's always a lot of negativity. Most people, when there's full moon, the moon affects them, they get moody. Others, they become crazy. That is why others, they name the moon a lunatic, meaning lunatic is to be crazy. So the moon has driven others crazy, and we have seen it in the movies of Twilight, whereby the vampires, they themselves, they benefit from the moon. But once the vampire goes outside into the sun, they burn. So in me, realizing these things, I realized that actually, there's something, which is missing that most of my brothers and sisters don't know. So as I went into the Egyptian part, I realized that they are telling us about the Kundalini energy, which is the serpent. And most of us, they tell us that actually, in order to raise your Kundalini energy, you must raise your life force, which is your sperm, and it must raise into the head. But when I looked at most women, why is it us men only who are able to raise our life force into the head? Why least every month women lose their blood? They lose their blood, which is they go into this process of periods. Why am I raising my life force energy in order to become stronger? While is the women, they lose their life force energy every month. So as I tapped in, deep enough, into this knowledge, I even, realized that actually what they were doing in the beginning, in the beginning itself, there was no moon. And the reason there was no moon, there was no moon at all, and the reason why there was no moon is because we had the second sun. So in them, we're creating the moon, these Draco reptilians, and bringing it into our planet, whereby others will tell you, that the moon is itself, it's a spaceship because it is within the firmament. And when we go in the beginning, women were more powerful than men. The old order whereby we had pyramids, we respected women. But today, women, most of them, they lost their power, and when they lost their power, that's how the men, the patriarchal side, conquered them. So in the beginning, when there was no moon, they will tell you that actually women, had this ability, which is called pathogenesis, the ability to produce their own children without needing a material sperm from a man. So women were more powerful in that way, whereby when they didn't lose their life force energy, they were able to produce more of their more children without needing anyone. So today, as these Draco reptilians, they invaded their planet, they saw that actually, if we don't let women lose their life force energy, they will become more powerful than us. So by them becoming more powerful than us, we have to make sure that actually their life force energy, they have to lose it every month. And that's how they created this spell, which we call the moon today, which is a reflection of light. Like we can see the moon itself, the moon is a light. You can switch it on and you can turn it off. You can switch it on and you can turn it off. But we can look at the sun. The sun is traveling in an infinity cycle. We can see the rotation of the sun going from the east to the west. But while it's the moon itself, it is not doing the same thing. The moon appears after a certain day, then it doesn't appear. When we study the energy of the sun, we realize that we are benefiting from the sun. Plants become alive when there's the sun. Plants grow, we become alive, we become very happy. But whenever there's the moon, we don't benefit nothing. All we share is all about accident. All we share is about most people becoming vampires, most people becoming werewolves. Others, they become moody, and some of our mothers, our feminine side, they become sick. So in them, these Draco reptilians, establishing this moon into our planet, they took off the women from their own power. They conquered the women because now every woman is losing their life force energy. But me myself, Ryan, I'm a celebrate and I'm becoming more powerful every day. While it's my own feminine families, they are losing it. So even when we go, deeper into this research, my brothers and sisters, we realize that actually the moon, itself is harvesting our souls. That is why we have this brand, this brand, which is the movie, which is called DreamWorks. In the DreamWorks, they will show you the moon, and they will show you as a child, sitting on that half moon, whereby the child is using a fishing net to fish something out of the water, whereby that child is pulling souls, is incarnating souls from us. So we are being stuck, in a cycle, of reincarnation, most of us. So this knowledge, my brothers and sisters, it is very deep, because the moon itself, it benefits the 6 ether beings, but us, the 9 ether beings, we benefit from the sun. And even when there is no moon, we don't die. We don't die at all. We can the moon can we can lose the moon right now. When I'm betting we won't die. But if 5 days can pass without the sun, you will actually die. So what are we benefiting from the moon? What are we benefiting, all of us? So I even went deeper, into this research, my brothers and sisters, and there was this episode which I saw from Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu, there was this episode which was removed. I don't know if it is still there in YouTube. Shaka Zulu, the reason they were able to be overcome, by these white people in the olden days is because they saw the moon. And when Shaka Zulu saw the moon coming into our planet, he said it to themselves that this thing which is showing up into our planet, it is not natural. And that's how the fall of us being powerful became. So the moon itself, we even realize that even when we go into horror movies, they always show you the moon. What is it with this moon that they have to show us in the horror movies? You even see it, in certain movies whereby they show you a witch passing with a broom around the moon. So this energy itself, it is negative, in such a way that most people, are not even aware, So this information, my brothers and sisters, it is getting me to that point whereby, I said it to myself, the moon, in this planet, it is very artificial, very, 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 very artificial, but it is real because it is a reflection from another planet. So I don't know, about others, how they take it, but as I've said it, I did not come here to debate, guys. I did not come here to fight with anyone. But I'm just revealing what I know.
Whew, Ryan, powerful as always. Guys, in fact, mkhofuna challenge Mkhonto here. Yesterday, Mkhonto, yes, yesterday, I was worried ukuthi ndawufike ngithini, how will I present my topic on the feminine energy, because last week I was talking about the masculine energy, I was talking about the sun. And as I was speaking with my inner campus, my ancestors, whatever you choose to call it, they told me that the moon is not real. So ngamangala mina ukuthi how manje, when I was so confused, and the whole week I was so confused, and itolo bese ngicala panic ukuthi oh no, what will I talk about? And then I stumbled across a live yakwantu, and I found Ryan Cage talking about this thing, exactly what I was channeling, because my people, my inner campus, my inner guide was telling me exactly word for word what Ryan is saying. Exactly. I don't Google things, Gemini. Things I talk about, I never taken from Google, I never taken from the internet. They're taken from my inner guides. That's how I trust in those guides. So nabangitshela these things, I was like, I umuntu sotawuhlanya sekukhulunywa ngani manje lana. So I ngakhuyitha vele ngabathuba ngayekela and came on TikTok, nangena live yakwantu. I found Ryan Cage talking about this thing. What do you call that, gay? What do you call something lengazange sengive before ngitshelwe nami in my visions sengilokuva khulunywa ngu-Ryan Cage. Like, how can you challenge something like that? Shokuthi siyahlanya sonke. If uhlanya sonke, then there must be something lesihlanyisako. There must be something. What is it? So yeah, I don't know. Guys, okay, Mkhonto's hand was up. Mkhonto, please be warned, we're not debating, and label Shani. If you truly have a question, ask a question. If you have something to aid. Guys, please, let's respect each other. We all have different point of views, we all have different beliefs. You are curious and inquisitive, you want to learn, then you can ask or aid. Can I start with Mkhonto? Then want to.
Cela ukubuza mina we-Ryan, le nto ayishoyo about iMoon, because inyanga siyayibona siyikhombe noma isifikile sibone ukuthi lokukhanya lokho kwenyanga, so kusho khona ukuthi inyanga singakhuluma ngayo siyiprove ukuthi nansi ikhona. Leyo nto le nto ayishoyo ungayiprova, siqale nje ngokuthi ungaprove ukuthi kwakunamalanga amabili naleli linye lantshontshwa abelungu. Umlungu akabantu lo wantshontsha ilanga wasemhlolisana.
You lack information. Listen, I told you.
School
this
me.
information is already out there. Listen, this information is already out there. So I'm not gonna try to answer something which I won't be able to answer. So please study more, and stop asking us more, because right now you are trying to confuse me. You are trying to make me sound like I'm someone. So please study, my brother, because I see you are not a theorist. And that's the thing about you. If you were a theorist, we could debate. But right now,
we is naming me. But I'm not allowed to name him. Njengoba sengitshena nje ukuthi angifundile mina angifune ukufunda futhi. Ngimbuza nje yonke lento ayishoyo ukuthi angayiprova yini. Asinike nje nama sources wakhe ukuthi lelanga lelathi amalanga ye-2 before kufika belungu. Lalike phi? Lalibizwa ngani mhlambe ngolimi lakuko mawukuthi umpedi asitshela lalibizwa ngokuthi uyabo lantshontsho umlungu akabantu bani ngoba phela siyayazi history yabelungu befika le South Africa, siyamazi umlungu okuqala, siyalazi iPortuguese lokuqala lafika le South Africa. Yona into ngasinika yona uphinde futhi usitshele ukuthi labafazi okhuluma ngabo uthi wena they were powerful and yasiyantshontsha power yabo. Usitshele ukuthi kwaba kabani uyayibona lonto Nkosi yami bakusiphi isizwe kwakwenza bantshontsho bani power yabo wayenzani, bese ungiphinde nombuzo wesithathu yokugcina uthe wena you are getting more powerful every day. Which powers do you possess njengamanje?
Oh my brother, I've already read your energy and I won't answer your questions. It's better if someone ask me questions, because you yourself, I already read your energy and I understand which frequency you are.
Okay, guys. Wait. Okay, on this platform, Beacon of Light lives. I'm not comfortable answering your question. We respect that and then we move on. Mkhonto, sorry my guy. We are to such a saying, Mkhonto, if you are truly interested. Okay, say such a shit, okay, I don't know where Ryan found the information. For me, I find out there source YouTube or Google and all that. I mean, I was just purely waiting for information to discuss on my next live and exactly for Ryan. I think I saw searching for YouTube, maybe Google. I don't know, something like that.
Manje Bikini, how would you go and facilitate on open live about it so you can't even prove? And then best we can play on 13.
Okay, for me, authenticity. Sorry guys, yes, need my cocomelon here. The authenticity, let's in line with what was written or what is watched and all that. Even my books, I bibliography. I didn't source from anywhere. It's just from me. Whether you believe it or not, if it resonates, then it means it's yours. If it doesn't, it means maybe it'll resonate someday, or maybe it's just not yours. I don't know. Even as I believe in that thing. Okay, want to had his hand up.
We don't have a problem with opinions, yabo. Everyone has his own opinion. The only problem, mawusufuna umbono wakho, usufuna ukuthi uwenze as ama-fact, that's why we'll question you. Uyabona? But everyone, Nkosi yami, is entitled to have his opinion. Uyabo? And keep it to themselves. Lana we are on the public space to speak about things. That's why there is a topic or ibegi. So you speak about things and then you'll be able to prove it so that we can learn. Uyabo? Hayi ukuthi usibombaste nje ngama-opinion wakho, siwenzeni ama-opinion wakho.
I hear you, Mkhonto. I hear you, Mkhonto. Okay. Sorry, 10, Mr. LJ. Can you come after Gwantu? Gwantu has his hand up first. Sorry, Majesty.
Mina ngizokushaya 1 minute kuphela and then I will let Gwantu.
Gwantu, what do you say? Wait, what do you say, Gwantu?
Ngikela sibusise ma.
Okay, go on, Mr. Majesty 10.
I'm just going to hit 1 minute and then ngizonikeza Gwantu. But however, I want to address Mr. Mkondo and the situation as it is. We can't escape from such. We need to know how we can deal with it when it comes, because it will not be the first time. There might be more of such conversation happening, whereby somebody's dishing out from ancestral intelligence and they are being questioned and so on. So one thing that is clear is this: we must accept that there are things that will be revealed, or certain angles or level of angles are not similar. We are not viewing life from the same perspective. Let me put it this way: everybody has a window, or a viewing deck, or a viewing room where you view the world. So your universe is derived from there. Outside, you are just projecting it. So now, Mr. Mkondo wants evidence or wants things to be said in a certain way that makes sense to him, but he doesn't understand how to allow the subconscious mind to make more sense to him. So all I'm saying is this, guys: when something is not good enough for you, or when something is too solid for you, there is no problem. You can mute, or you can put it aside. There are groups of people who are speaking a similar language with Mr. Mkondo, and there won't be any arguments. But the problem is this: when views are shared, if it doesn't make sense today, it might make sense tomorrow. So you just listen, but take only what you can comprehend. But for you to argue with something that you cannot comprehend is quite unfair. I mean, I was mauled some few days last week when I talked about how nothingness is the first thing, because light can only shine from darkness. For light to shine,
Mr. 10.
darkness
Mr.
must
10.
be. So Mr.
Mr.
Mkondo,
10.
no, ngifuna ukuthi ubaba kancane. But however, all I'm saying,
Wait, my brother. You see, I don't have a problem with angles of people, how they view things. Hence, that's why on everyone's submission that I don't understand, I ask a question. The problem that's gonna happen is that if you don't wanna answer my question and start calling me names like Ryan and Z, that's why we're gonna have a problem. Because why do you call me names instead of just answering me? Because I don't understand. I'm not saying what you're saying is foolish or whatever. I'm just asking you a simple question to provide clarity for me. Why is it a problem to provide clarity for the things that you see in your anger? And then you wanna call me names.
I apologize. I apologize if they for names and all that. But however, all I'm trying to say, Baba, is this: if these people, it happens sometimes. Abantu bayakhuluma, and you can hear that. I know what they are talking facts, but that's facts for grade 1 and 2, and there are also facts for tertiary and so on. So I apologize if somebody said something bad to you that you did not like. It happens. But if these people are not making sense, that's my advice. if these people are not making sense, you end up having more questions than answers. I think they are not the right people for you. That's what I'm thinking. I just wanted to pass it on.
Hayi ukucasha
It's possible.
ngesithupha nje ukucasha ngesithupha konke lokho Mr because all of us we are staying under the sun. All of us can see the moon every day. All of us can breathe wind. So leyo nto ukucasha ngesithupha nje. Your submission make it make sense mfowethu. Uyayibona lonto. Mnina anifuni ukubuzwa kule nto eniyishoyo ngoba ziyamanga. Nayi inkinga yenu. Ngize nichaze
Okay.
yonke lento eniyichazayo nifuna ukucasha nje explain indaba nama-fact o-grade 1 no-grade 2 kulungile-ke walethe wonke-ke phela bonke o-grade walethe wonke ama-facts.
Ngiyakuzwa, but now all I'm saying is it's possible that what they are saying it is truth, but it might not be truth for you. Because we have to be
Well, they must prove it, ke. They must prove it.
yeah, but when they talk, I do get confirmation on what I was shown in my own private space, like Beacon, like she was sitting in her own space, and she received a message that is similar to somebody. So now, for me to say, hey, I was in my room and my ancestors showed up. Must I prove my ancestors to you by taking pictures? You understand?
Angithi-ke Mr. uyabona lapho. We are talking about your ancestors and they are telling you secrets. That's for you, not me. But if you are talking about a global thing, like the moon, everybody can see a moon. It's not shown only to you. That's why I asked for evidence of the things that you see, because you are not talking about your only thing here. Kanti yini ongayizwa noma mhlambe ufuna ngirole njengani isingisi?
No. So, okay, so I think on that one, Baba, mina ngizoyishiya kanje. What they are saying about the moon being artificial, there's been rumors before that this is a replica of a moon that we are seeing. So, if you want more proof on that, I think it is best that you go and research and see if these people are telling the truth or not. But for you now to argue it on the life, I think it is not fair for other people who the artificial moon makes sense, because even what Ryan said, if you look at it, why must women lose power every month through their cycles? It is to weaken the woman, and and religious books, the Quran and the Bible, they are also against women. So it does make sense, even if you don't have real proof. But you can see, Guti, when women are in this space, they lost. It means that they have lost their power. They are
Can I
bleeding.
ask
They
you
have lost the power to play.
something
Stuff
for
like that.
last time? Can I ask you something?
Yes, Papa.
If men, in order for a man to have a woman in his life, a man must pay a certain amount. If he doesn't, it's a sin from God. Man must go and work and protect a woman. What does a woman do? Nothing, but enjoys the works of a man. How is that an oppression? If you yourself, can we say you must sit at home, my brother, your wife will do everything for you. Are you oppressed by that?
Nkondo, let's do this, Maga. I feel like now
To answer me a question.
no,
Answer me
no,
a
no,
simple
no, no, no,
question.
no, no.
Because you want to lie about the Bible.
No,
Okay,
I don't
sorry
want to.
guys. Sorry.
I'm just saying, let's not waste other
10
people's
Mr.
time.
LJ and Conto. Wait, guys, wait. Okay, today, as we bugeni about the moon, if you are not aligned with the topic, or if it doesn't rub you goodly, or emotions are be comfortable with it, I feel like as a pose a bit. Mr. Mkonto, I love having him on the panel because we are that to think deeper. Every time Nangsing interact from later, I believe we are a challenger. I love having somebody like that in my life. That's why I always allow Mr. Mkonto to be on my panel. So if it's possible, ngicela sonke singamfaki into. Sorry, please mute Mr. 10. I feel like I'm hearing myself. Please mute Mr. Tan. Okay, thank you. So if it's possible, whenever let's have a submission forth, it's just a request from me, Nkosiyami, ngiyacela nje as a host, because I love having him here, Nkosiyami. Yathi mbamba mina uyangisita personally mina, because I don't like formulating a belief on shaky ground. Nangisingithi ngiba ne-belief, I love to have somebody to say, yeah, asobuke kanje, yeah, don't look at it like that, you feel me? Kungukuthi nje Nkosiyami Mkhonto wami uhlaba nayo oral diarrhea here and there. Nimxolele nje mntahla sinemanga, just don't take it too hard if possible. So yeah, Mr. Mkhonto, I feel like today asesime khuluma ngepatriarchy, because ngiyakuva there's the other time I DM'd Mr. Mkhonto ngamtshela ngathi wena, I feel like you're a provider. You are one of those men who still know what being a man is. Akhohlwe Mr. Mkhonto ukuthi there are other men out there, they are called man children. They don't believe in providing. Bafuna 50-50. So I feel like a point of view yakho, Mr. Mkhonto, don't summarize it over as it's everybody's point of view, and the way you see life is not how everybody sees life. So assess many today go discuss our patriarchy and how life is outside of the moon. Let's focus on the moon. Mr. 10 LJ, Mr. Mkhonto, please mute. Mr. 10, please finish your submission. When you're done, then going to goes. Again, guys, Mkhonto is here for a purpose. Khona kusatosheka our beliefs. Angifuni create my beliefs from my grounds langapili. He's here for that, to keep us in check. Please finish, Mr. 10, and then go on to.
Let me stop calling. But however, Deacon, I mean, call you Deacon. Okay. So from what I've heard, because I missed because of network and all that, but the pieces that I got to hear Simpiwe, and I got to hear, I forgot the other name, and I also got to hear Ryan. And what I have collected, what I've gathered, is that it is possible, based on this fact that why our women has to, the womb has to die and rebirth all the time. It shows that this cycle, it might be interrupted. So when it comes to the moon being artificial, even if I don't have much information on the topic, but then I could see that the power of women to produce life, it is interrupted. And apparently the moon is in charge of that cycle, which I do understand. But then the question could be now, why is the cycle interrupted? Why must it break? Was it necessary? Was it like that before? Because when we talk about virgin birth, it is also what Ryan touched on, the ability to produce a child on your own. So why do we have virgin stories? Virgin birth stories that did not even start with Mary. Back, there's lots of civilization that talked about the virgin birth. So I do smell that there is a possibility that our women power to give birth and to create was reduced and was interrupted by these systems. So I, with the little knowledge that I have, I'm okay to allow such explanations so that I can investigate them for myself. So yeah, just a little bit of that I wanted to share, guys. Kwantu, Bikonyabong.
Thank you, Baf. That was great. From me, from my side, angisama ngale nto bengiyikhuluma futhi ukuthi hayi the moon is artificial. Uyazi, I have a question ukuthi, are we living or we are dead dying to live? Ithi ngiyiphinde futhi, are we in the realm of the living or we in the realm of the dead dying to live? Because akuyicabange so, yazi le nto yamachakra ikhona Mkhonto for the near future. Mina uma ufuna ukungibuza imibuzo, mina ngizokufuqa ungilandele, ngikufuqe nge-information. Yazi, in the realm of the spirit when you astral project as a person, you actually see that when you're outside of your body, your spirit is more free than when you're inside of your body. So now, Asian beliefs were that the body is the tomb of the spirit, or ingcwaba lomoya, uyabo. So in a way, it might be the tomb of the spirit, because when the spirit is in the astral plane or in the astral projection phase, you find that there are many more possibilities within the universe. And those possibilities, you get revealed to them when you're in that state of astral projection, that you can do all things and everything is possible within these realms. Yeah, but when you go to the physical plane, you find that nothing is possible when it comes to the body. There are laws that govern this realm. And when you look at the moon is the core phase of distortion. Yazi umculo emandulo was tuned to a certain frequency that was 462. I think it's 462. There are different frequencies, 528 and different frequencies. So we have lost so much within this civilization that we're in today. We have lost so much. We even lost the frequencies. Because of what? Because of distortion. For the moon is artificial because it is the one that brings distortion to manifest within this three-dimensional plane that we exist in. What do I talk about when I talk about distortion? I'm talking about distortion is far more than just being out of tune or out of sync with the universe itself, but distortion has to do with what you call the parasite, demons, Gracos, reptilians, devils. That is distortion, because these beings are frequencies but vibrating at a low vibration. That's why they tell you to fear your God. How are you supposed to fear the same person that created you? Like, it doesn't make sense. So fear is a low vibrational frequency. So why should you indulge in it? So fear gives birth to what? Even the lunatic. The lunar is a state of distortion. That's why the moon, when it comes out at night, some people start to lose it, or some people don't get rest, because it is a phase where the soul is distorted. Like, even ourselves, we are like radio antennas. Uyabona, masikhuluma nge-radio antenna, we receive information and we also give information from our minds and from our hearts. The heart is the Taurus. It is it's not the Taurus, but I forgot its name. It is an organ that distributes electricity to the body. But they don't tell you that in science. They tell you that the heart is just there to pump blood. But it's also there to what? To regulate electricity. Because if you understand the human itself, the body and what it is a combination of frequencies mixed with vibrations that are living through consciousness. That is the metaphysical formation of the body. So when these frequencies are distorted, we are not able to dive deep into the truth, because we are in the distorted universe. What gives birth to this distortion? It is the same lunar, the same moon. As benke ngakhuluma ukuthi the original moon is no longer out there in the sky, but this is the artificial moon, because the original moon is not there. It is the artificial moon that imitates or mimics what the original moon used to do. Because when you look at it, The feminine is no longer spiritual the way it used to be a mandulo. Women are no longer spiritual the way they used to be. Because of what? Because of distortion. When we talk about the grey core reptilians and talk about the earth is not aligning with them. So for them to align with the earth, they need what? They need the lunar or the moon for them to make sure that humans are kept in the same state of mind, which is basic logic and reasoning. That is what they want us to do, to continue with basic logic and reason, to reason from grade 1 knowledge. Grade 1, grade 2 facts. You see, they want us to keep us in the state of mind so that we keep on reincarnating, because their reincarnation process is beneficial for them, but not beneficial for us. So are we living or dying to live? Are we living or dead, dying to live? I think we are dead, actually. Living in the realm of the dead, but dying to live, because once the body dies and the soul becomes free, then the soul is living, because originally we come from the light. The humans comes from what? From light. Light becomes matter, and matter manifests in the physical reality, which is the 3D. When light manifests, you become a body. You manifest in a form of a body. You see? So light is then frozen in time. That is why you can live within this reality, because you are frozen in time. This is the reality of time and space, where you are frozen in time and space. So being frozen in time and space now, your spirit is no longer the one in control, but the body is the one that is in control. That is why they preach about spirituality. You need to raise the kundalini to the highest pinnacle in order to what? To make sure that the spirit is the one in control in the spirit, in this reality of time and space. Yabo. Ascension is what? Ascension is whereby now the body is no longer in control, but the spirit is in control. That is the law of detachment, detaching from the material and chasing the spiritual. Because once you chase the spiritual, you begin to understand that when I die, this is where I will go, because your heaven you created before you die. But now, through distortion and through the lunar, we are not able to grasp this type of knowledge. It is light years far in the past. Some of it is kept within the Vaticans. That's why we don't even have evidence for some of these things. Because when they invaded Egypt, they took away the scrolls. And we tap into it via what? Via the Akashic records. That's why we speak like this today, because we tap into these truths via the Akashic records. So why should you obtain the truth from the eyes of a white man, whereas the white man is the same white man that is trying to kill the sun? Let's talk about that now, because as much as they are the ones that are empowered via the moon, but still they are still trying to kill the sun. Look at the experiments done by a company called Sen. That company is working overtime to bring extraterrestrial beings to this physical plane. I spoke about this yesterday when I was explaining the history of the reptilians. So that company is working overtime to do that. That company is working overtime to make sure that they block the sun, because they know that the melanated beings of this earth will start to rise. That company is working overtime to make sure that the moon is more potent than the sun, because they know that they benefit from the moon by keeping the woman still asleep, slumbering. Artificial The moon was never a natural occurrence. This one that you see now in the sky, this one, the one that you can talk about is the previous moon, or maybe the one that Ryan was making a reference to, the black sun. That was the black sun, the one that I spoke about, called him the Amun. Amun, when you go to the Egyptians, the black one, the hidden one, because it's hidden within your soul. That's why some people cannot fathom to understand this truth about it, because it's hidden within your soul. Once you start to pierce the veil between the physical and the spiritual, you start to obtain this type of information. Because I said the human is the antenna receiving and also giving information. We receive information even from the galactic cause, because we are the part of the galactic cause, because we own ish. If you knew how much powerful the melanin is, or how much powerful you are when you tap into your DNA, then you would understand far more. Because they try to make our mind fragile, not to understand beyond what they are giving us. That is why a child is fed from a young age set of beliefs and constructs to make up his character and characteristics. They are fed that information because it was either for survival or either for living this life. But this life is not a paradise. This life is a paradigm. This life is the Pandora's box, the one that they speak about in Greek mythology. The pains and suffering, we believe them to make us stronger, but no, those are just suffering to bruise the body, but also to damage the soul, because they want the soul to remain in this physical plane. So when we say that people are harvesting and they're using the moon to do that, that moon is a genetic, is an engineering system that they keep on evolving over time. You see, if it's in a form of a satellite, I'll tell you now, it keeps on evolving over time. As consciousness rises, they keep on evolving it. Because that's the main thing that they want to do. They want to keep us on the distorted frequency because they benefit from our energy. The earth, again, is an economic exchange between the celestials. The one that rules is the one that they will worship. The one that rules is the one that will become universal. That's why Christianity is universal. That is supposed to tell you something. Who rules this, who governs this realm of time and space? If another religion rises, then it shows you that there was a war in heaven and a certain God won. So now they are trying to make this religion universal now, because that certain God won. You see, when you break down this, you go further into finding that actually they are not only fighting us, but they are fighting the sentient being that is their reflection of Mother Earth. There are different sentient beings and they all come in feminine formations. That is why maybe women were able to reproduce alone without the use of a semen or sperm. Because when they were using the original moon, they could do that. But now the distortion breaks apart not only the human understanding, but also the spiritual alignment. That's why they built the pyramids, because they were trying to align. They knew about the distortion that's going to come. That's why the pyramids were genetically, the pyramids were engineered to make sure that they align the frequencies. When you go beneath the pyramids, you find that there are waters that drip down and in a symphonic rhythm. Those were algorithms of healing the souls. Even the ancient temples, they have writings within them, even songs within those temples that are written in stone, carved into it. When you start to read them, you see that these are codes. let's go into the story of the Naga, because the Naga were the ones that knew this before they were taken away. The Nagas are the ones that you call the serpents. When you talk about the serpent, the rising serpent, the Kundalini, when you talk about the chakras, you're talking about the Nagas. The Nagas were the ones that were the holders of wisdom. Why are we now running away from wisdom and chasing the materialistic knowledge? Because the materialistic knowledge dies with you and comes back with you. But esoteric wisdom, it's the one that allows you to escape death. Are we alive or dying to live? Because I don't believe that we are alive. I believe that we are dying to live. Because when we die, we become alive. Because when we die, we begin to live within the spiritual realm of many possibilities. When we die, we begin to see the universe for what it is or what it was. When we die, we begin to unlock truths that were hidden from us when we were living. But not all souls will unlock those truths. Because that is why it was written in the Egyptian Book of the Dead that you need to unify the bar and the car to be the Sahu. Not everybody will reach that state of becoming the Sahu because of distortion. They tell you about devils, but they don't tell you about the distortion that they put up there in the sky. At the night, they tell you that the full moon is out, but that is the highest level of distortion. When the full moon is out, that is where distortion becomes alive at its highest pinnacle. That is why you see now things are not aligning anymore, because we are living in a distorted world. Yeah, boy. And thank you for bringing this topic up, Sister Beacon of Light, because I wasn't going to be able to tap into this. By bringing this topic, I just began to understand. Okay, this is why this world operates like this, because we are being kept artificially in the state of distortion, because we are being kept in a state of survival and pleasure. That's why we operate from the base chakra and also the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is the chakra that deals with sex, with X. Actually, I don't want to say it, or XXX. Let's just put it like that. The sacral chakra is the one that deals with pleasure, material pleasure, everything. So we operate from those two chakras, the survival chakra and the sacral chakra. To us, if we're not surviving, then we are having fun. If we are not having fun, then we are surviving. That's the only thing we work for in this world. That's why I had another conversation with this other brother. Uthi yini esiyisebenzelayo vele la emhlabeni besides ukuthola umfazi ube nemali, after that uqinile vele. That's the only thing. Ube nabantwana. We living the same life in repetition. Ukuthi okay, you need to go to earth.
I think kungena i-call laphaya ku-Mr. Kwantu. Ngibona itiye laphaya. Kodwa-ke abantu ababezolindela bekuzoba uSiyafila, bese kuba uRikawufela, kodwa naye ngathi usawile kancane. Manje kunenkomishi lapha. I wanted to allow Pluto to ask some questions. In that case, let's allow Siyafila to come in. I don't know, Pluto, do you want to say something?
No, thank you. No, thank you. I was going to say, and maybe maybe I shouldn't ask questions today, just listen and learn, because Umkhonto, yeah, I don't want to be another Umkhonto. But yeah, no, that's Lulele Pambil, thank you.
Alright, so let's hear from Siafila. But hey, you guys, don't be scared to ask questions. Let's engage. Siafila, come up.
Hi to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, no way. What a very interesting topic. I also wanted to put my 2 cents here because I feel like, is the moon natural or artificial? It's a very loaded question because it brings in a lot of other questions, right? Because now you are speaking about high technology or high abilities. Because are you going to say that it's artificial because it's technologically artificial? What is that type of technology that you're talking about? What is it? What is it made of? Is it a hologram? Is it a physical object? Was it brought in using technology? Was it magic? Was it some form of this is a very, very loaded question, and I think that when we're going into it, we need to ask these questions. What is the purpose of the moon, right? But I can't really use English to ask that question because I'm not an Englishman, right? I am a closer man, and Isintu is what I know, so I have to go to my own language and ask about the moon using my language, which is Inyanga, right? So then I'll ask myself, what does the word Inyanga mean, right? As far as I know, it has 2 meanings. It means a month, right? But 28-day month, as my understanding goes, as well as it means to heal, right? It may have some other meaning that may have been lost in the colonial area. So I can't say. Maybe that other meaning might explain more for us about what the purpose of the Nyanga is. But those are the 2 meanings that I know, right? So what then I will know is that my ancestors, right, they saw the moon for 2 things. It told at the time, and it also healed, right? Because that's what those 2 words mean. These are the deductions that I can make as a person sitting here. Now, we can speak about spiritual downloads and all those other special or words or what would you call information that is not commonly available to the general public. Like, for example, this is not something I can research. It was brought to you by your guides through dreams, through downloads, or whatever you want to call it, or however you relate to that. But we, as the general public, right, unless you can bring something that we can touch, hold, and feel, all we can say is that, okay, that sounds like a nice, cool story, really. If we're being really honest, that's all we can say. We say, a cool story, right? You download your guides or your ancestors, they told you this cool story. So unless you have something tangible that we could use, or common logic that we can base our deductions on, really, it's all really up in the air. So okay, this is how I'm approaching this whole situation. This is not the first time I've thought about this. It's not the first time I've heard about it, right? But does the moon sometimes have feelings? Sometimes, for me personally, right, I've felt the moon, the blood moon, right? I have a certain day that I fast, and I happened to fast on the blood moon, right? I was like, oh wow, so today is this blood moon, and I knew I was fasting long before then, right? So for me, it's like, oh, okay, so there is something to the moon. I cannot dispute those who say that there isn't, right? Because I really don't, I can't say that for sure. But this, amongst many other things that have happened in my life during certain parts of the month, can say that the moon indeed does have some effects that are not easily observable with the naked eye or with measurable instruments, so to speak, right? But on a personal spiritual element, yes, the moon does have some form of effect. Is it all negative? I don't know. Is it maybe positive? I don't know. But this is a very, very deep question, and it also starts. I can then ask, are we real then? Like, what else is not real? If the moon is not real, is the sun real then? right? So if you're saying the sun is real, and I'm like, what is your evidence to say that the sun is real and the moon isn't? You're going to tell me one sun seems far and one seems close. But yeah, science says that anyway. It says the other one is, I don't know how many trillions of miles away, and the other one is, orbiting the sun with us. So obviously it'll be, it's explainable in scientific terms. It's explainable even when you look at it. I wouldn't say this is evidence to say one is fake and one is real. Right. So when you ask, is the moon real or isn't, then you're going to ask a whole lot of other questions about what else is real, what else isn't real. And at this point, how are we going to objectively be able to make a judgment collectively as we're sitting here to say, no, this one seems more truthful or not? Are there such things as draconians? Well, I haven't seen one before. Have I seen strange beings in my spiritual journey, either through visions or dreams? Yeah, sure, I have. Right? Can I use that to say 100% they are physical beings with meat and bone like myself who exist and are pulling the strings? It may be a stretch, it may be true. I think that this is where we are with this. I'm sorry if I sound like I am not here or there, but I do feel like the topic, for me personally, from my opinion, is that. And then this is the most important question. What are we going to do about it? What material difference do any of this information, not just regarding this, but any of these topics that we're talking about, what material difference does it make in my life? Am I going to grow in, if I grow spiritually, to what end? What does it do? Can I heal people? Can I heal myself? What will this knowledge bring for me that is going to materially improve my life? Because I think that is how, as a human being, you ought to see things and information as well as physical things that you deal with or choose to interact with. What benefit is it there for you? Does it assist your life in any way? Does it make you grow? What does it do? But the topic, I love the topic, right? And it's good to expand the mind like this. But this is the real questions I want to ask some of the speakers that are here. How could this assist us? Some of this information that you've given us, right? What are we supposed to do about it? Really? And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that genuinely. But I think I'll hold it there for now and just allow others to speak. Thank you.
Wow. Sorry, Spew. I know, I gave you the ropes, but wow. After, is it Siafila or Siafela? After what he spoke, I was like, yes, that's the main aim of this whole thing, Siafela. That's the main aim. That's why I created this platform today and this topic. I want us to, there was this speaker, Sedi. I don't know if he's a he or she, but they submitted and said whether the moon is artificial or real, it doesn't matter. If it works for you, then fine and well, and if it doesn't work for you, stop playing victim and find a way to work around it. Wow, I loved that. However, I'm one person who loves to be very educational. I love to raise awareness. I think that's my sole purpose. So I created this live today so that we can spread the fact that there's some person out there who is literally worshipping the moon. Like, yes, at this time of the day I should do this because of that. So I feel like if we shed some light, whether it's real or not and this or that, so that the person can do these rituals or whatever thingy they do, knowing that these are the possibilities. Siafela, thank you for doing this. So now I feel like, guys, moving forward, let's try to find solutions that, okay, it's possible that it's artificial, it's possible that it's natural. So what do we do about that? Yes, please. Thank you, Siafela. You just made things easier. Exactly. That's what I need, guys. Let's do that. Thank you, Spew. Okay, now I'm gone for real. Take over, my guy.
Are you gone or you're here? But anyway, thank you so much, Siafela. I think I relate with so much that you said. Yeah, I relate with what you said. But from Kwantu, I do relate with the question that you asked, whether we are alive or dead, dying to live. That's a beautiful question. So it's been great being here, but what I've noticed from each and everyone's submission is the perspective as to where the information is coming from. It is coming from who you are or who you think you are. So as people, we are different in terms of what we think we are. Others think that we are beyond our bodies. Others think that the brain is the main part of ourselves, therefore we must be the brain. So there are different theories that are out there. So now based on that, you get these differences that we bring when we speak here, because if somebody comes and speaks about something that is extraterrestrial, it is more in line with what they believe themselves to be, because they are spiritual. Therefore, they can be able to tap into that information that is beyond. Yeah, that's very interesting, just listening to each and everyone. And I wanted to bring a possibility that what if whatever we believe ourselves to be is non-existent? So what about the things that we think that we know? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just questions. Let's continue to Mr. Mina Mkopozi. The opportunity is yours. Yeah?
Yo, hey, ngaze ngashaya uJune July. Hey, masinya kangaka ngisathi ngisangcebelekile. Ngisakhululekile ekhaya ngisathokomele. Avele ngadonswa ngumlenze. Hayi ke asibingelele ekhaya. Muzomkhulu. Nina bantu. Bakwantu. Bakwandalo. Nina bomazenza. Nina bomenza ngabomo. Niyo yonke into. Yazi angazi ukuthi iyiphi indlela yokukusho ukuze uzizwe, uzazi, uzibone, uzifile, uziqonde. Yeah, ngiyanizwa bantu bakithi abahle abathandekayo. Moon, natural or artificial? Hey, ngilokhu ngiyahleka kahle kahle on the background with my mic off. Ngizihleka mina ngoba ngikhuluma nami, nani ngiyanizwa nikhuluma nami ngiyakhuluma nami. Ngithi mina, uyakhumbula kodwa. Ngithi uyakhumbula on your way to awakening journey. Uyakhumbula kodwa ukuthi wawulokhu ubuza, udrowa phansi, moon, izinto ozibonayo emaphupheni, ukuthi kukhonani kumuni, ziyangena ziyaphuma lezi zinto. Emanzini, ngihambe ngemanzini ngingakayi, kodwa ngibone konke okungaphansi kwamanzi. Ngifike ngihlale lapho kungenamanzi khona, komile kodwa ngaphansi kwamanzi. Ngigcine sengijwayele ukuthi ngingena kanjani uma ngiya kiwo lawo manzi. Ngiye kuyi-moon. Kodwa-ke ngafika futhi ngathi uyazi ukuthi kuyini? Musu ukuyiphathisa ngekhanda. Awuzelanga lokho la. Uzele ukuzozikhumbula wena. Uzele ukuzofuna inkululeko. Uzele ukuzofuna intokomalo. Uzele ukuzofuna uthando. Free of stress, free of miseries, free of sorrows, free of thinking, free of curiosity, because you got it all. And indeed, I agreed to me that yes, I have it all. If I am connected to the sun, if I am connected to the ground, if I am connected with the trees, with the grass, with the birds, all kind of species. I'm connected with water. So what makes you want to know if you are connected with the moon or not? The answer to that from me to me was that if the moon has anything to do with me, I am naturally connected with it. If the moon is not connected with me, there's nothing I can do about it. But the more I get the curiosity to want to know about the moon, is the more I go back to where I was before, where I was so curious, where I was so frustrated, where I needed to know. I wanted to know everything. And I have remembered that I need not to know anymore. Angisahambi ngokwazi, ngihamba ngokubona. Ukubona kumina ukuthi okuyikona kuyikona, okwenzekayo yikona lokho kwenzekayo. Uma kungenjalo kuzomela uqhamuke ne-answer wena ukuthi kuyini. Whether you want to name it, whether you want to describe it, whether you want to identify it, okusalayo kuyenzeka. I have remembered because I remind myself as I remember. I have remembered that I don't have to look for anything pertaining with nature. I don't have to search anything that has got to do with nature. Because if I'm connected with me, I'm connected with all. If I know, it means that I see. If I see, it means that I am there. If I am not there, I won't see, and therefore I won't know. Without me knowing, I'm bothered not. So this thing, it says to me, listen, I say to me, everything that is because of it is. And that reason is me. Look, I am there. I am here. Look, when I see from where I am. And where I am, it does not matter. It needs no name, no description, no identification. But I don't see from where I am. Because where I am is where I imagine myself to be. But I am where I am. And where I imagine myself to be is not where I am. But I always remain where I am. Because where I am, it is where I am able to picture me wherever I can be. To picture me do whatever that I can do. That is me creating. That is me imagining. That is me visualizing. So for me to be able to see what is not in front of my eyes, it takes my imagination. My imagination is the storage of all the data that I am, all the data that I've been through, all the data that I have created. That is the storage of all the memories. So where I am is where I create. I create the feeling of eager. I create the feeling of awareness, wanting to be aware of myself. Lokho kwenza ukuthi ngikwazi ukucreate umina ozobuka mina, and lo mina ozobuka mina uwena. So ithi lento khumbula ukuthi uthathe igaba ezingakanani ukuze ukhumbule ukuthi usuwena-ke manje usuzitholile-ke manje awusakwazi ukuzidescribe nge-education, awukwazi ukuzidescribe ngokwencwadi, awukwazi ukuzidescribe ngokwe-dictionary, awukwazi ukuzidescribe ngokuka-Google. So uma wena uthi uyazivuma, kusho mina kumina lapho ngithi uma uthi uyazivuma ukuthi uyindalo wena, owendalo, usendalweni, uyi-process yendalo, then uzohlala ukhona ngaphakathi kwendalo. Asisekho isidingo sokuthi uphume uyozicinga. Angisenako ngisho nokuthi ngithi ngiyenza i-meditation, angisakwazi ukumedithata ngoba i-meditation is me. Angisakwazi uku-astral projector because angisenaso isifiso sokufika lapho ngikhona. Kade ngenza zonke lezo zinto zama-astral projection, izinto zama-meditation, trying to get to where I am so that I have arrived. Ngisafunani ekutheni ngihlukanise okuyindalo, okusendaleni, okuyikho konke, okuyi-process yako, ukuthi kube yikona lokho okuyikona njengoba kunjalo. Lento ithi khumbula ukuthi umzimba wakho unama-components amangaki, and lawo ma-components akuwona nje ama-components ukuthi ayinto esolid. No, solid yiyo imagination yakho. Kodwa-ke leyo solid leyo iyafanele ukuthi idissolve at some time kuyosala idatha yakhona because lento esiyibiza nge-DNA iyimina. Ngiyona leyo DNA ewukhokho wami, ewumkhulu wami, ugogo wami, ewukhulu, eyingane yami, eyimzukulu wami, eyisizukulu nesizukulwane sami. Angikwazi ukuphuma kubona ngibe enye into ehlukile kunabo. Angikwazi ukukhipha ukhokho wami ngimbeke yedwa esiqongolweni ngithi yena yedwa unjena unalokhu, ngoba yena konke abe yikona kuyisizathu sokuthi mina ngibe yilokhu engiyikona. Uwumkhanyo ukhokho ngoba ukuba khona kwakhe ikona okwenza ukuthi ngibone ukuthi ngiyimina, nguwumuntu, ngikhona, ngiya-exista. Uku-exista kwami ukwenza ukuthi ngazi i-existence yey'ngane zami ney'zukulu zami. Lokho kufana nokuthi ufaka amanzi emanzini, noma ungathi wasuse eGoli uyowafaka emanzini waseNatali, ususe wase-Cape Town wafaka emanzini waseNatali. Awukwazi ukwakhipha uthi ngifuna ukubuyisela waseNatali eNatali naseGoli eGoli, ngoba amanzi wonke ayinto eyodwa. Imina uwena loyo. Ukuhlukana kwami nawe sihlukaniswa yikho ukuthi kukhona esekungenile ngaphakathi kwethu kule soft spot ekuyingqondo, yafike ya-create enye i-artificial world, artificial existence ekumele mina ngishiye le engiyiyona ngibukane nayo leya sengiyozidescribe ngayo manje, sengiyofuna ukuhlukanisa ukusebenza kwezinto noma ama-components akhona endalweni. Sengiyofuna manje ukuhlukanisa ilanga nenyanga, sengiyofuna manje ukuhlukanisa amanzi nomhlaba. Kanti-ke akuyona into engiyizele lena, into engiyizele ukuthi ngenze i-combination of all ukuze kuphume le oneness. Uma ngisakwazi ukuhlukanisa izinto engiyibona ngamehlo, kusho ukuthi ngisahlukene nami ngaphakathi, angikaziboni ukuthi ngiyiyona yonke lento, ngikhona kuyona lento le mina engifuna ukuyiphointa out one by one, ngithi ilanga lenza lokhu, inyanga yenza lokhu, amanzi enza lokhu, wonke lawo ama-elements, it's me. I need not to separate them. I need not to identify them because now senginolwazi lokwazi uku-identifya izinto. I was never meant to be identified. I was never meant to be known. As today, only I know me. Nobody else know me. Because bonke abantu abazamile ukungi-identifya bayageja. Bonke abantu abazamile ukungishaya phansi bayahluleka. Bonke abantu abazamile ukungemba baze bayofika ekujuleni kwenhliziyo yokuphila kwami. Bayageja ngoba abafiki la ngikhona exactly. Bayageja bakhuluma ngobumnyama, batshelana ngobumnyama ukuthi ubumnyama yinto embi. Ilento embi ekhipha izinto ezinhle kangaka. Lento embi eyenza konke kube khona, lento embi eyenza wena ukuthi ukwazi ukubona yonke lento oyiprojector from lapha ebumnyameni, because yonke lento oyibonayo isuka ebumnyameni. Otherwise awukudingi ukukhanya, fanele uhlale ebumnyameni ungenzi lutho. Into eyenza ukuthi kube khona ukukhanya ingoba ufune ukubona, ufune ukuzibona wena, ufune ukuzi-experience, ufune ukuzihamba, ufune ukuzinabisa, ukuzandisa, ukuzikhulisa, ukuzidlondloba. Kulokhu khona ube ingunaphakade wena.
Mana umgobhozi usakhuluma ngemuni nje yonke imuni yonke le.
Yebo Kehla, yileyo nto leyo esho ukuthi uma ngizothi ngiyokhipha inyanga, mina ngikhuluma ngami, angikhulumi ngawe, ukuthi mina ngiyokhipha inyanga ngibeke eceleni, ngifune ukukhuluma ngayo. Ukuthi manje sengiyazifuna ukuzi-identify-ke manje, ngifuna ukuzehlukanisa mina ukuze ngingasaziboni ngiphelele, because kusho ukuthi ngiyashoda. Kanti-ke mina ngoba ngizibona sengiyinto eyodwa nendalo, angisasiboni isidingo sokuthi ngiyokhuluma ngokunye kwami, ngokunye okuyingxenye yami, because nakho lokho okuyingxenye yami kwenza konke engiyikona ukuthi kube complete. Ngiyabonga kanjalo.
Usevele wakunqamula-ke umkhonto manje. Kodwa asibonge kakhulu baba umgobhozi. Sisekhona-ke la sikhuluma ngokuthi is moon natural or artificial. Ngiyacela ukuthi noma ubani, ngoba sonke sesikhulumile la, noma ubani nje avele mhlampe ongafisa ukugcizelela kulokho sekushiwo or any questions. Umkhonto kade enembuzo laphana ukuthi usheshe wayibuza, kodwa isona-ke isikhathi sembuzo lesi. Tell Mr. LJ, you can come in.
Okay. Thanks, Mina. Well said, Baba. I enjoyed everything you said, especially when you raised in Dabayauti. We are the ones that decided to go outside of nothingness because we thought that nothingness is not sufficient. Hence, why we went outside of ourselves, trying to identify, trying to see ourselves outside of selves to make sense to others about self. Whilst the real state where we come from nothingness, because nothingness is what created everything. So I love that point and thank you for sharing it. I think because of time, guys, I wouldn't say much, but I enjoyed it and I wish that we touch again on this topic of nothingness because if we don't understand darkness, we cannot understand light. Remember, light is a result of darkness. Darkness cannot shine without the light. Light needs darkness so that it shines. Well, I think it's a topic for another day, but thank you so much, everybody on the panel. I think those will be my last words. Stay strong, love you all. Sure.
Siyabonga bakwethu, kuse-early silinde u-1818 esovala ngawo le nkundla le. Okwamanje-ke ngoba u-1818 awakashayi, asinike nangumkhonto abuze noma aphawule.
Ngicela ukubuza nje lapho ku Mr 10 uthi you've enjoyed i-submission kaMgobhozi. Can you please give me just a small summary ukuthi utheni uMgobhozi? Uyazi nawo ama levels awalingani manje standard grade wami awuzwa kahle ka grade. summary nje nyana.
Mr. Mkondo, can I ask what did you hear so that I can deal with what you heard? Because
Iro
it is clear
yabani.
we don't hear in the same manner. So maybe when you tell me, if you didn't hear anything, tell me. But or did you hear something from what I said, or what did you hear from what he said, or perhaps what did you hear from what I said? I want to move from your point of view, not mine.
Mkhona lento Mr. Ten uthi wena you've enjoyed and understood i-submission kaMgobhozi. Sengicela i-summary ye-submission kaMgobhozi ukuthi nje in short what did uMgobhozi say? In short nje usummarize lento ayisho le wena uthi uyizwakile.
Or let me wait. Well, I've just highlighted that I enjoyed when he touched the part Yahuti. We as human beings are trying to find ourselves outside of self. And so it is an esoteric teaching of saying the inner world creates the outer world. We should not be trapped by the results of the inner world. We should stay in the inner world because the inner world is what created the outer. So, meaning right now, people are more concerned about the outer world. They are trying to keep what they see in the outer world, and they are chasing what they see in the outer world. They have forgotten that there is no outer world without the inner world. That's what I enjoyed, my friend. I don't know if that answers your question. Kehlala Milku.
No ngiyabonga ba. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, sir. Okay, salute, salute.
Yeah, I think what we are going to do now, we are just going to share our parting shots. I think we'll start with Umhlanganisi because it has been a while since we spoke. So we have Umhlanganisi, then we go with the line. Umhlanganisi, Gwantu, Ryan, Siafila. Then we go back to Umkopozi. LJ said he has already said his parting shot, but if you want to say something again, you will get a chance. If we still have some minutes. But the host has already told us that at 18:18 we'll end the live. All right, Mhlanganisi, you can just share your parting shots, then we go with the line. I just want to remind you guys that Siafila had a question to say, with everything that has been shared here, if there is any identification of anything that is negative, what are the solutions? So whatever you share as the parting shot, you can maybe try to attempt to answer that question. Hlanganisi?
Siyabonga. Hayi ngicela mina ukungandi kakhulu. Abafowethu nje hayi sesikhulumile izwe elilodwa nabo. Ngicela nje mhlawumbe ukudedela ababuzanayo babuzane. Makukhona mhlawumbe kofuna ukubuza mina ngangibuza but cabanga ukuthi ya kuzwakele.
Sibonga. Kahle uyahleka umkhonto. Sesiyavala vele la. So sekuamazwi nje okugcina okuvalelisa. Kwantu, you can come in with your parting shots.
I mean, for my closing, actually, first of all, let me just acknowledge the host, Daniel Siswam, for making the class today.
Your volume is a little bit low. Can you try to up it a bit?
Oh, ngiyazwakala kahle manje.
Akuyezwakala manje.
Oh, shuthi bengiyibhekilise kakhulu i-mic masa. As for my closing, I would like to thank the host kahle kahle for bringing up this topic. Yes, sharing consciousness like this and elevating each other like this is actually something that is beautiful to watch and witness. But whether the moon is artificial or natural, It doesn't matter, but the only thing that matters now is raising our consciousness. The only thing that matters now is actually escaping the process of reincarnation, basically. And how do you escape that? You escape it by tuning with your spirit, by looking for the secrets of the universe, looking for things that are beyond you, beyond the comprehension of the natural plane. So you need to look within the bar and the car to become the Sahu, because elevation is what we want spiritually and naturally. To elevate ourselves in consciousnness. For me, ngizobe ngiyivala lapho. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sibonge. Ryan, you can take over.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I would like to thank everyone who's in the panel. Thank you guys for the opportunity. And whether the moon is natural or is artificial, yeah, it doesn't matter. The only thing you have to focus on is alignment. So yeah, the question that I just wanna leave all of you guys is that. I know where others they say, whether the moon is natural or artificial, but I will say, it's both. So the moon is just a light which is reflected from another dimension. And as we look at this moon, the reason why they say the moon is artificial to this planet, it is because why everything in this planet, like everything that was created in this planet, why it doesn't affect us. The plants do not affect us in a negative way. The water doesn't affect us in a negative way. The earth doesn't affect us in a negative way. All the elements in this planet don't affect us. But once we look at the moon, it affects us all. Immediately there's a full moon, you find that most people are going through period pains. They are going through a mood period, moods. They are going through death. There are lots of accident. People are crashing down. There are many things. When there is a full moon. So that is that reason. Where most people said it. Where the moon is artificial to this planet due to that, because the water doesn't affect us that way. The earth doesn't affect us that way. Only the moon brings the negative energy to us. And why did NASA had to fake they are landing in the moon? Why did they have to fake it? They realized that the moon actually it was a hole, it was a light, a reflection, which yeah. So I would like to stop from there. Yeah, so I don't wanna go deep. Peace.
Sibonge. Yeah, hey, ningazabi ukukhuluma guys. We still have a little bit of time because the host gave us until 1818. I just want to say something. Maybe it will shed a little bit of light kumkhonto. Yabo lento le umgobhozi akhuluma ngayo mayithi we are one. Ukhuluma ukuthi yabona mawuyithola ukuthi ngila ngisemhlabeni engikudlayo kuvela emhlabathini bese uveza ukuthi kule nkulumo ke wayithula ukuthi siyabona ukuthi imoon inawo umthelela lapha ezitshalweni nasesikhathini nje ukuthi isikhathi sihamba kanjani sisemhlabeni. So zonke izinto ezik-affectayo mawuyibheka izinto vele eziletha ukuphila kuwena, okusho ukuthi ukuphila kwakho it's not only dependent esiqwini sakho. So kusho ukuthi konke lokho kuwena ngaleyo ndlela leyo. It's just interpretation yokubonayo, yabo. So ubuka amanzi, ubuka yonke into, uyabona ukuthi konke lokhu kuyimi ngoba konke lokhu kusiza mina ekuphileni kwami njalo. So izinto ezikanjalo lezi. Mawubuka wena ubuka isihlahla ukuthi yabona kunale exchange ye-oxygen ne-carbon dioxide. Bese uyabona ukuthi makuthiwa izihlahla azikho emvelweni, uyabona ukuthi nabantu bengaba affected somehow ngenxa yokuthi zona zikhipha i-carbon dioxide, wena zikhipha i-oxygen, wena uthatha i-oxygen ukhipha i-carbon dioxide le edingwa izona izihlahla. Kodwa-ke asiqhubeke-ke nama-parting shots ethu. Ngithe siza siyafila bese siya kuba umgobhozi. Siqhubekeni.
Thokoze.
Khona ukhuluma. Okay, hello?
Hayi qhubeka.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, Nam also I wanted to also actually, because we have like a minute or two, wanted to touch on what Mkobozi spoke about, because I think that it also does touch into to this moon, is it real or not? Because what he's talking about, or what the subject rather, is about perception and how we perceive things. And this is what this topic really is about, because we can't really use any official circles to question any of this. We can't trust any of the books that we see. We can't trust any information we find online, because all of that is there. It's out there. We don't know who wrote it and what was their purpose for releasing it. And is it to sow confusion? Is it for us to have these conversations? Is it designed to make us run around a ferret wheel or some sort of hamster wheel or something, going around in circles, asking fruitless questions, really? So, and that becomes the element to it. And so when we come to these questions, we can only use our own objective analysis, our own perception of what I see, what I hear, what I feel. Sorry, Mkopozi, could you mute, please?
Ngimyuthile musikanti kwenzakalani la?
Okay, so thank you. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But the point being in all of this is that we only have our perceptions that we could use. So all these arguments that we're making, we can only base it on our own experiences and how the moon affects us, really. You're saying that it affects women's a menstrual cycle in a negative manner. Maybe is it a negative thing, the menstrual cycle? We know that it has a lot of effects, but is it actually negative? Do you actually know that? Yes, it's used for a whole lot of spiritual elements, but is it all negative? Now, these are the questions that we need to ask. And I think that this question, I don't think we'll be able to answer it today, right? But it was a very, very good question. And I really enjoyed this live today. I don't really feel the need to come up to lives many times because I feel like, the topics, but this one was a really good one. And it comes to a very important question of perception, right? And how we perceive the world and how much of what we are perceiving with our eyes and ears is true, right? How much of our reality is actually reality and how much is it not? Are we in a simulation or is it just some of the things around us a simulation? And how far and how deep does this actually go, right? And nobody can really answer this. I think that we all need to just do an introspection. And if you're a spiritual person, raise yourself spiritually. And I think that if at least you are able to take this knowledge or take any of these questions and use them practically in your life, if you're going to believe in the chakras or anything like that, at least practice them, right? If you're going to believe in Isintu, practice it. I may not believe in Christianity, but if you're a Christian, go for it. Just do your thing and do it fully. Does it really matter in the end? You might die tomorrow and your contribution to it wouldn't have mattered, or maybe it would. That is the question here. What happens in the hereafter? You will tell me that you astral projected and you saw this, and then somebody else will say, no, Jesus came and showed me this. No, so who is telling the truth here? It's all your objective opinions and you all believe it to be true. So I don't want to go around until I don't know what I'm saying, but this topic is a very difficult one, and all I can say is that, it's up to us personally, individually, to figure it out and see whether that has any positive or negative effects. Thank you.
Sibonge siyafila. I think one of the days we are going to have a conversation about simulations and stuff. How much of it is a simulation? Are we playing the game or are we being played in the game? It is a beautiful topic for another day. Baba Mkopozi, let's give you an opportunity to give us your parting shot. Mkhonto.
Umgobhozi sivele sabmitha nje lana aphinde sikhona futhi.
Hayi awungena uzongena emva kwakho Mkopozi.
Cha mana ngiqamba manga yini.
Hayi no ukuthi bengasayilandeli kanjalo i-order wavele sesisha ukugcina kodwa ungangena Mkhonto.
Okay, ngiyabonga. Yazi ukuthi there is proof for yonke into ekhona la emhlabeni. For into to be given igama, it was given because it exists and it was proved scientifically or spiritually. That's why it was given a name. So it becomes scary if unezinto ozishoyo in your submission and you can't prove it. It's either spiritually or physically. But you can't prove into eshoyo. Let's talk about spiritual things. If we say amanzi are spiritual, how do we prove that? We prove ukuthi amanzi are spiritual and connected to us because amanzi uyakwazi ukungena lapho olwandle uthi uyobhukuda noma uyokwenzani lokuthatha ulwandle. Lokuthathe for a month or for days and you come back alive. Kodwa uma singakufaka kwi-swimming pool you will drown. That's a proof ukuthi amanzi are spiritual. Abanye bathi okay, why abalentoza ama-Nazareth athi ushembe uNkulunkulu? Here's proof of it. Where do we get the concept kaNkulunkulu? We get it from the Bible. How? Is uNkulunkulu visible in the Bible? No. Bambona kanjani uNkulunkulu by imisebenzi yakhe? Alright, ithini imisebenzi kaNkulunkulu? Ethi uNkulunkulu angakhuluma nje la emkhathini lizwakala izwi lakhe abantu belizwe bonke la. Alright, then ke nina ama-Nazareth nishema uNkulunkulu uyakwazi ukwenza lokho, but uyawazi ukwenza lokho. Wakwenza but hayi wakwenza endwedwe, wakwenza endaweni ukuthi wakwenza eMpumalanga, wakwenza eSwazini endaweni ukuthi kusibani wakasibani. Oh, that's proof. Wow, siyabonga. Okay, another proof, uNkulunkulu angathi bekhuluma la ebephilisa omunye umuntu kwelinye izwe, ephilisa omunye umuntu kwenye indawo, abonakala endaweni eziningi ngesikhathi esisodwa. Dazi ushambe wena uyakwenza lokho? Oh yebo Nkosi yami. Sathi sihleli naye kusenkonzweni wayephilisa abantu bambona nangenza ukuthi abayibabona nangenza ukuthi. Okay. Oh okay, I see understand that. Uyabo. Then ke niconclude kanjani sithi no zonke lezi zinto lezi are signs noma izinto ezingenziwa umuntu but ezenziwa uNkulunkulu kuphela. That's proof. Spiritual proof. Uyabo? Then physical proof, a moon. Njoba kuhlwa nje manje kusebusuku. If it was ikubi sebusika, bengizothi ngiyaphuma nje la eminyango na unyezi nansi inyanga lapha iyabonakala. Proof, kuyakhanya eminyango. Maye ngekho inyanga ebusuku bamnyama kakhulu. Proof. Uyabo? Inyanga is it a spiritual thing? Uyabo, how can we prove it? Uyabo? Mhlamba athi umunye no inyanga mfethu spiritually because naba labantu ababizwa ngeinyanga lo information yabo yokunyanga abantu yokulapha abantu bayithola enyangeni. Oh really? How is that? No, ngesikhathi behamba beyo initiatewa they go missing bahambe baye kuyona inyanga bawufunda. That's proof if that's true. Uyabo? But ngihlele la kulo live nginilalele nikhuluma amagama amakhulu esingisi with no living proof. No scientific, no spiritual proof of everything enishoyo, and I'm scared. Ngento enizikhulumayo. Omunye uthi ngapha uthi no before men and women were equal. How do we prove equalness? How do we prove equalness? By taking two things and test them in one thing. All right. Let's test women in one thing. Let's test women in sports. Let women and men play soccer. Will they play equally? The answer is no. That's why we know women's soccer and there's men's soccer. There's women's boxing, there's men's boxing. Because these people are not equal. There's men swimming, there's men running, all sport codes. Because the strengths are not the same. And we go to records. Men have invented more things than women. Men have higher intelligence than women. Men have more power than women. Men have more testosterone than women. Men have more and more. Men have more dick than women. Women just have a small clit. Yabona ukuthi ayilingani lento. But umuntu uzofika lathi according to history, which history? Where did that equal men and women lived? Babehlala kuliphi izwe? And go and ask. And how did they vanish? Athi omunye no, there were two sons. Okay. Letha ubufakazi phela. Balithatha kanjani abelungile ilanga? Because even today, those people who are claiming ukuthi they visited other planets, it seems like they lied. They can't even go close to his sun. How can they steal another sun and leave us with one? Sila ngokuzokhuluma iqiniso noma silana nje because nje sizoqabelana amanga with fancy English. Then bese siba emotional mangabe sibuzwa for proof for lento eziyishoyo. Lezinto esizishoyo. I came here and I told you ukuthi moon is not artificial, because an artificial is just a fake of a real thing. Artificial. There must be an original and then there's artificial. Yabona? Lower grade wami emhlanganiso wesingisi. So, a moon na ikhona. Yebo lonto. Iba khona nini moon kuba nesikhathi sayo. Eba khona ngaso. Nini in winter. Yenzani moon in winter? It provides umoya onjani oshisayo. Umoya so lo moya oshisayo uzoshisa wonke amahlamvu ezihlahla, ushise nento ezisemhlabathini, umhlabathi ube dry ebusika. Kwenziwelani lokho? So that umhlaba uwenzwa lento ekuthiwa yini uqala kabusha. Ngoba ngesikhathi uba dry yonke into sekuzofika lenyanga ebizwa ngokuthi untulikazi, ufika uphephethe yonke lento isuke bese umhlaba uqala kabusha. Kungenani? Kungena ihlobo lapho. Lifika nani ihlobo? Lifika nomoya onjani? Lifika nomoya ofudumele onamanzi. That's why mawuvuka ekseni uhamba otshanini kunamazolo. Moneke impahla zakho uvuka zimanzi. Ngoba kunomoya onjani one-moisture, oletha moisture emhlabathini, so that emhlabathini kuzohluma kabusha. Akho delusional lapho. Those are things enithi wena in the morning mawuzophuma lapho kwakho noma la ushala khona uzophuma ujomba amazolo ekseni. They are there. And it's reality. There's nothing spiritual about that. There's nothing imfihlo yerosana la. No, you need higher grade or what angle to understand that. Kahleni. And lento yenu yokuthi njalo izinto eniphile ngazo ningakayi esikoleni ukuzifunda lesi singisi, then bese nizoqhamuka la nizo-explaina izinto esiphila ngazo nsuku zonke, nizozi-explaina ngesingisi and then undermine us ngesingisi senu enisifundile, and then bese niclaim wisdom. You got a problem. Really big problem, guys. Submission yami nje yema nkosi yami lapho ukuthi nje mina nkosi yami ke anginankinga nama-angles wenu, but ngicela iproof ku-angle yakho ishoyo. Ngize nama-angle akho awu-100, but it's fine. Provide me with clarity ngoba mina bandla angeke nje uzungifide into engekho. Ngiyayibongela.
Sibonge Mkhonto. Mangibheka la esikhathini sami ngathi seku-18:13 okusho ukuthi sisele na 5 minutes. Ngizonika ubaba uMgobhozi. Emva kwababa uMgobhozi Beacon, you can take over and end the live. Siyabonga.
Hayi kwaze kwamnandi ekhaya. Asibonge. Kehla mina ngiyathokoza kakhulu kuba nawe on board. Uyazi nawe kade sihamba lendlela. Futhi akulona iphutha mkhulu ukuthi ula engikhona. Kade sisonke no mother nature. Singakazi lutho thina abanye ngo TikTok. Yeah, mangisho ke mina ukuthi elami ngiyazi ukuthi ngendlela umuntu ekhuluma ngayo kuyenzeka kube ngathi uyanhlanhlatha. Kodwa-ke hhayi, nhlanhlathela ngakhona. Mina ngithi-ke lento ngiyibuka ingidukisa baba umkhonto ukuthi kufanele ngiyothatha i-moon yodwana ngibeke nje eceleni, ngibuke ama-effects ayo kumina. Ngithathe ilanga ngilibeke eceleni ngibuke ama-effects alo kumina. Futhi ngiye emhlabathini, ngiye etshanini, kanjalo kanjalo. Angeke ngizicede zonke lezi zinto ezisendalweni. Kanjalo ngizama ukuveza ukuthi yebo sikhulile singaka, sihambile le ndlela yokuphila. Izinto ey'ningi thina siy'thole from ulwazi outside of ourselves, without our authorities. Izinto ey'khandelwe thina esiy'thola already zikhona, well prepared, information ikhona lapho. So mina ngiba nengxaki-ke mkhulu yokuthi ngithathe leyo information ngizozi-describe mina namandla engixhumana ngawo nayo leyo nto leyo, specifically ekubeni konke okukhona endalweni kuxhumene, kuyinto eyodwa, akukho okungekho ngaphandle kokunye. Into ebengizama ukuyikhanyisa Gesa. Angazi education nesilungu singenaphi, kodwa-ke kuyolunga lokho ngelinye ilanga. Ya, ngithanda ukuphakamisa futhi ukuthi angi-recruit-i muntu mina, futhi angifundisi muntu, ngethula engiyikona, ama-experiences ami, ukuthi nangabe ayahlangana newakho, hhayi siyothathana phezulu-ke sibe into eyodwa mina nawe. Kodwa-ke kancane kancane nawe ubone ukuthi hhayi akuhlangani, hhayi akuqala ukwenzeka lokhu. Nala sisuka khona nakuthina bekunjalo, besibabuka ngathi bayahlanya, bakhuluma njengathi, sibabuka ngathi balahlekelwe yingqondo noma badukisa abanye, saze safika nathi la sikhona. So i-moon ngiyayihlonipha i-topic kakhulu futhi, kodwa-ke angifuni ukuthi ngibonakale njengomuntu othi ngithi i-topic i-wrong. No, i-right, iyenza kona le topic ukuthi kuvele abanye abafana nami. Nangabe wena awukazi uhlangane nomuntu ofana nami kanje, unayo i-experience namhlanje yomuntu ofana nami obuka izinto ngale ndlela engibuka ngayo nami, ukuthi mina ayikho kumina into ebaluleke ukudlula enye. Konke kuyinto eyodwa ngoba kungenza ngiphelele, kuyangiphelelisa, yize ukuphelela kwami kuphelele la ngiphelele khona, la ngikhona, ngikhumbula khona, ngisaqhubeka futhi ngiyadlondlobala ngiyaphambili. Kodwa-ke from angazi iminyaka miningi kakhulu ngibuza ukuthi why uthi you are uthini? Oh, the son of the soil. Kukhona abanye abathi okay inzalo yelanga, abanye bakhona abathi angazi what of the moon, kanjalo kanjalo. Ngithi mina, you are not wrong, right, because that is where and how you align with yourself. Uma uthi aligna nendalo, ubukane nelanga, nawe omunye ubukane nenyanga, omunye right, kodwa mina angihlukanisi. Yebo mkhulu.
Kancane ba.
Yes.
There is a difference, or there is a line between your imagination and reality. Labantu abayibiza ngenzalo yelanga, they imagine. It is not true. There is not even a single person who was given birth by a sun. So they can say whoever they say they are. It's just a fantasy. Just like umuntu eyibiza nge-ANC and whatsoever. But in reality, does that happen? Or are we being born in a similar way? The answer is we are being born in a similar way. So you can't come and say to us that, no, I mean, I'm a different breed, mina, I have my own experience, wara, and this and that and that and that. You're lying. You're lying.
Yeah.
We are born by men and women, and there has to be a sexual intercourse. And even those who lied about Jesus being born, they lied. And there's more confusion in that story. Because there is a genealogy of Jesus, and God is not mentioned, whom is being claimed to go to the end by Jesus, but only Joseph and forefathers of Joseph all the way down. Not once, but in three books. Not even a single one. But I'm trying to tell you, we are similar. All of us, we are living in this whole world, and we are doing one and the same thing. So there is no alikho le concept ukuthi no iqiniso lami leli amanga lawo. Thana nje confusion yakho noma into othanda ukuthi kube yakho. Yabo.
Hayi, ngiyabonga Khehla. Ngiyakuzwa futhi nala usuka khona nala uya khona. Kodwa engingakusho ukuthi singayibuka into eyodwa sichaze ngendlela ezihlukile. Kodwa ke mina angikho lapho. Mina yilapho ngizama ukuhlehla khona ngingabi khona ngoba engizama ukuphakamisa ukuthi at the end of the day Khehla, noma ngingeza ngayiphi angle of education, of knowledge, of professionalism, it doesn't change what it is. Language and words are not things. Things and actions are always there, have always been there, and they always remain with or without descriptions, without identifications, without a number, without a size. They are always there. Ukuthi wena isihlahla usikhulumisa kanjani, usidefine kanjani, usidefine already because usibona sikhona. So ilapho mina ngithi ngima khona ukuthi noma ngingathi inyanga yenzeni, noma ngingathi izulu lenzeni, noma ilanga lenzeni, it doesn't change ukuthi mina nenyanga noma nezulu siyinto eyodwa, si-connected. Ekufanele ngikuthole enyangeni ngiyokuthola, naselangeni, nasemhlabathini, nasemanzini, konke.
A second Mgogozi. Yabona lapho ngivumelana nawe 100%. Edolobheni miningi imigaqo eholela edolobheni. Kodwa yonke kuholela kephi? Iholela in one place. So ngamanye amazwi kusho ukuthini, there are many ways of describing a thing. Uyayibona? I fully understand you and I don't dispute that, but there's many ways we can describe a moon and come up with what? With proof ukuthi it is a moon. As long as there is proof, because there are many routes that takes you to a certain location. It will lead you to a certain location, and the proof is that no, that road it led me there in that location. That's the proof. But as long as you want to say no, this is a different angle, but you can't prove it, what are you saying if you can't prove it? Because there's proof of everything, scientifically, spiritually, physical. There's proof of everything in Mkopozi. Even if she proof yomoya, it's there. If ubeke into lapha siyasuka leyo nto iphephethe umoya, that's proof ukuthi umoya ukhona. And siwenzile esikoleni umoya, sawuchecka even ngisho enhlabathini ukuthi umoya ukhona yini, umoya emhlabathini akhona yini amanzi emhlabathini, and then we put umhlabathi on a test tube, sase siyawushisa umhlabathi, and then kwase kuyavalwa, and then kwase kuba nama drips lapha phezulu on the gas, and we're checking ukuthi inhlabathi ngempela ngabe nawo yini umoya namanzi. Yabo? There is proof of everything, but once you fail to prove what you are saying, sinenkinga lapho. Ngiyabonga, but kuloko kushoyo ngiyavumelana nawe.
Hayi, asibonge. Ngizothi mangehla nje ngishiya imibuzo emibili. ethi yini ongayiprova ukuthi into ayikho, ubuphi ubufakazi ongeza nabo ukuthi into ayikho, ibuphi futhi ubufakazi ongeza nabo ukuthi into ikhona. Bese ke ukwehla kwami ngithi mina angidingi iproof ngami, angidingi ukutshelwa nokufunda phansi ngami entweni ekuyi-ideology yomunye umuntu ofana nami okungenzeka ukuthi nami mangithi ngiyodescribe umuntu ngithathe nami engikuthole somewhere engingenabufakazi ngabo ngidescribe umuntu uyozazi ngaleyo ndlela, not ngale ndlela yena azibona ngayo, azizwa ngayo, azifila ngayo. Ngiyabonga kanjalo.
Wow. Shem, thank you, my people. Thank you for being here. This was amazing. For me, Jay, I just wanted to know, what I channeled was real or not. And really, my submissions from a lot of people that hlanganisa futhi ngohlala phasi with my inner compass dissect sikubuke together, because yes, njengoba asho Mr. Mkhonto na Mr. Mina ukuthi yes vele into ikhona siyayibona imuni nayo vele iyavela kusebusika yendanako, but the question was yes siyayibona, but is it indalo yini noma into le yakhiwe njenge-satellite? Bewunjalo lo busho njalo lo muntu osinjenge ngoba nema-satellite abona lapha edulu athi bhanya sibe ngathi yini inkanyeti noma yini ubone sekuhamba ukuthi hayi nani akusiyo inkanyeti. So it's possible ukuthi mhlambe kwakhiwa kwa-generator to an extent that kube stationary kona. It's anything is possible. Ngikhona lo speaker longichazile wathi whether it's man-made or it's aligning with nature, wena buka ukuthi kuyakusebentela or awukusebenteli. If kukusebentela, then use it for your own good. If it doesn't work for you, then find a way to work around it. So I think that was my takeaway. I feel like Nagule would take it away. I truly loved it. Bengte tofunza today more than anything. And yes, Mkondo.
If someone can come in and say, no, the moon is man-made. Made by who? Ngoba abelungu, their existence, it can be counted in years. Yabo? Who would know about existence iskhathi. But prior that, the moon was there. And the moon, it provides a cycle of nature. The seasons were not made by anyone. The seasons are of nature. So manje that doesn't balance. If you will come to say in an angle to say no, it is artificial, it's made by someone, all right, but the cycle of nature, how does it take place? Because immune, it plays a certain part to provide a cycle of a nature, just like abantu bene cycle yabo nabo. And the moon too, it was also proven yabo ukuthi no, the woman cycle ibizwa ngokuthi bayesikhathini abantu besifazane ngesizulu. Isikhathi siqhamuka kanjani? Isikhathi sikalwa ngani? Sikalwa ngenyanga. I've told you earlier ukuthi inyanga yayisetshenziswa ukukala izinsuku, ukuthi inyanga inesithombe lapha yasomama uthwele izinkuni. Mangabe kuthiwa hayi ziphezulu enyangeni okushuthi inyanga iyaqala, lo mama uvela agcwala enyangeni. Ngosuku lesibili lokitsheka kancane, ngosuku lesithathu itsheka, ngosuku lokugcina enyangeni asithele bese kuthiwa inyanga iphelile. Ngale bekala abantu kuthi hayi ngeke ikweqile inyanga uma ngabe ungayanga isikhathini, ngoba inyanga yayisetshenziswa for what? For time. That's why ama seasons are time. That's why I have a problem nalabantu ade be celebrate izolo bethi no September is our year, what niwuthathaphi? Ngoba phela this is just literature. Omandulo laba no mfumfunani nani we are aligned with western literature ngesikhathi kufanele kwenziwe literature nathi la ezikoleni zethu, and then kwamele ukuthi zakhiwe inyanga kuthiwa okay-ke bafethu abelungu bafika nekhalenda baney'nyanga eziwu-12 inyanga yabo yokuqala it is January create isiZulu nani so that nizokwazi ukuba nesizulu soqobo esizofunda esikoleni and I created it. Same translation with Bible, same translation with other books. Yabo? So, before abelungu befike, yayibona lonto, where was schools? Because namanje abantu they still crying development ey'ndaweni ezingakayitholi development. If people had schools before abelungu, batoyitoyelana abantu bathi bacele infrastructure yabelungu kuhulumeni. Doesn't make sense. Then abantu zobezwa bengena la beclaim no thina abantu abamnyama way civilized nabe civilized in what way? Amaqhugwana namabheshu. Izola abantu they were celebrating yini heritage begqoka indwangu zabelungu. I asked ukuthi guys, you mean to tell me ukuthi nina you existed after belungu befike neindwangu? That's your traditional clothes. Really? That's how old you are. Because indwangu ifika nabelungu. So it's just that ayidingi nje lama reasoning amaningi lawa mhlanganisa yabona yini umuntu nizomhlanganisa ikhanda ngempela.
Ngiyakuhleka la yezwa. Ngiyakuhleka strong ngixoxa labo yezwa. Phela mkhulu yabona awukho wrong mkhulu yazi inkinga ufuna sicabange njengawe yabo asicabange ngeke size sicabange ngendlela efanayo khehla lami ngeke sibone izinto ngendlela efanayo mkhulu yabo so wena nawe right ngendlela yakho wena uyibambe ngesintu thina sihambe saya abroad sasidlula isintu mkhulu sazibona ukuthi siyini thina le alignment okhuluma ngayo ukuthi ikuphi kuthina emzimbeni ikuphi kanjani emhlabeni sazi aligna thina with lento okhuluma ngayo siyaza mina ke ake ngithi mina ngiyazazi mkhulu ukuthi isama newinter ingaffecta kanjani ngiconnected kanjani nelanga nenyanga le ndaba nje yokuthi imuni artificial angifuni nokuyikhuluma kakhulu ngoba mina angikho nje kuyona ayikho into artificial lapha phezulu ayikho nje neyodwa mina understand ngokwelami izinga nami ukuthi ukuya lapha phezulu kuyeka ngayiphi indlela yabo
bathi mfethu
Sanibonani.
thando sami sawubona
Ninjani?
Ngobesweni.
Wena
Mkhonto, wait a bit. Mkhonto, sorry, Mkhonto. Okay, can I have Her Majesty Ngobezweni? And after she's done, guys, ngicela kuvala. Oh my, I have a lot. We have Ngobezweni, and then I summarize, and then siyavala, guys. Thank you.
ngiyabonga bakwethu bengicela like 2 seconds ne like futhi angizela uzohlala bengilokhu ngiyilalela inkulumo and I think okwami ukuthi ena ngingathi kubhuti noma umalume angazi ngifuna ngikubize ngani wena angazi ukuthi ubhuti Mkhonto ngazi ukuthi ngiyameyisa I think kumele uziphe isikhathi
umfana omncane wakamkhonto
so ngikubiza ngokuthi Mkhonto
thanda boy
ish ngiyasaba ukusho lokho angikuthande sisi nothi bhuti ngicela ukuthi uziphe isikhathi ubheke ngokomlando ubheke even from West Africa zonke lezo indawo ukhumbule imigration yethu ukhumbule kakhulukazi abenguni ukhumbule kakhulukazi abantu basembo ukuze ubhekisise lezo zinto lezo uphinde futhi ukhumbule ukuthi as abantu abansundu we are practical people ezinye izinto lethi wena othi mhlambe we were not advanced in terms of civilization.
If you are here, why can't you just give us a small summary since you are here?
Angizo uyajahana ujahilanga ngazi noma ufuna ukupheka yini noma ngoba nje sekusebusuku. What
Okay, go on Ngobezweni. Go on. Just naba nje ngendlela yakho. I'll wait. Okay. It's fine. Mkhonto, please stop interjecting. Mkhonto.
Okay, what I will speak about is that firstly you need to understand ukuthi in terms of astrology, sasikfunda we can all establish we can all agree on the fact that we did astrology or astronomy. Bekunabantu abafunda ilanga. Evidence of that is that even till today, there are still abantu within the Sotho kingdom. And if you're looking for documentation, there's a guy who's a mathematician, you can read into that and how there were people, specific families that were tasked in terms of astronomy. And this was with mathematics and the stars, studying patterns, understanding seasons and all of that.
Yeah, ngiyayazi leyo nto. That's why iyona le bengisho nje ngisubmission yami ukuthi siyazazi inyanga ney'nkathi and besibala ngenyanga.
Okay, angithi kumele siqale lapho. Angithi futhi kule ndawo ebizwa ngenzalo yelanga, you understand nalokho uyavumelana ngakho angithi in terms of technologies.
Angivumi.
Yini engavumelana nayo?
Discover ngo 2023 ebeningayazi all along.
It was not like there's a difference between into being created and being discovered. Our timeline is not based on ukuthi umlungu wathola nini ithuba lokuthi afinyelele khona ayibone indawo.
Just a simple question nje mama.
Cha ngiyabuza angiyilwi engikubuzayo ngithi ena so wena ivalue yabantu abamnyama nolwazi labantu abamnyama ubekisa ekuthenini ukuthi umlungu ukubone nini?
Dadewethu.
Cha ngiyabuza. No, ngiyabuza ukuthi ngoba even in terms of isintu abantu were able to study the stars, understand ukuthi imicimbi thizeni yenziwa nini.
Lolo nje ukuthi dadewethu before abelungu bediscover lawa amatshe asempumalanga abantu bebengazilutho ngawo. That's why
bebengazilutho kanjani ngawo? Wena wawusuka uhambile yini wayofunda yini khona? Wawusiphila isikhathi ukuthi ngaphambilini kwakhona have you spoken to the locals?
Ngobile lalela phela. Ngithi mina akukho nokubodwa ubufakazi bokuthi kukhona umuntu wakithi owakwaya lapha ya.
Wahamba yini wenza ucwaningo ngokwakho yini?
Okay, awusiphuvele wena insizwa yakabani.
Cha ngiyaqhubeka ngithi phela mina ngiyadlula phela ngekuthi ena wena ngoba ungalenza ngocwaningo lwabantu abahlala khona. Nawe i-research yakho kusho ukuthi wena i-standard sakho osibekela abantu abansundu sibekwe umlungu. Kusho ukuthi umlungu mengathi kena ogogo nomkhulu bakho bebengahlakaniphanga, bebengafundanga, bebengakwazi ukwelapha izinto, bebengakwazi ukuthi ba-understand i-diet and seasonal placements. There was a reason for kanjani. Ngiyabuza. Abantu abamnyama bebengakwazi yini, bebengenayo i-technology yini ukwenza ama-weapons nalokho konke? Ukulima, ukufuya, weapons, all of those things. Did we not have that? Ngoba ngisho uCredo Mutwa naye wathwasela khona amongst other places.
I think it's okay Shay network. It's okay Shay network. But Your Majesty, can you just forget in your
Like,
wisdom?
you know what, even when we speak of, we as African people are very practical human beings. Obviously, in times of flourishment, in terms of migration, and when there's a surplus, we are able to invest. We are umbuza mase uphendula uyavimba. Cha mina la yona hayi ukuthi ngiyamvimba engimbuzayo ukuthi ulenzile yini ucwaningo yena. Angithi ngiyena ekazasitshela ukuthi into idiscover umlungu. Yena ke if he's going to disprove it, did he go and do the groundwork? Nah. Kukanjani as abantu abamnyama where we then support ukuthi umlungu yena wazi kangcono kunalabantu abala. Bebephila khona. Ngiyabuza. So in terms of different periods of time in natural spaces, even like in every day when everything, like even now practically, if you're doing well financially and there's peace in the family, you guys are able to invest, carry on, push forward in terms of art, literature. Akakushongo lokho. Akakushongo Mother Nature, salukwazi sami, akakushongo. Uthe umlungu odiscoverile lokho, akakushongo. So manje engikubuzayo ngithi ena when during those different times there is material, so labantu, the Western Bantu, that he said he must go do research. Okay, in labantu laba abangenhla, I think it's the see something ngekhohle igama lemitheri naleyo ndwangu ibikhona. Bona laba abayenzanga yini? They've made materials, they've written agriculture. For the fact that sineyinganekwane and all of those things that describe different things, it shows a progression in terms of culture. It's the fact that we inherently know how to do things. It's in our DNA. Siyakwazi ukulapha ushukela ungakazi kube ne-high blood pressure test. Kungakazi kube nelokhunja, siyazi ukuthi umuntu mephethwe ushukela simlapha kanjani. Without having to poke, test blood sugar levels, without being able to do all of those things. Till today, there's a lot of diseases that are known in terms of Western medication. Kodwa umuntu mehamba kumuntu wesintu uyakwazi ukuthi amlaphe kona lokho. Even in terms of time, we knew different seasons. Yes, mhlambe you can argue in terms of amagama. You can argue in terms of amagama of the different months and different seasons. Kodwa kwakwazi ukuthi abantu mebemele bayobuthwa babuthwa nini? During which seasons, when are specific things supposed to be done? That means that there's a whole cultural heritage that we don't really have a lot of knowledge, and myself included, that I haven't taken the time to understand and learn. God, that the society was functioning and moving forward. Because now, if we're not in a time of flourishment, we cannot spend time, Sisi, we want to weave material. We use what is the most accessible thing, which is ikumba. And ikumba, I would say, and Klampe, you can disprove, I don't think that is how our nature was at its highest functioning. I mean, we did trade. There was cowrie shells, even in in terms of their society, where exactly do they stand? Are they married? Are they children? Are they from royalty? We had entire civilizations. So the idea that we were uneducated, it does not make sense. It was an entire practice, an organization of abantu bebelethisa. Abantu abalapha izinto, abantu abenzana, abantu abakhaya ukuthiwa lona uyakwazi ukwakha imizi. Imizi that understood scientifically how to stay cool in summer and warm in winter. So for me personally, we knew where to mine. We knew what to do with the metals. We knew how to convert metals. I cannot believe ukuthi abantu bangafika namhlanje bethi thina njengabantu abansundu akunalwazi esinalo. Bes understand ukuthi amanzi ahamba kanjani. Bes understand ukuthi when we wanted salt to cure stuff, what do we do? All of these technologies awafikanga nabelungu. I don't know. Angazi mhlambe naive, delusional as a black child, but I'm of the belief that it does not make sense ukuthi we were functioning without labantu abansundu. Namhlanje kuthiwa sikwazi ukudla.
Please mute Untu. Please mute Untu. Shame. I for one, I personally, I hear your Majesty Ngqobezweni. I hear you, my queen. Vele nakimi kube trigger a bit. Oh my, nasani request kangaka guys. Kocha ningendani njena. Okay, let's do it like this. Mother Nature, and then Untu, and then Diana. Can I time you guys, Shame, with most humility and respect? Nganje knipa 3 minutes each, nisho lengushoko, and then we are done. Ngobezweni, Shame, thank you for your submission, and I think you triggered something now in me. Saying another conclusion, Gusi, is the moon natural or artificial in some way. But then, anyways, Mother Nature, 3 minutes, Untumzansi, then Diana. 3 minutes, guys. I'm so sorry, Sham. With utmost humility and time, I am so sorry.
Ngiyabingelela bonke amakhosikazi ala indlovukati. My Empress Ngobezweni, salute. Salute, my Empress. Yeah, i-submission yakho ngiyayithanda, my Empress. Ngiyayithanda ukhuluma i-fact. Lento ukhuluma ngayo, I can resonate mina ngayo. Angasho ukuthi ukhuluma i-fact, angithi I can resonate with you. And then engayizwa kahle ile lona eyenza lo elanga. mhlambe yimi engezwe kahle inzalo yelanga ngempela are we in a right spot masithi inzalo yelanga ila ikhona nje mabuhlala phansi whoever nje sizwela nje thina uzwe nje wena ngaphakathi indawo isendaweni right inzalo yelanga masithi laphana la ikhona noma sithi inzalo yelanga ngoba kusempumalanga kule spot ekuso angiphikisi lutho kodwa ngithi nje let's go deep sike sifuna indaba yenzalo yelanga because ngikubuza lokho hayi ngoba angithanda ukimposa ngithanda ukimposa into engizwayo mina ngaphakathi kubantu kodwa nginalento ukuthi asike sifuneni siza ukuthi ngempela ila ikhona yini lapho because kunendawo mina engiyaye ngizwe ukuthi le inzalo yelanga indawo mangingathi ngikhuluma ngenzalo yelanga mangiyibuka mina ngokwami ekhona empumalanga futhi kodwa kuwukuthi ke yikho ngithi ngicela ukuthi ake sifuneni uma ngabe sike sifuneni nje angazi nje ngibeka lokho nje ukuthi ake sifuneni sike sithole sibe neqiniso kahle hle ukuthi isport si right yini lese sithi inzalo yelanga hayi ngiyabona untu uyasho ukuthi mother nature ya too late okay ngicela ukuhambula mina bengifuna ukusho nje that will be my submission but in whatever nikhulume ngawo ngokuba Africa nokuthi izinto zinatural or artificial mina engiyibukayo zinatural ngizibona zinatural kimi kodwa ke ile yenzalo yelanga nje bengithi ake ngithi nje sike sijuleleni kodwa ke if kuthi I'm too late kodwa mina I for one personally angizwe indaba yenzalo yelanga ku sports lesi ekuthiwa ikuso
Mother Nature, thank you, Majesty, thank you. Uyabona le ngiva ngazo and futhi as I'm sitting right now ngiyeva nje ukuthi I'm being channeled ukuthi next week asidiscusseni. So guys, whoever is here, all 23 of you, ngicela sisiye kuyophahla, meditate, do whatever you do, pray whatever you do, sibuteni kubantu bakithi ngilona lo yabude kubantu bakubo amakhosi your inner compass kusingabe khamba njani ngenzalo yelanga because next week apparently nami my inner people are telling me ukuthi ngicela sidiscuss any further. I always listen to spirit game nesengiyabona wonke umuntu uphiza ukukhuluma ngenzalo yelanga and then I'm like okay ascending let's so yes your majesty yes your majesty
ngizoyisho le ndawo noma ngingathanda ukukhuluma ngayo kakhulu kuma platforms afana nalawo kodwa ngizoyisho ngoba vele uzothola ukuthi vele siyaziwa kancane kunendawo ekuthiwa ise deep reset go and check leyo ndawo bese usuyaye uye futhi uyizwa uyifile futhi cha ukuthi ngemphendulile obuzayo la phansi
yes I think uphendulekile kodwa ngubani bekungu angisayibona comment yeah but there's somebody obutile ukuthi have you ever gone there yes no I think uphendulekile guys tomorrow I mean next week Monday 1 p.m. Channel ithi sikhuluma ngenzalo yelanga okay angathi mhlanganisi wants to say something after mhlanganisi untu then Diana ngiyanithima nonke mhlanganisi 1 minute ke wena ngoba ukhulumile before go your majesty
I know okay bengicela nje igama leli Mother Nature olishoyo lale ndawo ngicela ungibhalela lona la kuma comment nje kuphela ngoba iyang-interesta le ndaba yintsha kumina ngeke ngiqamba amanga so I really wanna look into it ukuthi kuhambani because manje angazi le uthini ke ngale ekuyiyona engizothi yaziwa yiwo wonke umuntu because nalama structure nalawa amatshe mhlambe angazi mama yazi ngavedane nje kwathi bu yabo ngazi noma ungathi ukuphinda undlale kancane ukuthi ngale ekhona ke esiyaziyo uthini ngayo. Ngiyabonga.
Njengoba ngishilo my brother ukuthi angizwa mina ngisabathe ngithi angizwa mina so angizwa kodwa futhi ngishilo ngathi angi-impose yikho ngithe yabona ngiyibeke etafuleni mina ngisho ukuthi ngi-impose lokho engikuzwayo kodwa ngiyibeke etafuleni ekutheni ake niye nje niyivizithele leyo ndawo leyo nibone ukuthi nizozwani nini bese nje sekukuwe ukuthi wena uzwani-ke kuwo because vele la there's no one size fits all so nje
Okay mhlambe athi ngibuze kanje ukuthi uthe futhi nale oyisho isempumalanga yabo manje ngiyazibuza ukuthi ke kuzoba yimuphi mhlambe lo mehluko omngaka yabo njengoba ubuza kabanzi kangaka ngayo lenzalo yelanga bengithi mhlambe uzoyikhomba at a different direction or somewhere mhlambe ke olwandle yabo like ngizama ukucabanga ukuthi ke ifuke ihlukile indawo and then kodwa still yonke isempumalanga then kuyenza muphi umehluko yabo ilapho le ndaba yami so but ngizobuka kabanzi kulokho okushoyo ngiyacela ungibhalela leli gama leli kuma comment section ngizolibhala phansi ngigugule ngibone ukuthi ngibonani ngiyabonga
engakuphendula koko la ngicela ukuphendula khona nje ukhuluma u-deception no I'm not trying to deceive anyone and I'm not deceiving anyone.
Hayi cha mina gogo ngizibuzela nje nami isayidi lami yabo mhlambe kukhona okunye engingakuthola ngoba nakho lokhu angazi ngizothina angifuni ukukhuluma but bese kukhulumile kimi lokho okukhulumile uyangithola
Okay no ngizokunikeza ngizolisha igama la uthi ngilifake la vele
comment
ngiyalibhala njengamanje.
Okay hayi ngajabula sengiyobona ngitholani ngiyabonga
yeah nali ngilibhalile.
All right.
Beautiful guys. Shem, another thing, Shem, on this platform, Shem, guys. Go to Montusi deception or what? Here we're here to hear each other because Jehovah Shitomshan is no mean, I don't remember. Because somebody else may channel something else and somebody else channel something else. I go shock sikona lo right or lo wrong. SAPC one natural generations, same time. SAPC 2 maybe umbango ngiyabekisa. Akusho ngeke uvule SAPC 2. Yahlanya SAPC 2 dlela ngoba sikhathi say generations I don't know it's the same TV set but then different TV channels channeling different things so we're here to hear each other it's okay lona ukule frequency lena channel nako kulona so yeah that's the aim here this platform is to hear each other so kwaba the nature of deception and I'm sure futhi it's possible nalokuthi abengasho ukuthi you are deceiving them maybe bekasho ukuthi basiyengile those people ukuthi basinzayelanga ilapha kani ile that is also possible Untu next my brother 3 minutes then Diana 3 minutes let's go. Oh, it's so disconnected, but I'm disconnected on my end. Okay, but let's start with Diana then. If Untu say right, then he'll go. Your Majesty, Diana. Go, Your Majesty. Guys, am I still audible? Is it me? Kwendagan?
No, right. Mina ngicabanga ngine-echo ngizobuye ngikhulume.
Oh, okay. Manje ngibona na Diana naye uthulile ngeke bese ngi-stressed ukuthi maybe it's my Wi-Fi. Okay, guys, I think Shem Untu sothi asijoyina kahle next week. Imicabango bese ngi-stressed kuseyinani i-Wi-Fi. Okay, Sham guys. Okay, according to my guides, but sivele asikhulumeni ngenzalo yelanga next week. Ngicela niteni prepared every Monday 1 p.m. South African Standard Time. Siya convener here. We're going to talk about inzalo yelanga, my people. So please be here. And before we leave, nangabe you nang utfolile information from Mother Nature. Okay, mina namhlanje simbonile bese bagiftile. Bese ngene enqobezweni na Mother Nature. If you follow information, please do give them. If you can't give them, please nurture their credibility by clicking on their cube. Kutawuvela profile picture yabo on your left. Click on it, then you press the smaller than a heart you see on the right. And then on my listen guys, and you click on that thing next to my name, then I say bum bum or heart, depending on how you see things, so that you are part of my tribe and you can be notified when we go live. Imama kono request yako guys. But then the lives are saved on YouTube. If ungakoni bukela, then you can go watch on YouTube the recorded version of it. Okay, Mikabang, please wind up, my guy. After you, we are gone. Oh, Diana D is back. Okay, Diana D first, and then Mikabang. Let's go, guys.
Yes, hi everybody. I don't understand the language you're talking. I can just hear some few English words there, but then I see the topic here is about is more natural or artificial. I don't understand why would you would ask that question, because we all know that the moon is natural. Why would you question if it's natural or artificial? Or what is the conversation about? Maybe I don't understand.
We
No,
we live. Sorry, Clovers. The thing is, we live in a full world that is based on, like, we live in a world where it's good on creating illusion, so it's best what's natural.
Okay, but I think we all know that the moon is natural. It has been there since. It has never been
Yeah,
altered.
so many things right now can be created due to what people can manipulate. So yeah, it's best to always speak for yourself. So yeah. So you wanted to engage in a topic, huh?
You wanted, but now I don't know what to say about that. Maybe I do my research first, because I'm not sure to. I've always known that the moon is natural. It has been there, and it has never been altered. So I'll do my research. Maybe next time if you come live.
Yeah, don't be shocked. So don't worry, don't be shocked by the information we share, So information is information. So it's best to come as yourself, so you don't have to be misled by the information we share, So everybody has an opinion to share.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Love it, love it. Thank you, Mikabango. That was perfect, well put. Thank you, Your Majesty. I wouldn't have said it any better. Yes, over to Your Majesty. Then after you were done.
Yes, before we close, I just wanted to bring up a point about Mother Nature. I love what you've brought up right now, and it's either from us bantu ukuthi are we siyayinqaba le knowledge esinikezwa yona, noma we are sizoqhubeka nokuba being ignorant, and then we stick to the information we are given, forgetting the fact that information will be always information, and I will always say like this because there is a huge difference between the information between to what is, and the fact that what you've just brought up is still in the same place in Mpumalanga. It shows ukuthi if we could stop being ignorant and then chase the popular, maybe we chasing the viral trend of what people show, and then we think that's the right place or that's the right thing. It is, so it's not everything that's viral or popular that is real, and the fact that we have izindawo ezikanjena, it all requires us ukuthi sibe khona there so that we can learn, we can see, because zonke lezi zinto lezi zashiyelwa ukuthi whenever you are at the frequency of learning, now you can go and learn, and now people acting like I hear a lot of people saying knowledge is a curse. For me, I don't know about that. So yeah, it is what it is. So that will never change unless there's somebody comes in between as a middleman trying to tell you who you are or trying to tell you about you, not knowing what you are. There are people who always are going to try and speak for you if you are not at the right frequency or if you are at the lowest frequency as they are, and then they will try to tell you who you are. So that's why you always have to rise above them all the time. Thank you.
Thank you Mcabango, thank you Mcabango, yo, thank you Mcabango, awuyazi into yenza kimi njengamanje. Thank you Mcabango for ukuthi ungifile ungizwe. And
I hear
there's a
you,
place
Mama. I hear
still there. There's a place ekuthiwa i-ghost town, and ayisanamuntu. It's a ghost town. Yini
That's the
yasusa
thing.
ondlebe ikhanya ilanga kuleyo ndawo?
Lot of people, because even no Google, we can Google it, but it can easily mislead because really it's part of it's part of the matrices to not always give you the right information, so yes, we can do whatever we want, but the only thing that helps us ukuthi we allow ourselves as who we are.
Ngicela ukubuza la.
Beautiful. Imicabanga utelekto.
Ukubuza la ukuthi okay, siyabona ukuthi i-ghost town, abandoned ghost town. What's the story behind ukuba i-ghost town?
I think before i-panel isiyenza ibe yinde and the purpose of Indlovukazi Beacon of Hope is to close the panel, but I think the whole delay we will discuss it on Monday as Beacon of Hope insisted. So we'll always have to stay curious at all time. Sibe naleya hanga leyana so that sithi sifika, by the time kufika uMsombuluko we already have information, we already have that enlightenment forward to us that now I know what you're talking about, now I know what you said on the other day, so we come now, I know everything, you don't have to say anything. It's on next Monday.
Yes. Thank you Micabanga. Yabona ke wena vele bengisifuna kusho njena, but then mhlanganisi vele wase sowufuna kungena. Bengisifuna kusho ukuthi ulethelwe bantu bakithi to summarize this whole thing and futhi to vala kamnanzi. Amen. What you just did nje was just so amazing. Share my people. And you just gave something to me. And Shem, after ngisho le nto lena, I'll just drop this bomb. Kuthi nihambe niyolala, nihambe nilale disoriented mabomch. You know what I heard? Let me say after Ngobezweni, after Hemaje Ngobezweni spoke. Kungusi, what if, it's just a what if, I'm just throwing it out there. What if the ancient Kemet people or the first black people created the moon just like create mawash, like the clocks? What if they created the moon so that they could tell time? Besides that, connected time, bemela, bonke bayibone, like, oh, the time is. And also they use the same tech to regulate the cycles for a family planning. Because if it was at the same time, this tech would align them with crops, farming, and all those things. They use the same tech to control demand, your rainfall, your rivers, and all that. What if it's just a tech that was created for I'm leaving it there. And then share Anyway, guys, to Monday, 1 p.m. Everybody, see you there. Okay, this will be saved on YouTube. So if you want the recorded thing, the link is in my bio. Thank you, everybody. Hambanin kabang what I just said. Thank you, guys. Love you, love you. Mwah, mwah. Next week, Monday, then 1 p.m. Bye. Say bye.
Bye.